As the calendar turns over to the month of February and the regular season of high school basketball winds down, we have a top of Iowa West Conference rivalry for you tonight as the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears host the West Hancock Eagles. Good evening, everyone. Tyler Lance with you on Hometown Radio, KLGA, and the Algona Radio YouTube stream. As video streaming here on the channel is brought to you by Algona State Farm Insurance agent Billy Offerman, Algona Municipal Utilities, where they are community-owned for community benefit, High Endeavors, proud supporter of Bishop Garrigan Athletics, and Kemna Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. Well, it's a Golden Bear team that is on a roll as per usual. They are 17-1 on the season, and they have picked up 17 consecutive wins, and they are starting to wind down the regular season here. Final 3 games of the regular season, including tonight against the West Hancock Eagles, as the Golden Bears, fresh off of clinching the top of Iowa West title on Tuesday night, they try to have another perfect regular season in conference play. Meanwhile, the West Hancock Eagles look to tune up for the playoffs. They come into tonight's game with a record of 10-9, 8-6 in top of Iowa West play, and they have had an interesting start to the week. A heartbreaking 72-69 loss to Clarion Goldfield Dows on Monday night, rebounding with a 52-48 win over Belmont Clemmy on Tuesday. So they look to give Bishop Garrigan a test here inside of this gymnasium. A gym where West Hancock had it down to 1 point at the very end of the game last year, but just could not pull out the win over Bishop Garrigan. So they will look for the big upset tonight and try to knock off the Golden Bears and end their perfect record in conference play. Well, we will hear from both head coaches coming up before tonight's game. West Hancock head coach Paul Sonius and Bishop Garrigan head coach Brandon Schwab. And we'll hear from them after this on Hometown Radio, KLGA, and the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports club members.
American Glass, for all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Jason Brace, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires, they're all you need to know about tires and service.
Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, where community connects.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and the surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
All proud sponsors of this broadcast.
Getting set for top of Iowa West basketball action tonight as the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears face the West Hancock Eagles. And right now we're talking with West Hancock head coach Paul Sonius. Coach, first of all, thank you very much for joining today. You're coming off a win Tuesday night, 52-48 over Belmont Clemmy. So can you start our listeners off with just a quick recap of that game?
Well, yeah, we kind of, I think we used a lot of our energy in the game the night before against Clarion, which we won on a late shot from half court by Lexi Lane. So kind of got off to a slow start, just not quite got the energy going. But then we got going, being senior night, and we used some very good play. The girls moved the ball around very good, and we get ourselves a win over Belmont, who's going to be a very good team down the road. And so it was nice to get a win, especially on senior night, and get everybody in. So.
No doubt about it. And, Coach, I think looking at the schedule, it's fair to say the team's kind of had a roller coaster at times this year, its share of ups and downs throughout the season. But when you look at the team, do you feel they've made progress from some of the early season issues they had, and just where do you feel the team is overall right now?
Yeah, we went through a rough time in the middle of December. I think a lot of that was during the time of late starts, early outs, no school, no games. So we were kind of in a bad situation there for a while. Just didn't quite have the leaders that we needed on our team to get going, and I think we've made a lot of progress. We've had a couple of young girls who have stepped up. Mira Kuji, a freshman, has stepped up and started figuring out a little bit of the varsity action a little bit more, and so is Peyton Whipple. So we've got those two that are starting to jump in, and I think we're just trying to get ourselves going. The biggest key for us has been we haven't been able to make the three this year like we have in the past. It's not that I don't believe we have good shooters. I just say we can't seem to put the ball in the hoop on game night, and that's probably been the biggest key. Defensively, except for when we played Garrigan and ELC for the most part, those two teams, and both ranked number one, they've been about the only two teams that have really scored until the last couple games. Have scored a lot of points on us. So defensively, we've kept ourselves in ball games, but we just can't. We go 3, 4, 5 minutes without scoring, and that's one of our issues.
And Coach, like I said, the defense has been a key to the team this season. What are a couple things that you feel make the defense work so well?
Well, we talk about being able to play good help defense. Since we run probably one of the few teams that run a man-to-man a lot, we do play some zone, but playing man-to-man, we learn to get our butts down, and we learn to try to help out. So if you're going to have a good man-to-man defense, you've got to be able to have help defense. And for the most part, we've done a very good job. And when we've asked somebody to take somebody, get after them a little bit, Cameron Eccles has been one of those girls out front for us, as she's been able to stop and slow down a few of some of the girls out from some of the other teams that have been good scorers. So we're just trying to find some girls that want to get after it. We talk about trying to be physical, something that, I'm kind of amazed we play great defense, but we're not necessarily one of the most physical teams, in my opinion, especially in offense. And that kind of comes back to bite us in the offensive end.
And, Coach, you're rolling into another top of Iowa West game tonight as you face Bishop Garrigan. What are a couple of adjustments you're looking to make tonight from the first time you face them?
Well, we got to be able to handle the press. We actually did handle the press for about the first 3 or 4 times up. Then we got sloppy in the press, and we've got to figure out a way not to get sloppy. We should be able to handle the press with some of the seniors that I have, and Mallory Lear, and even Miracucci, who's starting to get a little more confidence as we go along. We should be able to handle the press that they're going to throw at us and be able to. And we just have to be able to figure out a way to stay out of foul trouble. We tend to get a lot of foul trouble. I think we've done a better job of maybe not slapping down, which we were doing earlier in the year and was getting us into trouble. If we can do that, I think we'll be all right. And, of course, against Garrigan tonight, we're going to have to be able to shoot the ball. If we can make some threes, last year we had that game at Garrigan where we only lost by 1 point, and we were able to hit some buckets. And if you can hit buckets on a consistent base, you at least give yourself a shot.
And, Coach, along those same lines, as we wrap up here, the regular season is really starting to wind down. You guys play Bishop Garrigan in this game. You have Forest City coming up as well. But, after that, you turn your attention to the playoffs. So, over these final couple regular season games, what do you need to see from your girls to say, we are ready for the playoffs and we're kind of in playoff mode at this point?
Well, I need to see us keep the intensity up. I mean, we're going to play 2 good teams here in the next couple of days. Garrigan and Forest City can score with the best of them, too, right now. So we need to be able to find that intensity, be able to keep girls off the boards, which is one of our issues once in a while. And the other thing, more than anything else, I think one is we've got to find that shooting niche by everybody. Everybody's got to be able to put the ball in the hoop, and we're struggling there a little bit. And if we could find that, if we were able to start to hit the outside jumper a little bit more and then finish our layups, I really believe we'll be a tough team in the playoffs, because again, a lot of teams that we could play have never seen us, which gives us a little bit of advantage right there, especially with the idea they've never seen Mallory either. So that would give us a pretty good chance with some of the girls that we have, just because of our defense too, which is pretty strong.
Well, Coach, thank you very much for the time today, and best of luck in this game.
Thanks, Tyler.
That is West Hancock head coach Paul Sonius here on the pregame show. We'll take a timeout and bring you closer to tip-off next on KLGA 92.7 FM.
More Sports Club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Reeb's Wicked Good Bar and Grill. For wicked good food, drinks, and service, you gotta go to Reeb's.
CB Grain Solutions, satisfaction guaranteed.
New Way K&H Co-op, delivering exceptional value through knowledge and innovation.
Dump it. They do the dirty work so you don't have to.
Albert Electric. Flip the switch to Albert Electric.
Grassmasters, growing satisfied customers.
Greg Penny and Company CPA, certified public accountants, where everyone counts.
Yemlin Builders and Apartments, quality apartments for rent, beauty and craftsmanship that will never go out of style.
Daylight Donuts, open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
All sponsors of this broadcast.
And we are getting set for high school basketball action tonight as the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears host the West Hancock Eagles. Right now we're talking with Golden Bear head coach Brandon Schwab. Coach, first of all, thank you very much for joining today. The team on Tuesday night wrapped up another top of Iowa West title against Forest City with that win, and it's certainly not the only goal this team has, but obviously it's an important step in the process. So can you just speak a little bit on that accomplishment and the meaning of clinching another top of Iowa West crown?
Yeah, that was goal number one of our season, is to go undefeated in the conference and be a conference champion. And that's, being a conference champ is done. We want to finish off and be undefeated in our conference. And, for 4 years in a row to be at the top of the league and be conference champs is pretty neat. It says a lot about our program and what our kids have worked really hard to do.
And, Coach, also on Tuesday night, we talked a lot about Molly Joyce as she set the school's all-time assist record, and kind of lost in the shuffle that night was the fact that she also had a single-game record in assists as she had 15, setting the Bishop Garrigan record. So how does one go about piling up 15 assists in a single game?
Just being, she takes what the defense gives her, and, she's got a lot of great teammates around her that are making shots and finishing around the rim. So, it's a combination of Molly being a really good player that just takes what the defense gives her. Her game is just elevated completely because of her ability to pass the ball and understand that she doesn't have to score 30 points for us to win. She's the catalyst of our offense and getting us set up and just doing a great job down the stretch here of understanding what it's going to take to win another state championship.
And, Coach, you have West Hancock coming to town for tonight's matchup. Last time around, you were able to beat them 88-23 at their place. So what were a couple of your big takeaways from the first time you saw the Eagles this season?
We really did a good job defensively of, shutting down their main players. We held Mallory Lear to 0 points the last time we played them. And, she's without a doubt their best offensive weapon. And we hope to, put a lot of pressure on Mallory tonight again and, make things tough on her. If we can hold her down, I like our chances. We also got the game to a track meet, and, we let athletes be athletes. And anytime we can get it into a full court game, I like our chances. So hopefully we get the game there tonight again.
Talking right now with Bishop Garrigan head coach Brandon Schwab. And, Coach, you kind of referenced this a little bit in the first part of your response, but as far as defending Lear goes, is it copy and paste type of strategy from the first time around, or do you anticipate making any adjustments defensively to try to replicate that same type of result?
Pretty similar. Make a few adjustments here and there. We're going to put Molly on her again, and, Molly and Abby will go back and forth with Gardner, mostly with Molly, and, we're not going to let Molly rotate off of in our press on her. We're going to let any type of trap come to Molly and not let Molly peel off and rotate as much, at least early in the game, just to make sure we're not going to give up any transition scoring to their best player. Say pretty similar to the last time, but a couple changes here and there.
Absolutely. And, Coach, one of the other big keys defensively, not just the last time, but really the last two times you faced West Hancock, is just shutting them down as far as three-point shooting is concerned. I think they only had one three-pointer last time, and the time before didn't hit a single three-pointer against you guys. So what's the key to playing good perimeter defense against the Eagles?
Our guards just need to stay disciplined. We don't need help in the post. We don't need help around the rim unless Audie's pulled away. So, just staying disciplined of not getting sucked in on dribble penetration and allowing that kick out. You've got to stay true to your player. We've got to trust each other. Our defense trusts that our guards isn't going to allow three-pointers that are uncontested, and we've got to trust that Audie's going to be there to protect us if we off dribble penetration. So it's a combination of both trust on our team and everybody being on the same page, and when we do that, we're very tough to score on, without a doubt.
Well, Coach, we're looking forward to seeing tonight's game. Thank you very much for the time today, and best of luck in tonight's matchup.
All right, thanks, Tyler.
That is Bishop Garrigan head coach Brandon Schwab here on the pregame show. We'll take a quick timeout and bring you closer to tip-off coming up next on Hometown Radio KLGA.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingles Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
We're just a few minutes away from high school basketball action tonight as the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears host the West Hancock Eagles on senior night. I'm Tyler Lance alongside my partner Beanie Bodie. And Beanie, Bishop Garrigan always loves to get up for this game. West Hancock and the Golden Bears, their rival across all sports in the top of Iowa West. Short drive, about half an hour separating these two teams. Nice crowd settling tonight. Really a huge crowd on both sides of this game. Should really set the scene for a nice intense evening of basketball action.
You are not wrong about the crowd. The crowd is huge tonight. Of course, yes, a great old traditional rivalry between West Hancock and Bishop Garrigan, but they're honoring a 93 boys basketball tournament team here tonight, and there's a senior night tonight, and there's a dance performance that's co-ed, so there's a double-sized dance team, and so boy, every parent at Bishop Garrigan is here, and West Hancock always brings a awesome full crowd. I hope it gets pretty rowdy in here. I think it's going to be an exciting night.
Now, the Golden Bears had one of their most dominant victories of the season earlier this year against West Hancock, 88-23, and that was really due in part to two factors. One, they held West Hancock's leading scorer, Mallory Learer, off the scoreboard, and two, they held West Hancock to 1 of 17 on three-pointers. Coach Paul Stoney has talked in the pregame show. West Hancock needs to have a big shooting night tonight to stay in it against Bishop Garrigan.
Yeah, the Mallory Learer can certainly do that. She's a good shooter. She got hot towards the end of the game the last time they played. And she can shoot it, and she can handle the ball well, and that all starts with ball handling. Bishop Garrigan is loaded with ball handlers. They've even got freshmen coming off the bench to handle the ball really well. And West Hancock is not as deep as the Bishop Garrigan Bears, but they've got players. Coach Sonius, of course, will always be working on that team, getting them better and better as the season goes on. So that's what's fun about playing a team twice in a season. You see what the improvements are and how they adjust from the beginning of the season to the end of the season.
Packed crowd in the house tonight on a frigid evening in Algona, Iowa. It's the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles coming your way in just a couple minutes here on Hometown Radio, KLGA, and the Algona Radio YouTube live stream, as the video streaming is brought to you by Algona State Farm Insurance agent Billy Offerman, Algona Municipal Utilities, High Endeavors, and Chemna Auto Center. We'll take a quick timeout, let them get through with the national anthem and the starting lineup introductions, and we'll come back with tonight's tip-off next.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at MoneyPass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
More Sports Club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Kasuth Regional Health Center. Make KRHC your home for healthcare.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country. Highway 18 West.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush always beats a full house.
Ruhnke Brothers Full Service. Experience the Ruhnke Brothers difference for all of your auto service and repair needs.
Erpelding and Boyd CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprise. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
All Sports Club members bringing you this broadcast.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa bone, joint, and sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Brought to you by these sports club members.
Farmer State Bank is proud to be a part of our community for over 125 years with offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oak Crest Funeral Services. Celebrating a life lived.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Frame and Auto Body. Collision Specialist. A total commitment to excellence.
Water Connection, from softeners to bottled water and service, call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch. There's so much to love.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
All bringing you this game on the radio. More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Algona Livestock Sales, sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce, 2 sauces for all seasons.
Farm and Home Services, view their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small, they love them all.
Signworks, for all your signage needs as well as printed shirts, caps, and jackets. Stop in or call 295-9544.
Style Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle, passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
All proud sponsors of this broadcast.
It's time to meet the starting lineup for the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears.
Zoe Montag, sophomore, number 22.
Garrigan at the steal. Here comes the transition. A sidestep by Montag in the lay-in. Zoe Montag is going crazy right now, and Garrigan's up 81-38.
Ashlyn Hovey, senior, number 30.
Passes left back to Hovey. She'll rip the three-pointer, and she hits it again. Nobody can cool off Ashlyn Hovey right now.
Abby Capacious, junior, number 21.
Finds Capacious inside, underneath the bucket, high off the glass. She put it down, and she got fouled.
Molly Joyce, senior, number 11.
Joyce towards the right. Joyce crosses over. Step back 3 on the way, and she sticks it. Nothing but net at the buzzer for Molly Joyce.
Audie Crooks, senior, number 55.
Flips it into Crooks. Crooks tips it 3 times, catches, lays it off the window and scores. Audie Crooks with her 4th straight 40-point game. Tip-off of your game is coming up next on Hometown and Home Country Radio. That is the Bishop Garrigan starting lineup under the direction of head coach Brandon Schwab, West Hancock, and coach Paul Sonius. They will have the senior Cameron Eccles, freshman Mira Kuji, senior junior Mallory Lear, and senior Maddie Bruggeman. So that's the starting 5 for both teams. The 17-1 Golden Bears against the 10-9 West Hancock Eagles in the second to last top of Iowa West game for both these teams. Garrigan will have one more top of Iowa West game against North Iowa after tonight. West Hancock will have one more game against Forest City in the conference, wrapping up after tonight's play. But here tonight, it's an old school rivalry, Garrigan and West Hancock, as Audie Crooks, wearing the home white uniform, will head out to midcourt. Crooks just wrapped up singing the national anthem right before the game, and now she is getting ready to tip things off tonight. She will go up against West Hancock's senior Maddie Bruggeman at 5'10". West Hancock wearing the road reds as Bruggeman will back off and let Crooks tap that one, and we are underway from Bishop Garrigan High School. Golden Bears head left to right on the radio dial, running that #1 offense in the state at just under 77.5 points per game. Hovey top of the key, comes left to Joyce, catch and fire 3 off the back of the cup, but the rebound pops up to Hovey, bullets it down onto the block to Crooks, pivots inside, left it short, got her own miss, cleans it up and lays it in. 2-0 Garrigan.
Well, Audie Crooks is comfortable starting the game. I'm sure the most nerves that she's going to feel all night is what she felt when the national anthem just started. Singing a song by yourself in front of all these people. Not a lot of people want to do that, Tyler. Would you do that, Tyler?
No chance. Think about public speaking and the fear people have of that. Then multiply that by 1,000 for public singing. So great job by Audie Crooks on that one. As Lear passes left, Kuji has it, penetrating into the lane. Missed off the glass, went too strong and too high as Capacious rebounds. Now here's Joyce, weaving in across the court, finds Hovey, catches and fires, but misses long on a 3. Crooks got a hand on the rebound, but Eccles collects it in the corner.
Mallory Lear looking upfield, trying to push that tempo a little bit.
Hagan comes top of the key to Eccles. The senior catches and lets it rip for 3, missed it off the back of the cup. Crooks tips 3 onto herself, and Bruggeman peeled it away from her. Bruggeman goes up and hits it off the side of the backboard, and Hovey has the rebound in the lane. West Hancock this season has struggled on offense, just 45 points per game. They have not been themselves offensively as Joyce floats from the lane and scores 4-0 Bishop Garrigan.
Well, it is senior night tonight. I expect to see a lot of Joyce and a lot of Crooks and a lot of Hovey throughout this evening on senior night for those great girls.
Oh, Lear finds a wide open player inside as Kuji lays it in for two. Nobody had Kuji in the lane.
Nice pass by Mallory Lear. It all starts with ball handling. She's a good ball handler. She always has her head up, and she can see those open players.
Lear averaging just under 4.5 assists per game as it's a corner triple by Montag, rejected by Lear, but now a foul as the ball popped loose, and West Hancock will pick this one up. Well, good block initially by Lear, but now a foul called against Eccles.
Yeah, Lear has more height than you account for, and she's got a great wingspan. She really did a great job closing out on that shot that Zoe Montag thought she had an open three until Mallory Lear knocks it out.
In the corner, it's Joyce, blanketed by Eccles. And Eccles has the takeaway from Joyce, but then she went down to her knees as she lost her balance and she traveled. Coach Sonius, I think, was wanting a foul there on Joyce, but he will not get it.
Yeah, or I think he might be arguing that it wasn't a travel because her knees hit, and he says her knees didn't move. And that is, you know, it's always a tough one when a player hits the deck and everyone starts yelling travel. Boy, for a ref to see exactly if their points of contact shifted or not, pretty tough.
West Hancock defensively are trying to front Crooks of two players as they rotated around the perimeter to Montag, and Montag gets run over by Kuji. A couple early fouls for West Hancock. That's their second with 5:48 on the clock.
Kuji tried to make a break on the ball. Didn't get there in time. Tries to help up Montag off the deck. So right off the bat, a couple fouls real quick, slowed down the tempo of this game. But I get the feeling both these teams want to get this tempo up and running.
Kuji is an incredibly promising freshman for West Hancock. Did not start the season starting as cutting to the basket is Capacious, missed, got the shot blocked and followed and missed. And now here comes West Hancock. But Kuji's played her way into the starting lineup as Lear tries to throw it to Kuji. Too deep under the basket to shoot as he comes back outside to Lear. The junior penetrates into the lane, and this time a foul on Bishop Garrigan on the floor.
Yeah, much improvement shown between the first matchup between West Hancock and this game in Mallory Lear. She's got 3 blocks if you credit those 2 blocks on that last one on Capacious, and she's running the floor very well.
Hagan lobs it into the corner to Kuji as she dribbles towards the right. Now she wants to penetrate, sees Crooks and gets turned back outside with 5:23 on the clock. 4-2 Bishop Garrigan with an early lead. Here's a right wing three-pointer by Eccles. That one air balls. It's tapped back into the play though by Kuji. A nice play. Lear sidestepping Crooks and missing it. And now the outlet up to Joyce. Joyce racing to the bucket, hesitates, puts it up and puts it in. Let the defender fly by, and it's 6-2 Bishop Garrigan.
Good sequence for the Bears. Audie Crooks just stands in the lane. Lear bounces off. Lots of contact, but no, Audie wasn't moving her body, and Joyce goes the other way.
Right angle for Pregame off the back of the cup, and Hovey rebounds far side of the court. West Hancock has been active on the boards so far this evening. It's hard to keep up with Bishop Garrigan rebounding-wise, but they'll try to do that as Capacious cuts baseline, gets the underhand from Crooks. Now rotation around the perimeter. Back inside Crooks. Goes up with the right hand, and she draws the foul with 4:39 on the clock.
Well, it was a nice little baseline play by Bishop Garrigan. Crooks gets the ball in front of the hoop. Abby Capacious runs along the baseline, and Crooks finds her. Capacious could have probably gone up for the shot, but she was going to kick it out to Joyce for a three-pointer. That's a pretty smooth offense there. West Hancock, on the other hand, they're really settling for that three-point shot. Coach Shonius must have said, you know what, why go in against Audie Crooks? Let's just put that 3-ball up and hope we start making them.
There is a formula to beating Bishop Garrigan, and West Hancock almost had it last year. Last year inside of this gymnasium, Bishop Garrigan beat West Hancock 53-52. The Eagles were 9 of 17 on three-pointers. They only had 8 turnovers, and they played physical with Crooks. If you can do those 3 things against Bishop Garrigan, plus maybe have the Golden Bears go cold on threes, you can win a game. But it is much easier said than done, and this is a little bit of a differently configured team this season. 8-2 Bishop Garrigan off the Crooks points as it's passed down towards the baseline and thrown out of bounds. Miscommunication between Eccles and Whitney Johnson.
Yes, last year was a great matchup between the point guards, Molly Joyce and Kennedy. Great matchup last year, but she moved on and graduated. That's forcing Mallory Lear into the point guard role here for the Hancock Eagles.
Whitney Johnson on the floor right now for West Hancock. They brought on a couple other subs as well as it's lobbed inside to Crooks. Crooks shooting over the top of Lear, missed it. Cleans up her own miss. That one rolls out. Third opportunity, and there's the points for Crooks. And now it'll be a timeout by West Hancock with 4:07 on the clock as Crooks stays persistent on the boards. She has 6 points, Molly Joyce with 4, and a 10-2 Bishop Garrigan lead. 30-second timeout called.
So Coach Sonius is telling his girls, Audie, as good as she is and as tall as she is, you can't allow her to get 3 rebounds there, or 2 rebounds and 3 opportunities. And Mallory Lear kind of is looking at her coach, say, well, how can I? As soon as that shot goes up, you've got to turn your back and get on a body instead of just, if you turn and look at the hoop, Audie's going to out-rebound you every time. So he's telling his girls they got to do a better job there. Like you mentioned, Tyler, last year they certainly did. They really bodied up Audie, really battled on the boards. And he knows if he's going to do that recipe that you just recited, they got to turn it on right now.
Yes, last year there was that 53-52 game where Garrigan squeaked by West Hancock by 1 point, but the last two matchups have been very lopsided, 63-22, and then a huge win earlier this season by Bishop Garrigan as there's a foul in transition by Molly Joyce, but the earlier win this season was 88-23 by Garrigan, and that was one of their most dominant performances of the season up to this point. 4 minutes on the clock, halfway through quarter number 1 as West Hancock has the basketball with Eccles. She passes it left, finding Shelby Gopel. Now back towards the right to the senior Eccles. Screening is Gopel. Eccles is stopping, and she traveled.
Oh, she just did a little bunny hop there off her right foot. As soon as she got in the air, she realized she was in trouble, but already in no man's land and commits the travel. So Eagles are in their 2-3 defense. They're all set up, awaiting Molly Joyce bringing the ball up the floor. See if Garrigan runs that set play for the backdoor to Capacious again.
Capacious is floating around the baseline right now as Emmy Bartolo has it near side of the court. Now to the left to her fellow freshman Alish. High post to Crooks, dribbling right of the lane, turning around for a fadeaway jumper, but she traveled. She hit the jumper, but the referees will wave that one off for a travel.
I think Audie thought they called a foul, and she knew there wasn't a foul there, and she started laughing that this is an and one situation, and then realized she got called for a travel. And West Hancock, Mallory Lear doing a great job handling the ball so far.
Lear slings it up the court to Gopel. Now Gopel over to the right to Kuji. Making a long two. Her foot was on the line, and pops out. Crooks has it in the lane. Crooks reaching over the top of the senior Morgan Francis. Now here comes Joyce at the far side. Stops, pops, missed the three-pointer right. It's tipped towards the baseline, and it can't be collected by Whitney Johnson. It touched out of bounds.
So on the other end, Kuji had a wide open look. If they knock those shots down, they're a different team, but it's so easy to say, if you make your shots, you win. If you can't make the shots, there's no way.
And that's basketball as Capacious lobs inside to Crooks, and she's behind the defense for two. Garrigan up by 10 with 3:10 on the clock. Quick outlet the other way, off the fingertips of Gopel, collects it near the baseline. Shovels it back out beyond the perimeter. Johnson left to Lear, now onto the wing to Kuji. Now top of the key, they'll try to set a screen as Kuji bounces it over to the right to Lear. Lear is averaging just under 17 points per game as she skips, passes into the corner to Johnson. She'll fire a three and missed it long, and rebound is Alish. Alish up the far side of the court, finding Bartolo in the far corner of 2:44 on the clock, and now Joyce up top will back it up. Bishop Garrigan 12, West Hancock 2. Golden Bears are the only team in the state shooting above 50% on field goals, as they're a 52% shooting team. A couple early buckets inside by Crooks as Capacious navigates the baseline, finds Bartolo, rotates to Joyce, arcs up a three-pointer, but it swirls out, and a foul on the rebound as Capacious tried to reach through Morgan Francis.
Yeah, Capacious has never seen a rebound that she doesn't think she can get. That time she was behind the West Hancock Eagle and just bully balls her way through, gets called for the foul. The official doing a nice job keeping this game from getting a little too rough, doing well so far. Now, the Bears are going to press, and it hasn't been going well so far. Mallory Lear has been breaking it fairly easily. Got to have a full team action on this press. Everyone's got to move together.
And we'll see if Bishop Garrigan's able to wear down Mallory Lear as the game goes on, as Coach Stonius will call a timeout. Lear was trying to pass around the double team, and none of her teammates were in the same area code, so Coach Stonius will take a timeout with 2:17 on the clock. It'll be a full timeout, so we'll take one as well. It's Bishop Garrigan 12 and West Hancock 2 on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports club members.
American Glass, for all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Jason Brace, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires, they're all you need to know about tires and service.
Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, where community connects.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and the surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
All proud sponsors of this broadcast.
Bishop Garrigan has grabbed an early double-digit lead over West Hancock, 12-2 as we play in quarter number 1. Eagles have the basketball with 2:15 on the clock. It's Eccles up the near side of the court, stops and sails a pass way out of bounds as she was trying to find Francis in the corner, and there would need to be 3 Francises stacked on top of each other to catch that one.
Well, I knew Coach Slot wasn't happy the way the press was going. I think he was telling his team they better accelerate their effort on that press.
Coach Schwab talks a lot about speeding up the opposing teams. It's a left angle free by Alish. Left it a little short. Crooks rebounds, puts it back up and in. 14-2 Golden Bears. 1:54 on the clock right now. Crooks with an early 10 points. Lear dishing to Francis. Missed it off the window, though. And the rebound is chased down by Pregame. Offensive board, West Hancock. Down low, Francis. Tries again, but it's blocked by Joyce. Molly Joyce with the stuff, and it's out of bounds off of Francis.
Oh, everyone loves a good block. That'll wake up the crowd. Both crowds been fairly quiet so far. There's a couple things to get crowds riled up in the modern day. An ankle breaker, a block, and then a bad call.
I would say that was a pretty accurate list. As with 1:35 on the clock, Alish comes up top to Joyce. Joyce crossing over. Joyce left of the lane, shovels it into Crooks. Off the window, she put it down. She got fouled. Audie Crooks playing some early bully ball and a chance for a 3-point play.
That was a nice pass by Molly Joyce, and why not pick up where she left off? She set the school career assist record in the previous game, and there's a beautiful assist to add to her tally right there.
Not only the career assist record, but an absurd single game record of 15 assists. That is a crazy total for one game. She broke the school record by plenty. She got the single game record as well. And now here comes West Hancock down 17-2. Off the glass, and there's a miss right underneath by Kuji. Crooks outlets it to Joyce. Joyce stops. She'll back up. Now she wants to drive. Splitting defenders, and yep, that's a travel. Crooks will make that Joyce kind of toe tapping there, and she'll get called for that one. So with 1:16 on the clock, West Hancock will try to break the Bishop Garrigan press. Down 17-2 here in quarter number one. Up the court, bobbling it, but it's Kuji. Now to Brugman, back to Kuji. Over to Brugman. Tries to get past Crooks, floats it over the top and bounces it in. There's two for Brugman.
Okay, West Hancock has done something against this press that some teams don't. A lot of teams try to keep everyone tight, work that ball up against four slowly. Mallory Lear just goes for the bomb. She is taking off giant chunks of yardage with the big pass up front.
Now we'll see if the Golden Bears adjust to that at all throughout the course of the game as Capacious comes outside to Bartolo, lets it rip for three, but it's a little short. Box out by Learer, and looks like they'll get another foul. This one will be on Joyce trying to collect the rebound.
Molly Joyce was crashing the boards, and she tried to hold up. She put her hands up, but not enough to sell. She still bumped in with the body, and sometimes you get your foul called on you just because you acted the part.
Now 44 seconds left in the quarter. Bishop Garrigan 17, West Hancock 4. Golden Bears going for win number 55 in a row in the top of Iowa West. Lear left of the lane, spins past Crooks, puts it off the window and scores. Oh, a pretty move by Mallory Lear.
Yeah, she's a smart player. She realized she couldn't go right against Crooks, so she did a little spin move, created with her left. Nice bucket.
And that's her first bucket of the season against Bishop Garrigan. She had 0 points last time these two teams matched up as Bartolo rainbows a three and rattles it in. 20-6 Golden Bears.
Nice confidence by Amy Bartolo. She just missed a shot a second ago. Didn't stop her from taking that one and knocking it down.
And it's an over and back. Kuji threw it into the backcourt as she was trying to prevent herself from going out of bounds. And the Golden Bears will have it with 8.7 seconds on the clock.
Now this is a good opportunity for the Bears to learn something. Let's pretend there's 8 seconds left in a big moment at a big game, and they're not up 20-6. Can they convert?
Joyce top of the key, lobs it into Crooks. It's over her head, though, and out of bounds. Crooks was blanketed in the triple team, and Joyce could not fit it into the window that time.
Well, I like the idea. Why not go to Audie Crooks inside? She was going to catch it with 3 seconds left. I like those chances, but couldn't make the pass.
3 seconds left. Lear at midcourt bumps into Crooks, and she traveled. Crooks was doing everything to avoid the foul. She pulled her hands back, and Lear spun off the body without dribbling.
West Hancock continues to try to throw the long ball. Abby Capacious was really hustling to intercept that pass like a football player, but this has been a long 8 seconds.
1.3 seconds left. Capacious inbounds it to Crooks under the bucket, puts it up and puts it in at the buzzer. Great find by Abby Capacious, throwing that one about half the length of the court, and that'll bring an end to quarter number one. Audie Crooks with 15 points. Bishop Garrigan with a 22-6 lead over West Hancock on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingalls Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
As we head to the second quarter, it's Bishop Garrigan 22 and West Hancock 6. And Audie Crooks is staying on a tear. Over the past 4 games heading into tonight, Crooks had scored 171 points, and she's been accounting for almost 64% of Bishop Garrigan's scoring over these past 4 games. And right now she has 15 of their 22. West Hancock with the basketball. It's Peyton Whipple, number 11. Now up top, it's Bruggeman, number 12. Back over to the right to Whipple. Whipple, another young freshman in this Eagle lineup, spins to the right against Montag. Now back outside. Bruggeman over to the left to Gopal. Now down to our left to Coogee. Guarded by Joyce. They'll get it around the perimeter of 8 on the shot clock. And now a miscommunication as Bruggeman threw it in between 2 Eagles and out of bounds.
Boy, the Bears bench and the Bear players on the floor are as pumped as at that defensive stand than they were at the last second bucket by Crooks on the other end. They really came out of that quarter. They must have really been emphasizing a good defensive stand, and they got it.
22-6, Joyce top of the key, now Capacious at the foul line. Hangs from the lane and she knocks it down. Boy, Capacious had so much trouble with that shot just a couple games ago, but good to see her get one of those to fall.
Yeah, hopefully that'll take the lid off the basket for Capacious, who's been shooting a little awry lately.
Oh, and now Joyce dives on the loose ball, and we have a jump ball called as Joyce and Hagen got tied up. Possession arrow towards the Golden Bears.
Good hustle by Molly Joyce on senior night. Gets a high five from Crooks. Hovey's on the floor, all 3 seniors in there at the same time here this evening. Hovey is going to take it out of bounds.
Well, Joyce had a good game last time these 2 teams matched up, narrowly missing a double-double with 18 points and 9 rebounds. The pass into Crooks is knocked away, but Hovey picks it up, bouncing it into the corner to Joyce. Lets it rip for 3, and we've got a wedgie. The ball is in between the rim and the backboard. Bring out the bicycle pumps, ladies and gentlemen, as they'll knock it down and save it.
Well, could we do that again? I think that's the first time it happened this season. I haven't seen a wedgie in the Garrigan gym yet, but you may have seen in all your many other broadcasts around the listening area.
I seem to recall one, but I can't remember where it is. I hate that when you remember something but you can't figure out any details of it. It's great radio. As here comes West Hancock for the basketball. Lear steps back, top of the key triple on the way, missed it right, and Capacious rips down the rebound. Here she comes on the push. Capacious sprinting. Capacious floats it into Crooks. Crooks up the glass. She put it down and she got fouled. Abby Capacious with a great find. Audie Crooks with a great finish.
Yeah, great assist by Abby Capacious. Mallory Lear is banged up a little bit. She might have to come out of the game. She took a big tumble. Abby Capacious was going full steam, and Mallory Lear was going to try to draw a charge on Capacious, but Capacious passed it instead of shooting. And when she dumped it to Crooks, Mallory Lear got decked. Both players banged up there. Mallory Lear is going to get a break, which is going to make it difficult for West Hancock to get the ball up the floor. She would have drawn the charge if Capacious would have held on to the ball, but Capacious got rid of it. No call.
Smart move by the junior as Crooks misses the foul shot, and Bishop Garrigan up by 20. Now Eccles stumbling, left the ball behind, but she picked it back up as it rolled right into her pocket. Top of the key, Bruggeman lets it fly for 3, bounces high off the cup, no good, and Capacious grabs the rebound. West Hancock has struggled on 3-point shooting as they'll outlet it into Crooks. Crooks off the window, she scores it. What a find and another finish.
Crook up fake, slams the brakes, the defense flies right by, easy bucket.
Now West Hancock trying to answer as the crowd's getting into it, and we've got another traveling violation. Gopal will get tagged for this one, and the Eagles are starting to turn it over.
Yeah, the Eagles, they got to have Mallory Lear back in there. Coach Sonius is checking with her right now. You ready to go yet? She's going to dry up and get back in there. Here she goes.
Bishop Garrigan has won their last 6 matchups against West Hancock. West Hancock was actually the last team to beat Bishop Garrigan as Capacious works the baseline and lays it in. Another great feed by Joyce, and Capacious popped wide open.
Well, I love that play. Crooks draws all the attention, sets a screen, draws 3 players. Capacious sneaks right behind the defense for an easy layup.
There's been some good activity so far in the second quarter by Bishop Garrigan. They've come out with some energy. Off the window, left-hander misses by Eccles, and Crooks rebounds in the lane. Flips it up ahead to Joyce. Joyce drifts towards the far side. She'll let everyone catch up, and now she'll head right around the Montag screen. Across the foul line, flips it into Capacious. Now Capacious to Crooks for the extra pass. Crooks pinballing and missing right at the cup, and Bruggeman has the rebound.
Good interior passing by the Bears there. These girls have wisened up. People used to come out and guard Molly Joyce up top, and she likes that when you guard her close because then she blows right past you. Now people are wise. They don't want to get anywhere close to Molly Joyce on the line and don't want to get beat on her slashing and dashing to the hoop.
Pregame down at the baseline in the short corner as Crooks guards her, and Pregame throws it out of bounds. Nice defense by Montag, denying the ball from Gopal, and that'll be a turnover. So West Hancock will bring Drew Hagan into the ball game as Eccles heads to the bench. 5:10 on the clock as Bishop Garrigan leads 30-6. And it'll be Joyce bringing it across half court, continuing to pile up the assists. The future Truman State Bulldog, the all-time Garrigan leader in assists as of Tuesday night, as Joyce passes right to Capacious, goes all the way across to Joyce, lets it rip for three, and it bounces off, no good. Offensive board Capacious, back outside Joyce. Joyce flips it into Crooks, edge of the paint. Now near side Hovey, catch and fire triple, and the bottom. Hovey drills her first three of the evening.
Great shot by Ashlyn Hovey. She was a little cold the last couple games we called Tyler, but she is always good to swish a three-pointer to get the offense really rolling.
And now Joyce jumps a pass. Joyce rolls it off the floor, heads to the bucket, and she missed the layup. Montag of the follow. Montag misses. Capacious trying to rip the rebound away from Pregame and a jump ball. But even with that cold performance in the last couple of games, Hovey still shooting 41% on threes coming into tonight. A big improvement over last year's 27%. And she added one on the last possession.
That was a great effort by the Bears. Joyce with the steal, a couple missed shots. Montag and Capacious really getting hammered in there. They're checking their skin, make sure it's on.
Crooks in the lane looking for the cutting Capacious. Capacious floats. It rolls around and rolls off. Got her own miss. She got poked in the eye, and the ball rolls away, and Capacious is taking a little time getting back up the court. West Hancock trying to throw the outlet, and they throw it past Whitney Johnson out of bounds.
Yeah, the way, if this was soccer, you'd say the Bears had about 6 shots on goal in that last possession, and none of them would find the bottom of the net. And they took a beating at that, so they're going to get Capacious out. Check out her eyeball. She got poked in the eye.
It's going to be Bartolo, Alish, Crooks, Joyce, and Hovey right now for the Golden Bears. Alish far side of the court, now down to the baseline to Hovey. Up top to Bartolo, now left to Alish. Lets it rip for three, bounces off, no good, and the rebound is taken by Learer. This is one of Bishop Garrigan's best three-point shooting lineups right now as Learer tries to take it coast to coast, and it's blocked by Crooks. Crooks rejected it in transition as Learer could not sneak by that time.
Yeah, not for lack of skill by Learer. She was slaloming in between the defenders, got all the way to the hoop, but you can't account for that height of Crooks and her skill. West Hancock looking to inbound the ball, having some trouble.
Have you been reading through a thesaurus earlier today? That's a good vocabulary term for this broadcast as Hagan floats.
Maybe I should be an English teacher. Forget this science stuff.
It's missed as Alish collects the rebound, and then Alish traveled. She fumbled with the ball and then drug that back pivot foot.
Alish, the freshman, playing in there with her cousin Molly Joyce, the senior here on senior night. Bears have 2 freshmen in the game. Emmy Bartolo, Sasha Alish, played significant roles all season for the Bears, and that's not going to change.
Hagan finding the cutter. Wide open at the basket is Johnson, and she'll lay it in for 2.
There's that nice out-of-bounds play. Coach Sonius was waiting to dial up here. Nice cut to the basket. Easy layup for the West Hancock Eagles.
33-8 Bishop Garrigan. Bartolo down to the baseline to Hovey. Now Crooks just inside the foul line. Outside Joyce. Joyce drives in, flips it into Crooks. Crooks off the window, and she lays it in. Joyce passed up an open shot for an assist, and 2 by Crooks. Eagles the other way. Right wing three-pointer Gopal missed it long, and Crooks secures another rebound. Audie Crooks has had a double-double every game this season, and she is surely approaching that already of 21 points and piling up the rebounds as well. Alish inside to Crooks. Crooks off the window, and there's an easy 2.
Wow, nice pass by Alish to Crooks. I didn't even see it. She predicted that Audie was going to drop step and catch it in rhythm. That was pretty. Kind of like a quarterback in the NFL, throwing it to a spot, knowing the receiver's going to get there. Alish just put that there, knowing Crooks was going to get there. That was pretty impressive.
Well, it's senior night here at the Garrigan Gymnasium. The crowd's getting into it. The senior Audie Crooks right now leading the way with 23 points. And these seniors have compiled 54 straight wins in the top of Iowa West. In fact, the last loss by Bishop Garrigan in the conference actually came to this very West Hancock team back on January 10th of 2020. That was 1,120 days ago. And boy, how the world has changed since then, January of 2020. Now we have a song about Burger King talking about having it your way. That's caught on. I never would have predicted that in 2020.
I would not have predicted that either. Now, if you're going to give me grief about my vocabulary and using a thesaurus, where did you get this math out? Do you have a calculator over there on the other side of the bench pulling out these math stats? Oh, the game is on, Tyler. Back to work.
Back to work. The quick answer is that I have too much time and a mind that wanders about basketball statistics. As we have 2:45 on the clock, top of the key, Francis lets it fly for 3. It hopscotches off the rim twice. Rebound is ripped away, physical move, and then missing the follow is Kuji. It's tipped back into the lane right to Kuji. She goes off the glass and puts it in for 2.
Well, you complained about not being able to remember something earlier. Now it's driving me crazy because I can't remember the name of a player who I've met a couple times. Audie Crooks, when she was a freshman and sophomore, had incredible matchups with Wes Hancock's post player. Very good.
Is it possibly Aitchison? Leah Aitchison?
No, it wasn't Aitchison.
Before Aitchison.
Oh, boy, this is going to drive me crazy.
Well, we've got a foul right now on West Hancock. And with 2:15 on the clock, and Garrigan will run an inbounds play from the baseline.
And those were just some epic battles between the West Hancock Eagle girls and the Bishop Garrigan girls. 2 post players that were fantastic and just all-out physical basketball. Super fun those years.
2:13 on the clock. Joyce on the right wing as she'll flip it over to the left to Bartolo. Now far side to Alish. Lets it rip again for 3, and that's an air ball, and it's taken by Learer. Golden Bears have not shot great on 3s again tonight, as getting inside is Lear. Shot past Crooks but missed it. Offensive board Francis. Now down to Lear. Wants to reverse, but she traveled. Got started a little bit too soon there.
Well, Lear did a good job exposing maybe one thing that Garrigan needs to be mindful of. She just went coast to coast and got down against Crooks one-on-one. And that is a situation where Crooks can pick up fouls. You know, teams have tried to do it in the past, so you don't want Audie Crooks to have to be trying to stop that coast to coast. They got to get some help down there to keep any foul trouble out. Just thinking towards the future here because the Bears are up 37-10.
Golden Bears quickly rotating it around the perimeter as Joyce has it far side in front of the Garrigan student section. Now Capacious getting past Francis, putting it off the glass for 2.
Good step through by Abby Capacious. Francis left her a little bit of a sliver of space and she stepped right through.
6 points by Capacious. As here's a floater from inside the foul line. Eccles misses the left-hander and Crooks grabs the rebound. Quickly outlets it to Joyce. Joyce on the left wing. Joyce wants to drive. Penetrating inside. Blocked by Lear. The ball pops loose as Joyce picks it up with 1:14 on the clock.
I don't know how Joyce got that back. The ball seemed to be on the floor for half an hour.
Joyce sidestepping into a triple. Missed it short. Crooks tried to tap the rebound to herself, but she reached over the top, and this will be a foul on Crooks.
Yeah, she took a risk. She knew it. She's nodding to Fred, the official, saying, yeah, I knew I was taking a risk there. Picks up her first foul.
So with 1:07 on the clock, West Hancock will have it back. 6 fouls on the Eagles, 5 on the Golden Bears in half number 1. Lear navigating her way into the front court. Handing it off right now to Eccles. Eccles heading left, giving it to Hagan. Hagan left wing 3-pointer, and it swirls out of the cup, no good. And Joyce has the rebound. West Hancock ranked 8th out of 9 teams in 3-point shooting this year in the top of Iowa West as they are struggling in that area. Back inside to Crooks, and there's 2 more.
What
25
an assist
by Crooks.
Molly Joyce, the snake charmer. Oh, here, Abby Capacious with the steal.
A steal by Capacious. Joyce sidestepping, tried to underhand it to Capacious, but she wasn't where Joyce thought she was as the ball rolls out of bounds and back to West Hancock.
Yeah, Joyce thought she'd be baseline. Good steal by Capacious. Didn't work out. But going back to the assist by Joyce, she kind of lulled all the West Hancock Eagle girls to sleep as she headed back out to the 3-point line and just whipped it right back into Crooks before their heads could turn.
So 41-10 Bishop Garrigan. Hagan lobbing it up the court and finding Eccles. 31 seconds on the game clock. About a 2-second difference between game and shot right now. Lear across the foul line, bodied by Capacious. Top of the key, Bruggeman missed the 3-pointer left, and Montag chases the rebound down on the strong side. And now here come the Golden Bears of 17 seconds. Joyce inside to Crooks, off her hands, and Crooks may have gotten hit in the face as she's holding her eyes right now.
She had a little eye poke.
Ball's out of bounds. It's back to West Hancock with 15 seconds on the clock.
You know, with as many fingernails and extended arms are up there under the basket when Audie Crooks is in the paint and everyone's surrounding her, I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often. You know, other people's hands are often right at Audie's eye level. I'm surprised she hasn't taken more fingers accidentally into the eyes.
13 seconds left. West Hancock bullets it inside to Kuji. Off the window, missed it short. Knocked away. Kuji and Murphy go crashing to the ground, and there's a jump ball. Reagan Murphy comes off the bench right at the end of the half and immediately forces a jump ball with 7.5 left.
Yeah, again, nice passing by the West Hancock Eagles getting that ball inside. They just have so many shooting woes, we can't talk about them all. 3 points haven't gone. Their easy buckets haven't gone.
7.5 seconds left. West Hancock running out of time. Whipple bouncing it into Kuji. Back to Whipple on the baseline of 5 seconds. Top of the key to Lear of 3 seconds. A deep 3-pointer. Missed it right. And there's the half. Another strong first half performance by the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears as they take a 41-10 lead into the break. As we'll take a timeout, come back with your halftime coverage next on Hometown Radio, KLGA Algona.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Brought to you by these sports club members.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be a part of our community for over 125 years with offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oak Crest Funeral Services. Celebrating a life lived.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Frame and Auto Body. Collision Specialist. A total commitment to excellence.
Water Connection, from softeners to bottled water and service, call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch. There's so much to love.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingalls Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
Halftime right now at Bishop Garrigan High School as the Golden Bears lead the West Hancock Eagles by a score of 41-10. Right now I'm joined by Bishop Garrigan coach Tyler Tiffany, filling in for Coach Meister this evening. Coach, first of all, thank you very much for stopping by. Obviously, an exciting win on Tuesday night over Forest City, 58-55 in that game. Just, you played so many close games lately. How good did it feel for the guys to get one of those close ones to swing in their favor?
Yeah, it's good to see because we're going to work every day. And they're playing hard, they're practicing hard. It's tough to get those close ones in there. And when you lose like that, some of the ones that we've lost, it's nice to come back and get that one at Forest City on Tuesday night.
And Coach, it seems like there's a lot of balance across the top of Iowa West. You know, not a lot of easy games, and really anyone can win on any given night. I know it's a super old cliche, but I mean, we've seen so many close Garrigan games this year. So can you just speak a little bit on the balance you're kind of seeing in the top of Iowa West boys basketball right now?
Yeah, I mean, it starts here tonight with us, and we have Britt tonight, you know, and we got North Union, and everybody's beatable. That's the thing about it. That's what makes it fun to come in here every Tuesday and Friday night to see what we can do.
And Coach, always a fun night when you get to face West Hancock as they come to your gym in this game. Now, first game didn't go your guys' way, a 71-59 loss back in Britt. What are a couple of adjustments you're looking to make out of that first matchup?
Yeah, I think getting off to a better start. It's tough when you start off behind like we did last time, and we fought back, and I think we had the lead at one point. But when you expend that much energy to come back from being down double digits, once you get there, it's kind of feels like a win. But you know, you got a whole another quarter to finish. It takes that much energy out of it. So it's nice. It'd be nice to get off to a better start than we did over there in Britt.
No doubt about it. And Coach, one of the other things about last time he faced West Hancock was it was a night where your guys did not get to the free throw line. Yep. West Hancock kind of had the physical edge in that game. So how much of an emphasis tonight is really being able to match their physicality?
Yeah, that's a huge part, because I mean they're an athletic team, and we have to do the little things right. We got to box out. You know, if we get in position, we can't get out of position. You know, we got to rotate on defense. Take charges is a big thing we emphasized. We just got to do the little things right tonight.
Well, Coach, we're looking forward to seeing tonight's game. Thank you for stopping by.
Awesome. Thanks, Tyler.
That's Bishop Garrigan coach Tyler Tiffany joining us here at halftime, as we'll take a quick timeout, bring it back to the girls' game coming up next on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Algona Livestock Sales. Sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce. 2 sauces for all seasons.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic. Animals large and small, they love them all.
Signworks for all your signage needs as well as printed shirts, caps, and jackets. Stop in or call 295-9544.
Style Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle. Passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong. Keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
All proud sponsors of this broadcast.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Iowa did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingalls Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
It is halftime for Bishop Garrigan High School here on senior night as the Golden Bears have jumped out to a 41-10 lead over the West Hancock Eagles. Big thank you to Bishop Garrigan coach Tyler Tiffany for joining us at halftime to preview the boys game coming up, but there's still 16 minutes of basketball left in the girls game as right now Audie Crooks leads the way with 25 points and the Golden Bears are stifling West Hancock defensively to this 41-10 lead. And Beanie, the formula is just not there tonight for West Hancock. This had to be a night where they found that outside shooting they've been lacking on the season so far, and tonight would they be able to play physical of Crooks inside and maybe not stop her because he really can't do that, but slow her down a little bit. But neither of those things has really happened tonight for the Eagles.
Yeah, you know, they're going to take the three-point shot. If those three-point shots go in, then Garrigan has to take the ball out of bounds, gives a chance for the Eagles to get back on defense. But they haven't hardly made any threes, I don't think. And that long rebound comes to a bear. They're off to the races, and then the Eagles can't get back on defense, and it's been leading to so many easy buckets in transition for the Garrigan Bears. And then in the half court, Garrigan's been able to execute some offense for easy buckets. West Hancock has had some nice passes, got the ball inside a little bit, but they missed those shots as well. So, you know, it's a nightmare for someone like Coach Sonius. His team makes all these improvements. They get some open shots and get the ball up the floor against the press. Those are all things you can work at in practice, breaking the press, executing your offense. You're doing all those things, but then you're missing the shots. And so that's really frustrating for a team like West Hancock at this point. Meanwhile, the Bears, they continue to hum along, try what they try that offense they usually do, but boy, Tyler, lately down the stretch, like you said before the game, Audie Crooks is not going to go out of her senior season as a Bishop Garrigan Bear with a whimper. She is putting it on teams, and her teammates are looking for her. Molly Joyce she can get to the hoop whenever she wants, but she's looking for Audie inside. Abby Capace is looking for Audie. Like, I think everyone's really rallying around Crooks.
Well, Crooks has been averaging 31.5 points per game, leading the state regardless of class, and she already has 25 tonight. Even earlier today, I saw Joyce penetrate off the dribble. She had a wide open lane to the basket, and she passed it inside to Crooks instead, and Crooks got the lay-in. But that speaks to the unselfish mentality of Joyce and just the ability to finish in traffic by Crooks.
They do, and they want to get the ball to Audie, and you know, she sang the national anthem. She plays her heart out. She worked so hard in class at school. She's going to get up in the early morning hours and go to Lamar's tomorrow for a speech contest. Like, she just does so much for Bishop Garrigan beyond the basketball game. You know, and my daughter, who's a junior here at Garrigan, she just kind of said it best the other night. We were talking, and she said, everybody, doesn't matter who you are in the school, like, you all want to get the approval of Audie Crooks. And so she's a leader, you know, pure and simple. You know, people want to be around her, compete with her, and like you see in the floor, on the basketball floor, people want to get her the ball.
No doubt about it, and they've gotten Crooks the ball in the first half as we're getting set to begin the second half of basketball action. West Hancock still looking for that identity on offense as the Eagles have only reached the 50-point mark 4 times this season. They struggled to 10 points in the first half, so we'll see if they can turn that around here in half number 2. And just the thing that makes it even tougher for West Hancock tonight is you come into this gym, you're coming off of 2 of your 4 highest scoring games of the season earlier this week. You had 69 against Clarion Goldfield Dow's, your best point total, and then the 52-48 win over Belmont Clemmy on Tuesday. So you felt like you were finding a few things on offense, but boy, not just West Hancock, but anytime a team comes in here to the Garrigan gym, you just have to venture so far from what your offense normally is, and that just kills any momentum.
It certainly does. Now, the Bears' defense has been okay, but I feel like they have a whole nother gear. We'll see what they do in this beginning of this third quarter. You know, coming out of that locker room is big for teams.
Golden Bears will head from right to left on the radio dial as they have the basketball now with Joyce. She passes left to Montag, lobbing into Crooks, got behind Learer, off the window, and she spins it in.
Yeah, Mallory Lear doing her best on there. You almost feel bad for her. She just goes, so she goes for the big home run pass again.
Crooks now jumps the pass. Here she comes in transition. Crooks ball handling, scoops it up, missed it wildly, got her own miss, puts it up and puts it in. 29 by Audie Crooks.
Now, Coach Sonia's definitely wanted to push on that one. Audie may have got away with one on the rebound, but what a steal by Audie Crooks a second ago in the open court.
7:20 on the clock. West Hancock for the basketball as Hagan holds it over her head. She flips it to the left to Bruggeman. Bruggeman standing right at the edge of the perimeter, coming to Lear. Lear flipping it over to the left to Eccles. Lear's had back-to-back huge games. 29 points against Belmont Clemmy on Tuesday. 35 points plus 11 steals against Clarion on Monday, but so far tonight, Lear's been held to just 2 points. Now Eccles sidesteps into a long jumper from just inside the 3-point line as it misses. Crooks rebounds and outlets to Montag. Montag left of the lane, takes it at a wide angle and missed it, and it's rebounded by Learer. Bishop Garrigan's really been trying to throw that outlet pass tonight and get out and run and gun against the Eagles. Hagan comes inside to Bruggeman. Bruggeman looking for a cutter, can't find one, so she bounces it back outside to Hagan with 6:37 on the clock. Down to the foul line to Kuji, and it'll be a foul on Abby Capacious, her second.
Yeah, Capacious always aggressive, but you can tell those Bears came out of the locker room, and I think Coach Swab implored them to pick up this defense, and they certainly have. Their defense is locking the Eagles down right now until Capacious gets tagged for that foul.
Lear will try a deep three from the right wing. Missed it a little long. It hopscotches off the top of the backboard, and now Crooks rebounds and gets it up to Joyce. Joyce sets herself for 3, missed it long, and the rebound pops out to Eccles. Golden Bears started shooting the 3-point ball very well against Forest City in the second half, as now it's dribbled out of bounds by Cameron Eccles. But the Golden Bears have once again gone cold on 3-pointers tonight.
Yeah, but Joyce is so sneaky. She missed that 3-pointer. You could see the look on her face. She was upset. She missed that shot that she often makes, and she thought, I'm going to get that ball back. So she used her brain. She got over on that sideline, used the sideline to her advantage, got in position to force that turnover.
Joyce down into the corner to Hovey, now back onto the wing to Joyce with 5:36 on the clock. Capacious corner pocket Montag, now Crooks edge of the lane. Spins, looking for the cutting Capacious, takes it herself instead, missed it short, follows, she put it in, and she was fouled. Another 3-point chance for Audie Crooks, who has her 10th 30-point game of the season.
Wow, another 30 for Crooks. Bruggeman gets the foul, and she's frustrated, and I can't blame her. Like, you can't stop that. Audie's going to get that rebound 9 times out of 10 if it's just her and you.
Crooks drains the foul shot. She now has 32 points. Crooks over the course of the season has scored about 41% of Bishop Garrigan's total points, but as we mentioned, in the last 4 games, just under 64% of the Garrigan points, as a left angle 3 is drilled by Bruggeman. West Hancock could use a few 3-pointers dropping, and they get that one from Bruggeman to 5:10 on the clock. Now into the far corner to Hovey. Capacious passing left to Joyce. Joyce into the lane, stops, flips to Crooks. Crooks sets herself and puts it in for 2. 50-13 Bishop Garrigan as Audie Crooks has 34 points. Can she get her 5th straight 40-point game? She's on track for it right now.
It's going to get tougher now, though, because the clock will not stop. We got a running clock situation.
The clock is going to wind as Hagan attacks inside, and she'll draw the foul. Got bumped by Ashlyn Hovey as Drew Hagan will shoot 2.
Nice fake by Drew Hagan. I went for that ball fake. She does a nice ball fake to the hoop. She got Hovey to go up for it, and she just blows by her on the baseline. Nice, good old-fashioned shot fake. Can never go wrong with a shot fake and a ball fake. It might not work, but if it does, why not try it? Takes a second.
Bishop Garrigan brings in Emmy Bartolo and Sasha Alish into the ball game as Hovey and Montag will go to the bench. Hagan missed it, and it stays 50-13. Here comes Capacious, striding up the floor as Capacious underhands it to Alish. Alish looking inside for Crooks, catches in the double team, looked for the cutting Capacious on the baseline, couldn't find her though, is now a foul on West Hancock. It'll be Lear as she was holding Crooks.
You know, I like that segment a second ago. Capacious gets the rebound and pushes the tempo. That lets Molly Joyce start setting up for a shot. You know, that's a good option for the Bears.
Alish looking into Crooks, and a foul before the inbounds pass is thrown. And this will go on West Hancock.
No,
or check that. No, that'll go on Abby Capacious. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I think Abby Capacious was setting a screen and pushed her way through. Sasa Alish was taking the ball out. Her cousin Joyce was just screaming to give her the ball because no one covered her. But that wasn't the play, so she didn't throw it.
3:56 on the clock. Third quarter already going by very quickly as we do have that running clock like you mentioned a moment ago. Eccles cuts into the lane, bangs it off the window and scores it for 2.
Good movement by the West Hancock Eagles. Here comes Joyce with the ball.
Joyce flipping it inside to Capacious along the baseline, reverses. Her shot is blocked, but a foul. Bruggeman foul there as Capacious just continues to cut, and she'll be rewarded with 2 free throws.
Good cut, good vision by Joyce, seeing Abby Capacious going baseline. Abby Capacious has really found a way to make a home on that baseline this season. You know, she's really filled the role all the season she's played her for the Bears. She's a junior. Next year, of course, without Crooks, Joyce, and Hovey, she'll be the leader on this team as a junior. Only a couple juniors, her, Reagan, Elena Casey. Yeah, they'll be the seniors next year, and everyone's going to be looking for Capacious to be the scorer, but she won't be hanging around the baseline anymore.
Capacious drills the first foul shot, second on the way, and she drills that one as well. Bishop Garrigan, a very good foul shooting team at just under 66% on the season. And Capacious now with 8 points.
Well, she's going to get that one wiped away because she stepped on the line when she shot it.
That's the danger of that jumper. You've got to keep track of where you are as Capacious will only have 7 points. Francis bouncing it to Lear. Lear picks it up. Lear flipping it up and missing it right. Capacious grabs the rebound and now she'll push. Capacious will pull it up a little bit, drift towards the right, and she'll pass it over to Bartolo. Joyce now inside to Crooks. Crooks out to Bartolo. Open in the corner. Lets it fly as it pops out of the drain. Crooks cleans the glass and she'll lay it in. 36 by Audie Crooks.
Well, that time both seniors that are in the game right now passed up shots to get the ball to the freshman for the three-pointer.
3:02 on the clock. West Hancock for the basketball right now. 53-15. Bishop Garrigan and a travel by Learer trying to shake loose at the top of the key, but she shuffled the shoes.
Yeah, that was indeed a travel, but often you can get away with that, and most officials will almost let you have that, but not that time. She does a bunny hop, and they blow that whistle.
Now 2:43 on the clock. Golden Bears have the basketball. Capacious flips it over to the right to Joyce. Joyce drifting and flipping it back to the left to Capacious. Capacious down into the corner to Alish, fakes baseline, lobs it into Crooks. Crooks to the right wing, Joyce. Joyce finds her spot on the foul line, rises for a jumper and swishes it.
Good shot selection by Molly Joyce. She had a chance at a deep, deep three a second ago. I thought she was going to take it. She gets the easy 2 later on in the possession.
Joyce with 6 points. She has piled up the assists tonight more so than scoring, as now Bartolo has the steal, picking Eccles' pocket. And Audie Crooks will bring the ball across half court. She'll hand it off to Joyce with 2:06 on the clock. A 55-15 Bishop Garrigan lead. The pass inside to Capacious is intercepted as Lear undercut it. Lear runs 3-on-1 West Hancock. She bounces to Eccles, and Eccles is fouled from behind by Alish. Good transition offense that time by the Eagles.
Yeah, good pass. Alish commits the foul, and I know there's no such thing as a good foul, but in the manner that Alish did, she made sure that the shooter wasn't going to be able to get that shot up anywhere close to the basket without being too physical.
Eccles has been about 48% from the line this season, as she'll miss on the first one. And West Hancock is going to bring Kuji and Hagan back into the ball game. Lear will get a breather, and Whitney Johnson also goes to the bench. 1:57 left, quarter number 3. Bishop Garrigan on top, 55-15 over West Hancock, as Eccles will split the pair, make it 55-16. And now Joyce has it. The future Truman State Bulldog stops at the top of the key and passes left to Bartolo, now back to Joyce. Over to the right, Alish with 1:47. Now Crooks in the high post. Faces the bucket, takes one dribble, and flips it to Capacious, far side of the court. Capacious back into Crooks. Crooks off the window, and she scores it. 38 points.
Well, there's a sign of experience there. They know that if they keep yo-yoing that ball inside, outside, and the footwork keeps going, eventually they're going to get an open look.
You stole my point exactly. Capacious is so good at immediately returning the ball to Crooks after she gets from her. As a foul is committed on the other end once again by Alish, and this time it'll be Hagen shooting 2 for West Hancock.
Good defense by Alish there, moving her feet along. She kind of got stuck in a rock and an Audie Crooks. She got between her defender and Audie. She didn't have anywhere to go. Picks up the blocking foul.
All right, so let me pose this to you as Hagen rattles a foul shot in. When you're West Hancock trying to defend that, Crooks giving the ball to Capacious, then back to Crooks, then back to Capacious, or vice versa. I mean, how do you do that? Because often it's that second or third pass that gets the defense out of position.
You know, anytime I'm playing Audie Crooks and I know I can't stop her, I'm going to play as hard as I can on the guards. So it's kind of contradictory, but as soon as Capacious has that ball or gets rid of the ball, I am not letting her. I'm putting all pressure on Capacious.
Joyce flips it to Crooks in the lane. Crooks shovels it down to Capacious, outside to Alish, wide open for a 3 ball, and she drains it.
And that would work too. If you can put pressure on the Garrigan guards, it would work, and they could never get the ball to Crooks if they pressured them so hard. But the problem is, the Garrigan guards are such good ball handlers.
And a whistle and a foul as Mallory Lear cuts the basket, and she will head to the charity stripe for 2 free throws with 50.8 seconds remaining on the clock.
You know, so that is interesting to think about, Tyler. Let's say Audie Crooks is on a team that doesn't have any guards, any good ball handling guards. Opponent could put severe pressure on the guards, then never letting them get the ball to Crooks. But, you know, not the case at Garrigan. She's got plenty of guards that are more than happy to work that ball around and get her the ball. So, you know, you look at Audie's career, could have been completely different had she been on a team without solid guard play like Bishop Garrigan has. Well, not just solid, that's an understatement.
Yeah, that's a great point. Bishop Garrigan has so many good passers on the teams. The 2 foul shots are good. 30-second timeout called with 50.8 seconds on the clock. As this timeout is taken, we'll give a quick thank you to our video streaming sponsors here on the YouTube page, including Algona State Farm Insurance agent Billy Offerman, Algona Municipal Utilities, where they are community-owned for community benefit. High Endeavors, proud supporter of Bishop Garrigan Athletics, and Chemna Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. So Golden Bears 60, Eagles 19 right now on Hometown Radio KLGA. And it's been a fun senior night here in the gym. Nice packed crowd, festive atmosphere, and should be a good one coming up for our second game. But, boy, I'm sure the girls, they enjoy playing in front of the packed gym. They've done it in the postseason a few times, and this is one of the nicest home crowds we've seen this year for the Golden Bears.
Yeah, boy, a great crowd tonight here at Bishop Garrigan. I guess it's February 3rd. People might have a little cabin fever, and even though it's frigid outside, they're going to go take in a ball game.
Yeah, getting this nice warm gym with all the body heat as Joyce is down in the near corner to our left. Bishop Garrigan up 60-19. Joyce driving baseline, sidearming it out to Bartolo. Extra pass Alish. Alish sidestepping, flipping it into Crooks. Catches over the top of Hagen. Crooks off the window, and she scores for 2. There's the 5th straight 40-point game by Audie Crooks as she continues to cook. And Bishop Garrigan's up 62-19. 22 seconds left in the quarter. Hagen cutting inside. Ball got knocked back to the outside. Lear top of the key. Steps into a 3-pointer and missed it left as Crooks rebounds. Outlets all the way up to Alish. Catches the ball. Heads to the bucket. Lays it up and missed it right at the cup. And now a foul as Hovey fouled Lear in transition with 6 seconds on the clock. And that'll bring it down to the end of the 3rd quarter. Alish maybe a little too open on that last one, but the Golden Bears, not a whole lot else to complain about tonight as they lead the West Hancock Eagles 62-19 heading into the 4th quarter here on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at MoneyPass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC. For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa bone, joint, and sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
Heading to the fourth quarter on Hometown Radio KLGA, Mallory Lear makes the 1-and-1 foul shots right as that break was going on, and right now it's 62-21 heading into the fourth. Golden Bears in the third quarter had a 21-11 scoring edge as the Eagles right now have the basketball. Lear 6 points for West Hancock. Here's a floater by Eccles, bangs it off the glass and misses as Crooks secures yet another rebound.
I used to try to keep track of the rebounds in these girls' games, but it just got to be too crazy.
A lot. That's how many rebounds Ani Crooks has. Near corner, Montag lets the 3 fly, missed it as Lear hustles in for the rebound. And the junior comes with the far side of the court, stops, passes right, finding Brugman. Brugman shoots the 3 and it pops out, and Crooks rebounds. Brugman's had the best looks tonight as far as the West Hancock players on threes are concerned.
And she made that 3 in the third quarter, and she was feeling it. That one was close, but not quite.
Montag baseline, sidearms it to Crooks. Crooks kept the ball away from Lear, almost had her pocket picked, dribbled it off a leg, but it rolled right to Capacious. Capacious, the right-hander, missed it, tapped the rebound and got it back, works the baseline and gets it outside to Hovey. Around the perimeter, Joyce lets it rip for 3, and it swirls out. Offensive board, Capacious finds Crooks. Crooks got fouled, and she put it in. 42 points for Audie Crooks as she pumps her fist. She's fired up.
That was big. Boy, Capacious is pumped, too. She fought for that rebound. She came from the far corner. She got position, ripped down the rebound against a lot of heavy contact. And rather than battle up and force it up, she found Crooks inside. Great communication between those two.
Well, the running clock will make it difficult, but I'm going to put people on notice. The school record for points in a single game is 48, and Crooks right now at 42 as she's at the foul line. And here it comes. Missed it. Capacious sails in for the rebound, but that might have been a lane violation. We'll see.
He's explaining, thinking, and no, it was on West Hancock, so Crooks will get another shot at this free throw.
So another bite of the apple for Audie Crooks, who right now is number 6 on the all-time scoring list. Crooks actually moved up earlier tonight as she missed the second foul shot, and it's rebounded by Hagan. Crooks needed 19 coming into the evening to pass Jennifer Goetz of Cardinal Stritch for 6th of all time, and Crooks has done that easily. Down to the baseline, Francis threads it inside Lear. Behind the defense, and she lays it in. There's 8 points for Mallory Lear.
Nice lefty layup for Lear.
Joyce on the penetration, finds a cutting Crooks, and Crooks puts it in. 44 points by Audie Crooks, and another assist by Joyce.
Oh, smooth passing and cut into the basket by Joyce. Just makes it look so easy.
And now a baseline cut by Hagan, lost a handle on it. It's thrown back in by Francis, and it's right to Montag. Drifting towards the far side, Montag to Capacious. Capacious snatches it away from Lear, then throws it back outside where it's knocked away by Eccles, out of bounds along the perimeter.
That clock continuing to tick down to 6 minutes. Won't stop unless there's a free throw or a timeout.
Now 6 minutes even. Montag has it up top, lobbing it into Crooks. Outside into the corner to Hovey, back into Crooks. Crooks working. Crooks wanted to reverse, but she finds Joyce in the near corner. Joyce around the perimeter to Montag. They're clearly trying to get Crooks that record. Into Crooks, puts it up and in. 46 by Audie Crooks. She's 2 away from the Bishop Garrigan record.
Yeah, because it's senior night, and both Hovey and Joyce passed up wide open 3-pointers trying to get the ball into Audie Crooks.
Yeah, Bishop Garrigan really not even looking to shoot on offense besides just to get it into Crooks. As Lear has it, Lear driving in, Lear scooping it up, missed it as she hit it off the side of the rim. Crooks outletting up to Joyce, chasing down the ball. Joyce left of the bucket, puts it up and puts it in. 70-23 Bishop Garrigan.
That was cool, and we've gotten so used to seeing that. Audie Crooks, the quarterback, throws the long 20-yarder to a streaking wide receiver, Molly Joyce, down the court. We're going to miss that next year.
Left or right of the lane, it's knocked away from Coogee, and it's picked up and handed off to Joyce. Could this be the possession for Crooks to tie it up? Joyce has it near side. Joyce into the corner to Capacious with 4:57 on the clock. Across the way to Hovey. Corner to Montag. Open look from 3, and Montag buries it.
She's been shooting the ball very well the last 3 games. Had a big second half, especially fourth quarter the other night.
73-23 Bishop Garrigan. Lear sidestepping Crooks, flinging it up for the left hand and missing as Crooks rebounds. She'll outlet it up to Montag. Montag drifting towards the far side of the court. She stops. She fires the three. It pops off the drain and pops back in. That hit everything. It hit the glass, and then it finally went down as that rattled every which way.
2 minutes ago, I didn't think the Bears were going to get to 80 points, but now they're already at 76 thanks to 6 quick points by Montag's three-point shooting.
Golden Bears have scored 80-plus points 9 different times this season as the floater by Eccles was missed. Eccles trying to pick up her own rebound, and she got it. Out to Hagan. Right wing three on the way, and she left it short. Offensive board in the lane, Kuji, and Kuji bangs it off the window for 2.
Boy, these last 4 minutes, people just want to see scoring, both crowds. The Eagles want to see some scoring. The Bears want to see some scoring. Let's get out and run.
A timeout is called, a 4:03 on the clock, a 76-25 Bishop Garrigan advantage. Will take a timeout. Will Bishop Garrigan keep Bonnie Crooks in the game and let her go for the school record? We'll find out next on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Algona Livestock Sales. Sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce. 2 sauces for all seasons.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic. Animals large and small, they love them all.
Signworks for all your signage needs as well as printed shirts, caps, and jackets. Stop in or call 295-9544.
Style Salon. Your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Dance Connection and Tumbling.
We're going to fade that down here as they come back very quickly after the timeout. Right now for the basketball, Bishop Garrigan has it. Joyce flipping it left to Olish with 3:52 on the clock. Olish bouncing it over to Montag. Montag far corner to Joyce. Crooks trying to get space inside. West Hancock has her blanketed. Hovey in the corner. Pumps it. Fires the 3 and missed it. Crooks rebounds. Crooks puts it up, and there it is. Crooks has tied the record. There's 48 points. That is her own record, and she has tied it up. 78-25 Bishop Garrigan. Can they get Crooks one more possession and get her that school record? Right angle free, Lear, and she missed it, and Crooks rebounds. Passes it left to Joyce. Joyce will jog it into the front court. Joyce sidestepping, trying to shake loose. They're letting Crooks get in position. Joyce fires the 3 and missed it, and the rebound pops over to the near side, rebounded by West Hancock's Kuji. 3:13 on the clock, 4th quarter. They'll leave Kuji open, and she traveled as she was setting up for that 3-pointer.
Well, I think this is the last possession. They're going to give Audie a chance to get 50. Be quite the half-century accomplishment here. Here comes Joyce, who's very upset she missed that 3 a second ago.
Joyce has it right now. Joyce left of the lane. Joyce got blocked. The rebound is loose for a moment. Crooks almost had it, and it's taken away by Kuji. Crooks nearly had the offensive rebound after that Joyce block shot. Now with 2:43 on the clock. Scooting inside is Lear, and she scores it. 78-27.
Yeah, the Bears have foregone the defense. They're focusing all on offense right now.
Crooks trying to post up inside. Olish cutting baseline. Olish off the window. She missed. Crooks follows. She missed. Crooks falls again, and she got it. The half-century mark by Audie Crooks. 50 points and a new school record. She missed that initial take. She got her own miss. She put it in, and now she's going to get a standing ovation from this home crowd. We've been waiting all season for that 50-point milestone by Audie Crooks, and here it is. And listen into this crowd.
Give it up for Audie Crooks. Give it up for Molly Joyce.
All right, all Bishop Garrigan starters are now going to check out of the game. There's 50 points by Audie Crooks. It wasn't pretty there initially, but they had a couple of chances at it. They had a couple of bites at the apple, and they finally got it to Crooks. And she has her 50-point game. Wow. It is hard to believe there were 50 points scored by a single player in a high school game.
Yeah, that was pretty fun, and all made possible by her teammates, and Audie will be the first one to credit. Molly Joyce has really taken a back seat in her own scoring to get Audie the ball possession after possession. And that's a nice shout out to Molly and Ashlyn both in the crowd here recognizing Audie.
A takeaway by Bishop Garrigan. Montag lost the ball, got hit there, and now West Hancock has it. Off the glass, and there's a miss by the Eagles. Rebound is into the lane, taken by Nemmers, but Nemmers shuffled the shoes with 1:55 left on the clock. Montag is going to check out. Kemna comes in for Bishop Garrigan. Reese Kemna let her freshen off the bench. So right now, Murphy, Olish, Nemmers, Bartolo, and Kemna. West Hancock has Johnson inbounding from the baseline, and she'll flip it into Eccles. Far side of the court, off the fingertips of Johnson. It heads out of bounds. Last touch, though, by the Golden Bears. And West Hancock will bring a couple of players off the bench. The senior Karina King comes in. Also number 11, freshman Peyton Whipple. As Johnson heads to the bench, Eccles to the bench as well. 80-27, Bishop Garrigan. 1:16 on the clock and rolling. As the Golden Bears are rolling towards their 55th straight top of Iowa West win. Lear got the ball knocked away, but also a foul with 1:10 left.
So Lear's going to go to the line, shoot a 1-and-1. She shot a 1-and-1 before at the very end of the third quarter. She got fouled and the clock ticked down to 0. And since it's a running clock, she was shooting all by herself at the free throw line a second ago. A little more difficult to shoot with all these faces around.
80-27, Lear draining the first of the 1-and-1.
Not for her. Boy, she swished that free throw. Not a problem.
The junior setting it up again. And that one bounces off the cup, no good. Rebound pinballs, and Murphy trying to peel it away, and she has it. Murphy gets it to Bartolo with 1:04 on the clock as Bartolo weaves into the front court with some good ball handling. Gets it down to Nemmers. Nemmers hooks it up the right hand and misses it off the back of the rim. Rebound is taken by Kuji for West Hancock. Drifting towards the near side with 53 seconds on the clock. Kuji of 6 points tonight. Now Lear stepping inside, putting it up and putting it in. 13 by Mallory Lear.
Very smooth slash into the basket by Lear. Here comes Alish popping the 3.
Letting it fly and draining it. Seisha Alish makes it 83-28. Shot clock and game clock are about even. West Hancock is going to bring Mallory Lear out of the game and bring in Damaris Duran.
That was a good one for Lear to end on. Nice slash to the basket and get those subs in. Try to get everyone in the game. Nice job by the officials calling a timeout. Or Coach Sonia's called the timeout and get those players in.
Vanessa Nieto Mendez off the bench as well for West Hancock, the freshman with 31 seconds left. 83-30 as Bishop Garrigan leads West Hancock. Getting inside and missing it is Whipple. Rebound is being fought for. Nemmers trying to rip it away. And there's a jump ball with the clock rolling.
That clock is rolling, so if those girls want to score more than 83, they got 15 seconds here. Ball goes into Alish.
Well, Bishop Garrigan has their 10th 80-plus point game of the season, and Bishop Garrigan does not look to be in a particular rush as they'll run the final 7 seconds off this clock. A historic senior night here inside of the Bishop Garrigan High School Gymnasium. Audie Crooks sets a school record for points in a single game with the 50-point mark, and the Golden Bears have their 7th straight win over West Hancock. Final tonight, 83-30. We'll take a timeout and wrap it up next on Hometown Radio, KLGA, and the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports club members.
American Glass, for all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Jason Brace, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires, they're all you need to know about tires and service.
Wykert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, where community connects.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and the surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
All proud sponsors of this broadcast.
Looking for future leaders we can trust and believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Iowa. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It begins by making their grades and being on time for practice. It includes learning to listen, following directions, accepting responsibility, being a good role model. And it's about respect for officials, opponents, the rules, and each other. The result? It transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. High school sports. There's so much more than just a game. This message presented by the Iowa High School Athletic Association and the Iowa High School Athletic Directors Association.
Final score in game number 1 of our basketball doubleheader, Bishop Garrigan 83 and West Hancock 30, as the Golden Bears are now 18-1 on the season, a perfect 15-0 in top of Iowa West play. West Hancock dropping to 10-10, now 8-7 in the conference, but that is burying the lead of this game. On senior night, the senior Audie Crooks achieves an all-time milestone, 50 points in a single game, breaking her own single game record of 48 for the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears. I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie as we come onto your screen here on on the Algona Radio YouTube stream. And Beanie, we'll talk about the theme here in just a second, but first, we've got to give Crooks our props for tonight. 5th straight 40-point game. That's absurd in itself, but 50 points in a single game, I just can't say it enough. We are not going to see that again in a high school game for a very, very long time.
I don't think so. Okay, so what's your opinion? Scoring 50 or 4 consecutive games with 40-plus? What's the better accomplishment? Scoring 51 time or consecutive 40-point games over and over and over again?
Well, at this point now, I believe it's 5 straight 40-point games.
5 straight 40-point games.
If you include tonight. So I would have to say the 5 straight 40-point games.
Yeah.
50 points is incredible, but to do 45 times in a row, that is just unheard of.
Yeah.
I would have to dig for the record books to find if that's ever happened in high school in Iowa in the 5-on-5 era. But yeah, both are amazing accomplishments, bottom line. But yeah, I would say the consistency to do that, just not have an off night 5 nights in a row is incredible.
I agree. Everyone hits a home run once in a while, but night in and night out to put up those kind of points, that's pretty incredible.
And it wouldn't be possible without a lot of the passing of the Bishop Garrigan guards, including the senior Molly Joyce, which leads me to our theme for tonight. Looks like you're rocking the Iowa State gear. I've got the Truman State Bulldog logo. And,
yeah, the Truman State, the Bulldogs, now everyone can know, because you can't find a lot of Truman State gear around Algona, Iowa. You can find plenty of Cyclone gear, but we had lean on Molly Joyce a little bit, so thanks to Molly Joyce for giving us a Truman State thing to promote where she's going to school next year.
Yeah, I might have to keep this. This is a really nice Truman State shirt, but we are honoring the seniors tonight. Molly Joyce obviously going to Truman State, where she'll continue her basketball career. Audie Crooks going to Iowa State, where she will also continue to play basketball. But Beanie...
now, Ashlyn Hovey was going to leave us a DMAC, because she's going to DMAC next year. She's going to continue her education as well. But I don't see anything DMAC around here. She didn't leave anything for us. But Ashlyn Hovey, another senior, hit that big 3 tonight. She's one of those, she's a senior that Ashlyn Hovey would start for any team the Garrigan Bears play this year and be a scoring machine. But because she's got Joyce and Crooks on her team her whole life, she has really done a fantastic job taking her moments. She's hit some big threes in the past. So, yeah, you've got the assist tonight from Joyce, the points from Crooks, the 3 from Hovey. They all went out on a really great note.
Yeah, senior night in front of the home crowd, and this just shows how well everything blends together. All the parts complement each other for Bishop Garrigan. It's not just the seniors, it's the young freshmen who've come in and shot 3-pointers. It's Zoe Montag bringing that sophomore energy, some good defensive 3-pointers. It's Capacious with all kinds of crazy activity. This is a feel-good night for Garrigan just because they are honoring the seniors, but it's also a night to just really show how the rest of the team complements the senior class as well.
Yeah, I agree. Now, these games, they've been pushed this year. This game had a lot of physicality. Every game's got a lot of physicality. You've overused that word. I needed the thesaurus back. But next week, they're playing Dyke New Hartford, correct?
Correct.
And boy, great scheduling by the Bishop Garrigan Bears and Coach Schwab and whoever set that up, because this team right now needs something to sharpen them. And I think that Dyke New Hartford team will be. You look at Molly Joyce picking apart the West Hancock Eagles and getting that ball to Crooks. It's going to be a lot more difficult against Dyke New Hartford and a lot more difficult for Crooks as well. So I'm looking forward to that game. I think they really need it at this point in the season to hone their skills and get sharp again.
That'll be on Tuesday night, and that will be the Golden Bears' last game before the playoffs begin, as they'll play Dyke New Hartford. And sometimes in the past, this game against West Hancock could be a sharpening game, but this is the West Hancock team that's in kind of a transitional year. Their 3-point shooting has really struggled. The only team lower than them in the conference in 3-point percentage is North Iowa. And once again tonight, West Hancock struggled to hit the outside shots. They got in a big deficit early against Bishop Garrigan, and really, they just could not keep the ball out of Crooks' hands, which is a gargantuan task. But just offensively, the Eagles don't quite have the same weaponry and identity they had in the past.
Yes, the player I couldn't think of earlier in the past, her name was Amanda Chizik, and she was a fantastic post player. And Audie Crooks and Amanda Chizik had some great battles. And West Hancock just doesn't have her. They were trying to guard Crooks down low with 3 girls, one of them being Mallory Lear, who's their point guard. But with her reach, they thought that would be the best option. They do the best they can, but they just don't have the bodies to stop Crooks from getting the ball. It'll be interesting to see next year, without Crooks, our guards are very good passers, but they're going to have to be even better passers next year, because they threw a lot of passes tonight that if they put in a window, they know Audie's going to catch the ball in that window. And next year, that height won't be there. Their windows are going to get a lot smaller.
No doubt about it. Well, a 50-point evening for Audie Crooks tonight as she helps lead the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears to an 83-30 win over the West Hancock Eagles here on senior night. It'll be a little bit before our boys' doubleheader game gets going as they're doing senior night festivities down on the floor right now, honoring all of the Bishop Garrigan sports seniors here in the winter season. So we're still probably a good 15 or 20 minutes away from the boys' game getting started. So it'll be a little bit longer than usual, but don't worry, the boys' game will be coming your way, and it should be a great matchup between the Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles. A couple quick final numbers for tonight. Like we said, 50 points from Audie Crooks. She picks up another double-double as Molly Joyce was once again dealing the ball out. She had 8 points in this evening's game and probably double-digit assists. Lost track of those, but when Crooks has 50, usually Joyce's assists will follow. For West Hancock, Mallory Lear led the way with 13, most of those coming in the fourth quarter. Golden Bears now 18-1. With the victory, they are a perfect 15-0 in conference play, having won their 55th straight top of Iowa West game. West Hancock drops to an even 500 at 10-10. They are 8-7 in the conference, and the Eagles right now in danger of their first losing season since the 2013-2014 season, as they will try to keep it above 500. Well, a couple quick notes for the girls team. Coming up next week, they will play North Iowa on Monday night, and then we'll play Dyke New Hartford on Tuesday night. You can catch both of those games right here on the Algona Radio YouTube stream. You can catch Monday's game on the radio at Home Country 98.5 FM at AM 1600. Tuesday's game against Dyke New Hartford, it'll be right here on KLGA 92.7 FM. And finally, before we kick it over to a few messages from our sponsors, we'll thank our video streaming sponsors making these broadcasts possible, including Algona State Farm Insurance agent Billy Offerman, Algona Municipal Utilities, where they are community-owned for community benefit, High Endeavors, proud supporter of Bishop Garrigan Athletics, and Chemna Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. Your final score in game number one, brought to you by the Greg Penning & Company Certified Public Accountants Scoreboard. It's Bishop Garrigan 83 and West Hancock 30. Again, we'll take a time out here from our sponsors for a few minutes, and we'll come back and get you ready for the boys' game after this on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Kasuth Regional Health Center. Make KRHC your home for healthcare.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country. Highway 18 West.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush always beats a full house.
Runkey Brothers Full Service. Experience the Runkey Brothers difference for all of your auto service and repair needs.
Erpelding and Boyd CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprise. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
All sports club members bringing you this broadcast. High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports club members.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be a part of our community for over 125 years with offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oak Crest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Frame and Auto Body, collision specialist, a total commitment to excellence.
Water Connection, from softeners to bottled water and service, call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch, there's so much to love.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Reeb's Wicked Good Bar and Grill. For wicked good food, drinks, and service, you gotta go to Reeb's.
CB Grain Solutions, satisfaction guaranteed.
New Way K&H Co-op, delivering exceptional value through knowledge and innovation.
Dump it. They do the dirty work so you don't have to.
Albert Electric. Flip the switch to Albert Electric.
Grassmasters, growing satisfied customers.
Greg Penny & Company CPA, certified public accountants, where everyone counts.
Yemlin Builders and Apartments, quality apartments for rent. Beauty and craftsmanship that will never go out of style.
Daylight Donuts, open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
All sponsors of this broadcast.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Iowa did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Brought to you by these sports club members.
Farmer State Bank is proud to be a part of our community for over 125 years with offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oak Crest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Frame and Auto Body, collision specialist, a total commitment to excellence.
Water Connection, from softeners to bottled water and service, call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch, there's so much to love.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Set for game number 2 of our high school basketball doubleheader here on Hometown Radio KLGA and the Algona Radio YouTube stream. Brought to you by Algona State Farm Insurance agent Billy Offerman, Algona Municipal Utilities, High Endeavors, and Chemna Auto Center. It's West Hancock and Bishop Garrigan tonight here in the Bishop Garrigan High School Gymnasium as the girls' game is in the books. An 83-30 Bishop Garrigan win behind 50 points by Audie Crooks, her 5th straight 40-point game. And now we turn our attention to the boys' matchup. Bishop Garrigan looking for a little dose of revenge against the West Hancock Eagles, as back in Britt earlier this season on January 6th, the Eagles beat Bishop Garrigan 71-59, one of the better played games of the season by the Eagles, who really out-physicaled the Golden Bears in that ball game. Golden Bears did not get to the free throw line a single time in that loss to West Hancock the first time around. So Beanie, they'll be looking to be more physical tonight. They'll be looking to have some improved three-point shooting, which has picked up a little bit the past few games, and the defense will have to be there as well tonight against the Eagles.
Yeah, in that first game, Garrigan made a couple really nice runs in that game, went on a couple 10-0 runs. Every time they get behind, they go on a nice run to get back in it. But the Eagles were very smart down the stretch, and with that ball handling and physical play, were able to close out the game. If Garrigan get a couple runs like that once again and just find themselves in a situation where they put a run together that the Eagles can't come back from, well, that would be a recipe. But you know, these Eagles players, they're champions. They're champions of the football field. Like, they are used to winning. They know how to win. Now, I know a lot of those football players are wrestlers, but boy, these guys have nothing but success in their years of high school here. And coming into this hostile gym, well, it's not a hostile gym, but it's a big crowd. It's a big crowd here at Garrigan. It'll be interesting to see how the players on both teams respond to this big crowd, because this may be just a high school basketball game between two teams that really aren't fighting for the top of the conference or anything. It's just a Friday night basketball game in Iowa, but I think there's going to be a lot of intensity in the gymnasium tonight.
The intensity will definitely be there as the Golden Bears right now are trying to snap a 3-game losing streak against the West Hancock Eagles, as the Golden Bears last beat West Hancock on February 5th of 2021. If you recall, that game was an insane Drew Fogarty buzzer beater, as back in the Angelo Winkle days, they were trying to find Winkle in the lane. The ball rolled out to Fogarty for the game-winning 3, so that was the last time the Golden Bears defeated West Hancock. But tonight, Golden Bears are going to have to contend with a team that can scrap on the boards. Oftentimes, you can rely on a rebounding advantage by the Golden Bears. In fact, they've only had 4 games this season when they didn't win the rebounding battle, and one of those was earlier this season against West Hancock when both teams grabbed 30 rebounds. And part of that is Rylan Barnes. I mean, 6'4", athletic, he can sail in, and he's averaging over 10 rebounds per game. So Golden Bears will need to keep him off the boards tonight and try to swing that rebounding edge back in their favor in this ball game.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of battling inside. I would not want to be wearing the black and white stripes tonight, because it's going to be a ferocious battle inside between these teams. I expect to see a lot more from Logan Nemmers this time around. Logan didn't play much against the West Hancock Eagles, but he's been getting a lot of minutes lately, and he's got some size inside. But the West Hancock Eagles, like you said, Rylan Barnes, Smith, like they play hard and they're physical and they fight for rebounding, so it's going to be a battle inside. You know, it's really funny you mentioned that the last time the Bears beat these guys was when Andrew Fogarty hit a 3-pointer at the buzzer. That was when Andrew Fogarty was about 5'10", maybe a little less, and standing around the 3-point line shooting 3-point shots. Well, now Andrew Fogarty is about 6'4", and he'll be inside doing battle for rebounds instead of shooting those 3-point shots. So there's a lot of different dynamics that are going to happen throughout this game. It really depends on the coaching game plans, how this game progresses. I know Bishop Garrigan would love to get out and run because their lineup is deeper. West Hancock doesn't go as deep, and Garrigan's very good at running the floor. Jack Grangenet can move the ball up the floor really fast. Ryan Noonan can score and transition well. But West Hancock probably will try to prevent them from running the floor. So I got to tell you, I watched that last game. I don't know what to expect from this game. I think it could go any given direction.
Yeah, two teams that are relatively evenly matched. West Hancock comes in 10-8 on the season. They are 8-6 in top West play. Bishop Garrigan an even 9-9, also 8-6 in the conference. And for the Golden Bears, you have to think about the confidence factor as well. They obviously took 2 heartbreaking losses against Garner, Hayfield, Ventura, and North Union. But finally on Tuesday night, one of these close games turned in the Golden Bear favor. They closed out a close game against Forest City, 58-55 on Tuesday night. And again, even though Forest City kind of having a rebuilding year right now in their program, it was the team that had won 4 of their last 6 coming into that game against Garrigan. So you close out a close game against a hot team on the road. You're feeling a little better about yourself coming into tonight's game. And that was one, if that game swings against you and you've then lost 3 close games in a row, all of a sudden your confidence is in the tank, regular season winding down. But now you've got a little positive momentum back on your side, and you can come home tonight into a friendly gymnasium.
You nailed it, Tyler. It's all about the confidence there and in this friendly gymnasium. But that confidence would have been shattered the other night. But they were able to close out a game against Forest City. And that's been a struggling point for the Bears. They had an opportunity the last time they played West Hancock to maybe close out the game over the last 4 minutes or so, and it didn't happen. So maybe that experience and that confidence, like you said, will play out tonight. But the West Hancock Eagles are kind of a streaky team. From what I've heard and what I've talked to, it kind of depends which Eagles team you get. They can be great on a given night, or they can have off nights. Sometimes these Friday night games have a little more added juice to the situation. And there's some players down there, Rylan Barnes being the premier one of them, that is capable of going off for some major scoring.
So we will see how it all plays out tonight. Bishop Garrigan and West Hancock coming up in about 4 minutes, as we'll take another timeout and we'll bring you tonight's basketball action. It is coming up here on Hometown Radio KLGA and the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingalls Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Kasuth Regional Health Center. Make KRHC your home for healthcare.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country. Highway 18 West.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush always beats a full house.
Ruhnke Brothers Full Service. Experience the Ruhnke Brothers difference for all of your auto service and repair needs.
Erpelding and Voigt CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprise. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
All sports club members bringing you this broadcast.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Iowa did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
It's time to meet the starting lineup for the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears.
Carter Schwab, freshman, 21.
Now over to the right to Schwab, lets the free ball go, and he got it! Carter Schwab at the buzzer, drills his first three-pointer.
Aiden Hovey, senior, number 5.
All the way to the near side to Hovey. Fakes one way, drives baseline, got past everyone and laid it in.
Ryan Noonan, senior, number 4.
Out to Noonan, he'll let the three-pointer rip, and he finds the bottom of the net. Ryan Noonan is taking over the ball game, and Bishop Garrigan's up by 10.
Jack Grangenet, senior, number 2.
Grangenet wants to attack, hangs, scoops, and scores. Crafty move by Jack Grangenet.
Andrew Fogarty, senior, number 24.
Fogarty jumps the pass. Fogarty sailing to the bucket. He got fouled. He put it down. Drew Fogarty's going beast mode, and he has 17 points. Tip-off of your game is coming up next on Hometown and Home Country Radio. That is the Bishop Garrigan starting lineup here on Hometown Radio, KLGA Algona, as we get set for game number 2 of our basketball doubleheader. The Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles tonight in Algona, Iowa. It is a frigid evening, so everyone is packed inside of this gymnasium, getting ready to take in a great evening of basketball. Well, West Hancock under head coach Jay Hiscox, they will bring out a lineup of the junior Mitchell Smith, senior Rhett Eisenman, senior Rylan Barnes, junior Evan Hinders, and senior Caden Harley. That'll be the West Hancock starting 5 for this evening. I'm Tyler Lance, my partner tonight, Beanie Bodie, as we get set for Friday evening basketball. Beanie, your biggest keys for the Golden Bears in this game?
Play with poise, play under control, keep their composure. If this game gets rough, make sure that you're the team that continues to stay the course. A lot of ups and downs in this game. Stick to the game plan, what they have in store, and stay the course this whole 4 quarters, because if they're going to win this, it's going to come down to the very end.
West Hancock has that unique combination of being a team that is both physical and shoots a lot of three-point balls. Nearly 50% of West Hancock's shot attempts this season are coming from 3 three-point range, but they still have the ability to go inside, drive to the basket, and fight for rebounds as well. So Golden Bears need to be ready for a variety of attacks. West Hancock is maybe not a team that stands out in any one category, but they're solid in a lot of different runs. So Bishop Garrigan needs to be on their toes tonight to be ready for anything.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how Bishop Garrigan defends the three-point line. You can really try to run shooters off the three-point line, but then that opens you up to drives down the middle, and they've got guys that can drive the middle in Ryland Barnes. So you got to chase those guys off the three-point line, but you have to do a great job getting back on defense and protecting the lane as well. But at the very bare minimum, we have to see good closeouts on three-point shots by the Bishop Garrigan defense.
It'll be Drew Fogarty at midcourt, as Fogarty, the senior, going up against Ryland Barnes, as Barnes also a senior for West Hancock. Golden Bears in their home white uniforms, the gold lettering and numbering. West Hancock in the road reds with the white lettering and numbering on the front and back. The Eagles win the tap, and we are underway as West Hancock heads from right to left on the radio dial. It'll be Harley passing near side to Hinders. Hinders back out to Barnes. Barnes over to the left to Smith. Smith driving in, attacks Hovey. Missed it left as Hovey held his ground, and Schwab rebounds.
Good opening frame for the Bears. They're moving quickly, working that offense.
Golden Bears #2 in the top of Iowa West in offense at 64.2 points per game. West Hancock third in defense. They're giving up just over 51.5 points per game as things start on the defensive end for the Eagles. It's a three-point ball by Schwab, and he opens it up for a triple. 3-0 Garrigan.
Carter Schwab, the freshman, was the leading scorer the last night out against Forest City. Picks up right where he left off, shoots the three-point shot, nothing but net.
Carter Schwab's past 2 games, he's 14 of 21 from the field. There's a corner pocket three, and Evan Hinders answers right back.
Well, you always see that. When teams hit a three-point shot, the other team always wants to go down and hit one to neutralize it almost immediately.
Schwab passes left to Noonan. Schwab's hit 4 of his last 9 three-pointers coming into tonight as Grand Jeanette flips it left to Noonan. Now Fogarty pops out and comes right to Grand Jeanette, sidesteps and underhands it to Hovey in the corner down to our right. Now Fogarty inside, hits the spin move, puts it off the window and missed it, but this will be a foul on West Hancock with 6:47 on the clock, as it'll be Ryland Barnes picking up his first.
A little double clutch by Fogarty. He thought he was going to make that for sure. He shakes his head in frustration. Got to stay positive out there, folks. Now, Garrigan's offense is looking very crisp. That's a good sign for the Bears. Must have had a couple good practices. Sometimes you have really good practices and then you come into the game and play poorly. But the first minute and a half here, very crisp looking Bear team.
Fogarty misses on the first foul shot. Second one is up and in. And Golden Bears grab the early 4-3 lead here in front of their home crowd. It'll be the senior Rhett Eisman bringing the ball into the front court, averaging about 9 points per game as he flips it over to the right to Harley. West Hancock starting lineup here with 3 seniors and 2 juniors. Barnes working the baseline, reverses against Hovey and missed it, and Fogarty grabs the board. Up comes Schwab, passing right to Noonan on the wing. Noonan stops the foul line and flips to Hovey. Hovey in the lane, pump fakes, and comes out to Grand Jeanette. Grand Jeanette flips it near side Noonan with 6:20 on the clock. Noonan top of the key to Schwab. Schwab will back up a couple steps as he starts the dribble and passes right to Noonan. 4-3 Bishop Garrigan. Noonan top of the key, lets it rip for threes. It pops out no good, and Barnes secures the rebound. Here comes Barnes striding to the far side of the court. Barnes across the lane. Oh, a no-look pass. He found the cutting Harley, but it's off his hands and out of bounds.
Boy, on that last possession by the Bears, you could see the defensive battle that's shaping up. Fogarty was really battling there. He skied for the rebound, but West Hancock just has the size and the power down there. It's going to be a very interesting rebounding battle the whole way.
5:53 on the clock. Fogarty flips it up ahead to Grand Jeanette, far side of the court. Now up top to Schwab. Schwab onto the right wing to Noonan, now down to Fogarty in the post. Working against Barnes, now back outside Noonan. Ball rolls off a foot, and that was off of Noonan's foot and out of bounds.
Well, I like what the Bears are doing. They're controlling that ball in the half court. They're working that offense. Fogarty got the ball inside, made a good decision. Didn't pick up a charging foul, kicked it back out. Just an errant play there off the foot of Noonan.
Quick post touch there for Fogarty as Barnes already had 1 foul. You thought maybe, well, Fogarty could possibly draw him or force him to draw a second foul, but Barnes had great positioning there on defense. Eisman flips it all the way across as he has Harley in the corner. Lets it fly, and there's a swish from 3. West Hancock is not hitting threes at a crazy high percentage. They're at about 26.8% this season as here's a steal. But like we said, they take about 25 threes per game as Barnes hits the spin move, goes off the glass, and scores it for 2.
Oh, that's just a high-quality one-on-one move there. He set it up early, finished it. Nice spin move by Barnes to the bucket.
Little full court pressure by the Eagles, and Coach Meister and the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears wants a timeout with 4:59 on the clock. A 30-second timeout. So, Beanie, last couple possessions here, West Hancock, they've gone right down and scored it.
They have, but that quick timeout just try to slow the momentum. But on the flip side, West Hancock, you know, they're shooting a 3-point shots, which are a lower percentage shot. They've hit both of them. If those shots don't go in, that's 6 points they don't have, and Garrigan's up 4-2. So, but you can't just sit around and hope that a team doesn't make their 3-point shots. You got to get out there and defend those things. Like we said before the game, didn't have good closeouts on those 2 shots. They were open, but you still have to close out, at least get a hand in the face, make it a little more difficult for that shot.
So it's West Hancock 8, Bishop Garrigan 4 off the early 2 3-pointers. And everybody who plays regular minutes for West Hancock is taking at least some percentage of threes. Rylan Barnes is their least frequent 3-point shooter, but even he is taking about 22% of his shots from 3-point range. Their most frequent 3-point shooter is Hinders. 102 out of his 108 field goal attempts have come from 3, so if Hinders has it, he's probably shooting for 3. Grangenet passes it right to Noonan. Noonan takes one dribble to the right and picks it up. Now tried to shovel it to the foul line, and here comes Barnes off the interception. Barnes runs, and he'll flush it. Rylan Barnes with a slam, and it's 10-4 West Hancock.
Oh, that was a nice dunk by Barnes. Hats off to that pretty play. He had the steal, open court dunk. Good for him for dunking it.
His eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas, and now he has another steal. Here he comes again. Schwab is back on defense this time. Barnes sidesteps, bounces it down to the baseline, and now it's back outside. Eisman with the ball. Eisman floating over Schwab, rattles it in. What a start by West Hancock on offense.
Yeah, they are flowing right now. Garrigan's got to answer with a run of their own. This happened the last game as well. Each team would get out to a lead, and the game of runs begin.
12-4 West Hancock. Golden Bears got off to a slow start against Forest City the other night as Schwab shoots a right angle 3, and he buries it. That's the response Bishop Garrigan wanted.
Boy, Carter Schwab's a competitor. He plays better when the chips are down.
The junior Mitchell Smith up top, averaging about 11.5 points per game as he hands it off to Eisman. The 5'9 senior. Dribbles right, Grangenet staying in front of him. Eisman spins back to the left as he underhands it to Barnes. Barnes stops for an elbow jumper, and he line drives it in. 14-7 West Hancock.
He's got a lot of space out there, and we're going to have a whistle blow. They're going to come over to the bench and explain what's going on.
They're warning West Hancock for a delay.
Oh, you can't hit the ball after it goes through the hoop. So you might be under there waiting for a rebound. Barnes swished it, no rebound, and you can't touch the ball. Some refs get really picky about that if you touch that ball after it goes through the hoop, calling the delay of game. Sometimes it's obvious, like they hit the ball so hard, it rolls out in the hallway. But that time the player just tapped it up against the wall. But yeah, it's good. You know, officials, let them know. We noticed that.
Drew Mahler into the ball game for Bishop Garrigan, replacing Ryan Noonan. Mahler had an interesting warm-up jersey on tonight as they're honoring the 1993 state basketball team at halftime as the ball is knocked out of bounds. And Mahler was wearing a warm-up shirt from that 1993 basketball team that I believe his father played on, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. His father, Matt Mahler, played on that 93 state tournament team. That was a heck of a year. They lost to Rafe LaFrance, who had a pro career, which you sports guys probably know, in the semifinals.
Schwab rips away the rebound, goes up with it and missed it, but he got fouled. Mahler missed the 3-pointer, but Schwab was in there scrapping, and that is number 2 on Rylan Barnes early in this game.
Yeah, Barnes is an aggressive player, a lot of confidence. If he gets in foul trouble, that really shakes up their game plan. All right, I'm wrong. They didn't lose to Rafe LaFrance in the semifinals. There used to be a consolation game. I think Garrigan lost in the semis to Pella Christian, and then lost for the 3rd place game to Rafe LaFrance, who went on to play for Kansas and dunk on everybody.
14-8. Well, Beanie, you gave us an English lesson earlier. Now you're a history teacher. Where's the science lesson? Where's your specialty at right now?
Well, I can talk about the way that ball bounced around on the rim as Schwab knocks in the free throw. But seeing all these faces from 1993, really bringing back some old surreal high school memories, seeing those guys in the stands over there.
Down to 3 minutes to go in quarter number 1. Barnes penetrating, attacks into the body of Fogarty, missed it left. Hovey taps the rebound. He bumped into Schwab, but Hovey picks the ball back up. And now here comes Schwab. Schwab is on a roll right now, scoring 15+ in 3 of his last 4 games. Mahler on the right wing. Mahler spins, bounces it out to Fogarty, now down into the right corner to Mahler. Pump fakes and works the baseline. Got by his defender. Barnes came to help, and a travel on Mahler.
Oh, I thought they were going to call a 3rd foul on Barnes, a block there, which it wasn't. But I thought, oh my gosh, if they call a 3rd foul, that would be just a nightmare for the Eagles and a benefit for the Bears. Fogarty's given a chance to tie his shoe. Okay, so the Bears, it's only 14-9. They weathered a pretty good storm there by the Eagles. You know, if they can get a stop here and get a bucket, they really have prevented any sort of separation by the Eagles right off the bat.
Logan Nemers right now into the ball game for Bishop Garrigan as Aiden Hovey sits on the bench. 2:28 on the clock, 14-9 in favor of West Hancock. And like you said, Golden Bears surviving the early momentum. Eisman hands it off to Smith. Smith looking inside, nobody in the lane right now. Smith passing it left to Barnes, 2:17 on the clock. Nemers is out there in defense. Barnes hits the spin move. He lost Nemers, goes up with it, and he puts it in with a soft touch.
Well, Barnes has impressive sticky feet. He's got very sticky feet. He hugs that floor with those sneakers and uses that footwork to let the crowd clear.
A 30-second timeout called by West Hancock, but that was a pretty move by Barnes. And Nemers doing his best there in defense, but he got turned around and had his back to Barnes at one point, and then just a soft touch on the jumper in the lane. Right now, 16-9 West Hancock.
And that's what we were worried in that possession. Garrigan did a great job running people off the three-point line. Weren't going to let those guys get three-point shots off, but then you open up the middle of the lane for Barnes. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch for West Hancock. Get the three-point shot. If you're not, you've got this great player Barnes in the middle who can create a lot of offense. Well, you know, if you are a Garrigan alumni or so, or just watched a lot, this Barnes guy reminds me a lot of Torrey Wingert, who was in the house tonight. He was on that 93 state tournament team. Very similar player, likes to play in that lane, comfortable around the free throw line, can do a lot of footwork and get off all kinds of jump shots.
Yeah, we're giving you a lot of Bear facts early in this game about the 1993 state team as Fogarty bangs inside and a jump ball is called. Fogarty got tied up as the possession arrow is towards Garrigan right now.
Wow, that was a heck of a play by number 40, Ian Connor. I thought that was going to be easy too for Fogarty, but he got a hand up there and tied it up.
Yeah, Ian Connor, the senior, into the ballgame for the first time this evening as Nemers has it, comes top of the key to Mahler with 1:55 on the clock. Now it's Grand Jeanette on the perimeter. Left to Schwab, feeling it for free, hitting it again! 11 points by Carter Schwab. He has 11 of the Garrigan 12, and it's 16-12 West Hancock.
Well, the freshman is instant offense tonight, keeping the Bears in this game tight.
Schwab has found his groove, and now he steals it. Here comes Carter Schwab on the picked pocket. Sailing to the bucket, put it in! Mitchell Smith was chasing that down, trying to stuff it off the glass, but Schwab was unbothered.
And now he's got 13 of the 14 Bear points. This freshman has come to play against the Hancock Eagles.
And he has really taken on a big role since moving into that starting lineup. He was coming off the bench earlier this season. And right now he has 13. There's a miss by Smith off the back of the cup, and Fogarty has the rebound. And now the momentum squarely pointing at the Golden Bears. Mahler finding Nemers in the post. Takes one dribble, powers it up, missed. Follows his own miss and put it in. And we are tied at 16.
There we go. Nemers has the size to tangle without Barnes in the game. He's on the bench. Nemers has a free lane.
Eisman at the foul line, turns around. Grand Jeanette trying to stay in front, and he turns Eisman back out. Hinders to the right around the perimeter as Smith has it with 48 seconds on the game clock, 21 on the shot clock, and now back up top to reset. Eisman drifts towards the right. Popping open left is Hinders, now bounce it to Smith. It's off of Smith's hands and out of bounds. An unforced error by West Hancock.
Smith just couldn't reel that in. Smith plays everywhere for the Hancock Eagles. Yeah, smart, versatile young player. He can play in the lane. He was out on the three-point line right there. Handles the ball well. Yeah, he's going to be looked to a lot here with Barnes on the bench to anchor the middle of that lane. And take one look at Smith and you realize why they can play some football over there. He looks, I would not want to be tackled by that linebacker, Tyler.
I would neither. Smith, a key part of the West Hancock football team that's made a couple state championship appearances as of late. Hovey in the lane, turns around, shovels it into Nemers. Nemers missed it off the window, follows and scores. 18-16 Bishop Garrigan.
Nemers looking like Audie Crooks, missing it, getting his own rebound, putting it right back up for two.
4 quick points by Logan Nemers. Now shot clock is off, 14 on the game clock. Smith. Hovey comes out to defend him as Smith goes towards the right. He'll hand it off to Harley with 8 seconds. Harley over to the left to Eisman. Now 6 seconds. Eisman at the elbow. Bounces it left to Jackson Johnson. Down into the corner to Harley. 1 second. And West Hancock will get that shot off, and it is high off the glass. No good at the end of quarter number 1. Well, Bishop Garrigan roars back from an early deficit. Golden Bears grab an 18-16 lead at home heading into quarter number 2 on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingalls Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
Start of the second quarter on Hometown Radio KLGA's. Bishop Garrigan's up 18-16 over West Hancock. Beanie, what's been the key to this Golden Bear run?
Well, Carter Schwab. Carter Schwab's got 13 of their 18 points. Without him hitting those three-point shots and making the great plays, the freshman is making a hell happen on senior night.
Carter Schwab has been averaging about 9 points per game this season, but coming off a big game against Forest City, there's a foul inside on the Golden Bears with 7:47 on the clock.
Well, this is a smart move by West Hancock right out of that quarter break. They put Ryland Barnes out on the perimeter, let Mitchell Smith do the dirty work down low, and he quickly gets himself to the free throw line.
Smith and Barnes both check in at 6'4" in height as Smith drains the foul shot. Smith is a 65% foul shooter, and that'll make it 18-17.
And West Hancock is not going to challenge the rebounding. Either they're so confident that Smith is going to drain the free throw, which he does, or they know they don't want to let Bishop Garrigan get out and run the floor.
Seems like we've seen that a lot more lately with teams dropping back against Garrigan. Now, Forest City did that a little bit, but that was mostly at the end of the game as Nemers passes to the foul line Mahler, and Mahler was fouled. Mahler was trying to pass it to Hovey inside, and West Hancock will pick up their 3rd foul of the evening, and that'll be on Jackson Johnson.
West Hancock going to their bench a little bit here, trying to work some bodies in, stay fresh.
Or I beg your pardon, Jackson Peterson, number 1. Jackson Johnson is number 21 for West Hancock as of 7:37 on the clock. It is Mahler up top, guarded by Peterson, passing it to Grangenet. Grangenet up by half court. 7.5 minutes on the clock in quarter number 2 as we're all locked up at 18. Grangenet looking inside, pumping a couple of times and flipping it left to Schwab. Eyed the bucket. Thought about a heat check there, but they'll continue to work it around the perimeter. Down in the corner to Hovey, who pumps once. Hovey looking, finding the cutting Schwab off the fingertips. Schwab collects it and shovels it back into Grangenet, and then a travel on Grangenet.
You know, Schwab is not just shooting well tonight, he's playing really well off the ball. He did a nice cut to the basket on the back door, almost got a good look. Certainly he's not playing like a freshman. He's grown a lot throughout the season. Look out there, you can't tell he's a freshman.
Eagles have the basketball right now of 7:02 on the clock. West Hancock averaging about 53 points per game this season, number 5 in the conference. They've only had 2 games where they've exceeded 60 points this season, and one of those is the earlier game against Bishop Garrigan, their season high of 71, as Barnes turns for a jumper, missed it long. The rebound is spiked down into the lane. Schwab trying to chase down, and he has it. Here comes Schwab drifting towards the far side of the court. He'll let his teammates catch up. Barnes jumping in his face as Schwab pivots away and gets it to Mahler. Mahler will travel as he tried to throw it down inside to Hovey.
Smith rolled his ankle or something, but he is going to have to come out. He is hurting. He's going to go try to walk it off. I think he's a defensive end, actually, and I'm sure he's going to go out in the hallway and keep walking. That young man knows, if I want to keep playing, don't sit down and let it get stiff, or it's going to be hard to come back in. So that is really going to disrupt the West Hancock power game, as Smith has got some power inside.
Gunnar Faust, the 6'4" sophomore, comes in for West Hancock. He wears number 15 and has the ball right now. Also in Jackson Johnson, and Hinders back in for West Hancock as well. Eisman across the foul line, left of the lane, threads it down to the baseline to Johnson. It is knocked away, and with 16 seconds on the shot clock, West Hancock will keep it.
You know, impressed with Eisman over the years. Great improvement by this guy. You know, we see them twice every year, and he's just gotten steadily better. Now, he's been guarding Carter Schwab because they're trying to shut him down. Did not expect to have to shut down that freshman.
Barnes getting it to Eisman. Eisman to the foul line. Lets Schwab fly by. Rises for the jumper. It hopscotches on the rim, and it's secured by Hovey on the rebound. Up to Noonan. Corner to Mahler. Now back to Noonan with 6:01 on the clock. And up top to Schwab. 18-18 tie. Bishop Garrigan and West Hancock as Noonan lobs into a posting up Nemmers. Knocked away but from behind by Faust. It's out of bounds and it will go back to West Hancock.
I like that idea by the Bears, though. Try to get that ball into Nemmers. Smith is on the bench. That means Barnes is going to have to try to stop the much bigger Nemmers and could pick up that third foul on Barnes. Good idea, but didn't convert.
Eagles have the basketball right now as Barnes has Hovey creeping out to guard him. Barnes passing it into the left corner to Faust. With 5:39 on the clock, Faust takes 2 dribbles to the right. Garrigan daring him to shoot as he'll pass it to the left. Johnson comes up top to Barnes. Make that Eisman. Now to the right, it goes to Faust. Faust is 10 on the shot clock. Faust floating it, missing it left. It is heading out of bounds and back to Bishop Garrigan.
Faust missed that shot wide left. Now I can see why they were daring him to shoot. Clearly not a three-point shooter. He passed up 2 open three-point shots, and he's going to get subbed right out there as Coach Hiscox tries to find the right combination here while Smith is nursing an ankle out in the hallway.
Barnes back to the bench as well as coming in the senior Caden Harley and the senior Eden Connor for West Hancock. Cold couple minutes for offense to start the second quarter as we are tied up at 18. Bishop Garrigan looking for their first points of the frame. Corner pocket 3, Schwab, and he rattles it in. Carter Schwab cannot miss.
Wow, he has got the Bears on top 21-18. If anything, we've said about Schwab at the beginning of the season that his shooting wasn't so great. I guess he's turned that around.
16 points by Schwab. Right wing 3, Connor, and it's short. Noonan grabs the rebound along the baseline. Far side of the court. Now here comes Schwab with 4:51 on the clock. All the way to the near side to Mahler. Pump fakes, and now passes left to Noonan. Top of the key triple. Off the back of the cup, but it bounces in. All right, Noonan got 3 hops on the rim, and the friendly bounce makes it 24-18. And a timeout by West Hancock with 4:39 on the clock. Bishop Garrigan hits back-to-back 3-pointers, and they all of a sudden have a 6-point lead here on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these sports club members.
American Glass, for all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Jason Brace, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires, they're all you need to know about tires and service.
Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, where community connects.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and the surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
All proud sponsors of this broadcast.
Bishop Garrigan has grabbed momentum in the second quarter. They've hit back-to-back threes and lead West Hancock 24-18. Carter Schwab is going crazy right now as he has 16 points for the Golden Bears. Well, coming out of the timeout, West Hancock will try to grab this momentum back. Right now, 4:39 on the clock, and the Eagles have the basketball. Eisman bringing it into the front court. Eisman heading towards the right as he hands it off to Barnes. Barnes top of the key. Now Eisman. Eisman wants to drive. Eisman bouncing it down to the baseline. Faust putting it up and in. Off the great find by Eisman.
Well, during that timeout, they must have told Faust, the 6'4", to take that ball to the hoop and have some confidence because he looked very nervous his first time out on the floor. Now he's looking comfortable.
Mahler passing left to Noonan. Noonan wanting to drive in. He'll pump fake. He'll flip it all the way to the near side to Mahler. Quick touch pass to Schwab as we tick down towards 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Noonan down into the post to Mahler. Fades back for a jumper, and he rattles it in.
Drew Mahler very comfortable in that lane. He's got a lot of moves he can use once he gets in that paint.
Now Eisman far side of the court, bounces it up top as he finds Hinders. And Hinders passing it left. It's off the fingertip of Faust and out of bounds. And another turnover by West Hancock, who has at times struggled to get their shots off in this second quarter. Now Schwab, running point for Bishop Garrigan. It is Schwab, Mahler, Hovey, Fogarty, and Noonan on the floor right now with 3:41 on the clock and a 6-point Bishop Garrigan advantage. Packed house here in the Golden Bear Gymnasium as Noonan has it on the right wing. Noonan being shadowed right now by Harley. Bullets it over to Hovey, now left to Mahler. Mahler on the perimeter, stops and passes to Hovey. Back to the bucket, now flipping it into the corner to Fogarty. Hovey cutting, catching inside, and he's pushed from behind by Faust. Foul number 4 on West Hancock.
Yeah, very few fouls in the game so far. Only 5 total fouls in the game, which I predicted was going to be really physical and that the refs were going to have to blow that whistle constantly to keep everything under control. But players keeping it clean and just playing hard and sharp. Now Smith is back in the game.
West Hancock has both Smith and Barnes on the floor right now as the ball is thrown towards the backcourt. Eisman trying to hustle down and peel it away from Noonan, but Noonan got it. Flips it up ahead to Schwab, and the Golden Bears narrowly dodge a turnover. Noonan top of the key, catches, fires, missed the three right, and it's out of bounds back to the Eagles.
Well, I was almost going to think that was over and back, but I guess no one had possession of it when it went to the other side. But Eisman almost got on there and snuck it out there. Good thing Newman got a handle on that ball to prevent a run-out layup.
So Eisman brings it into the front court. The senior drifting left. Schwab has him on defense, and he'll bounce it over to the right to Caden Harley, a fellow senior. Harley averaging 7 points a game, trying to bounce it into Barnes. Knocked away briefly by Hovey as Barnes now has it in the corner. Barnes to the lane, back out to Smith. Catch and fire three, missed it long. Rebound is loose, and there's a foul. A foul on the rebound, and that one will go against the Eagles.
Yeah, they number 4 there.
Caden Harley.
Caden Harley put his hands up to say, what was that? And anytime you do that, you just guarantee that the refs are going to remember you for next time.
So 2:49 left. Bishop Garrigan seeing a little bit of full court pressure here from West Hancock, looking to set up a 2-2-1 against the Golden Bears. Up ahead to Mahler, off his hands, and there's a turnover. Coming up for the ball is number 10, Evan Hinders. Now Barnes dumps it down low. Off the window and scoring is Harley. Nice find by Ryland Barnes.
Well, the foul trouble definitely slowed up Ryland Barnes. But now they're going to have to make sure that young, good player doesn't gain momentum. It's a difficult thing for the Bears to do, and now they're just trying to break the press.
26-22, Bishop Garrigan leading West Hancock. Hovey almost lost it in the lane as he comes out to Noonan. Sidearms to Fogarty, pump fakes, extra pass to Schwab. Whistle away from the play, and there's a 3-second violation called against the Golden Bears.
Yeah, I think that was Hovey and Moeller both were in there for a while, just kind of watching that ball ping-pong back and forth. You know, Hovey had a great game the other night, hit some huge free throws to ice Forest City. He's playing hard tonight, but he's going to choose his moment here against West Hancock. I think we're going to hear from him later.
Barnes of 2 minutes on the clock, handing it off to Eisman as Schwab stays there in defense. A bounce pass left to Smith. Smith with 18 on the shot clock, finds a spot at the foul line. Fogarty turns it back out to Barnes. To the right around the perimeter, tried to spin left. Ball got knocked away by Hovey. Barnes got it back. Hovey tips the pass and Noonan takes it. Aiden Hovey playing good defense on Barnes on that possession. And now here's Schwab.
And there it is, Aiden Hovey playing that defense on Ryland Barnes. That is how he is contributing tonight.
Hovey just to the right of center. Guarded by Hinders, finding the cutting Fogarty in the lane, trying to power it up. Shot missed, got his rebound, puts it up, he put it in, and a foul. 28-22 Bishop Garrigan, and a three-point play opportunity for Drew Fogarty.
That is a foul on Harley on the arm of Fogarty. Fogarty once again missing initially, but battles to get that rebound. Offensive rebounds are so huge in high school basketball. You get into other upper levels, they don't happen as much, but in high school you have so many people that are used to watching the ball. If you are an offensive player, you have got a good chance of getting your own rebound while everyone else is just watching.
Fogarty missing on the foul shot. He's been about 50% from the line this season as right now Bishop Garrigan leads 28-22. Eisman flipping it into the far corner to Barnes, pumps, works the baseline, and he was fouled on the play as Fogarty had the push there. That is foul number 2 against the Golden Bears.
A little bit of a tippy toe on the sideline. Bit of a Bronx cheer from the West Hancock side on this side. I think they've been watching Aiden Hovey body up Ryland Barnes for this whole quarter. And we're waiting for someone to call a foul there.
And it is out of bounds. They threw it into Hinders, but he could not contain it along the far side, and that's a turnover by the Eagles.
A little frustration on all of the West Hancock teams. You get a turnover like that, it just frustrates everybody. And rather than coming together, they are all frustrated on their own little island there. So that could play out later in the game.
Well, you'd like to see Bishop Garrigan playing physical tonight as Golden Bears shot 0 free throw attempts in that loss to West Hancock. And now here's a foul on the Eagles as Graham Jeanette will draw that foul, and he'll shoot the 1-and-1 here with 1:08 on the clock.
And that foul's on Eisman. Well, just when I say there's not been very many fouls, the fouls are rolling this last minute of the game. 9 total fouls in the game now, 7 on the Eagles, 2 on the Bears.
Jackson Peterson coming in for West Hancock as Harley heads to the bench. And Golden Bears are going to bring Justin Bauer in for Carter Schwab as Schwab heads down to the bench of 16 points. 28-22 is Jack Ranjanette, an 84% free throw shooter, is set to shoot 1-and-1 here. First one on the way, and Grangenet drills it, 29-22.
He just keeps improving that percentage. If Jack Grangenet can keep getting to that line, you know, that's what helps Bishop Garrigan. If they can get a lead, they're pretty good at holding leads if they can get Grangenet, Hovey, and some of their good free throw shooters to the line.
Grand Jeanette had 15 points last time these teams matched up as he drained the foul shot. Ryan Noonan was the leading scorer in that game as he had 22 in that earlier season loss against West Hancock. And the Golden Bears up by 8 right now, trying to keep the momentum before halftime. Eisman guarded by Bauer, driving in, floating, banging it off the glass and missing it, but a whistle on the foul. That one will be picked up by Logan Nemmers, and that'll be his first.
Yeah, and Nemmers anchoring the lane down there. Eisman was determined to get that thing to the hoop. I think that senior felt like, hey, we're kind of in a lull here. We need to score some points in this last minute before the quarter, and he was not going to be denied.
So heading to the foul line is Eisman. Just under 66% from the charity stripe this season. As first one is on the way, and that is up and good, 30-23.
Well, Tyler, the Bears have 30 points. They're on pace for 60, maybe more. And how many times has West Hancock scored over 60?
They've only done it twice, once against Belmont Clemmy and then once against Garrigan earlier this season.
Well, let's hope the Bears can keep that point total going.
Or check that, they've done it 3 times. They did it both times against Belmont Clemmy and then earlier against the Golden Bears. But the point stands as the Golden Bears, if they can get up to 60, they give themselves a good shot of winning this ball game. As there's 50 seconds left in the first half. Noonan looking and passing to Grand Jeanette. Now over to the right wing to Schwab. Schwab has Peterson guarding him on the perimeter. Now Fogarty inside Nemmers. Tried to sidearm it to Noonan, and there's the travel. They had Nemmers in a sandwich that time, and he turns it over.
Yeah, good body up by Harley. Good interior defense there. Nemmers felt it. He was ready to get an assist, but shuffled his feet. If he locks that pivot foot down, Bears have 2 points right now, and that'll come.
Right now, a 5-second difference between game clock and shot clock. We're down to 36 on the game clock. Eisman bursting into the front court, and he'll draw a foul on Justin Bauer. Now, the Golden Bears only pick up their 4th team foul, so not in any sort of foul trouble in this situation.
Right, so they could keep fouling at least 2 more times if they want to slow down the West Hancock Eagles and just keep making them take the ball out of bounds.
Bauer guarding the inbounds pass as the Eagles get it into Barnes. Shot clock now off, 31 on the game clock. Barnes sidestepping, setting himself for 3, missed it off the back of the cup. It is popped out, and it's taken by Smith. Offensive rebound for West Hancock, and now 20 seconds on the game clock. Smith has it far side of the court. Nemmers giving him space, now up top to Eisman of 15. Eisman back near half court as Bauer comes out to put a little pressure on. Eisman heads right with 10. Eisman to the baseline, bounces it back outside, bobbled by Hinders of 7 seconds, finding Smith. Smith trying to shake loose. Now Barnes with 4 seconds. Barnes crashing inside, and he drew the foul with 2.5 seconds left in the half.
Oh yeah, Barnes he was running out of time. He knew he had to get to the bucket. He hit a seam really well, and kind of went in there a little helter-skelter, but gets to the free throw line. Bit of a call there by the official. Boy, now we're up to 5 fouls for Bishop Garrigan, 7 for West Hancock, and just like that, we got fouls on the board.
Rylan Barnes is at the charity stripe. Barnes has recorded 11 double-doubles this season, including one earlier this year against Garrigan of 19 points and 10 rebounds as he bangs in the first foul shot. 5-point ball game right now. Garrigan up 30-25 as Barnes, the number 6 scorer in the top of Iowa West, sets up for a second foul shot. On the way, and he got it. 30-26, down to a 4-point Garrigan lead, and now 2.5 seconds left. Fogarty looking to throw a football pass. Gets it into Noonan at half court of 2 seconds. Noonan fires it up, and it's a little bit short at the buzzer, and that will bring us into halftime. Well, an entertaining first half between the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles. It's the Golden Bears 30 and the Eagles 26 here on Hometown Radio KLGA and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
More Sports Club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Kasuth Regional Health Center. Make KRHC your home for healthcare.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country. Highway 18 West.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush always beats a full house.
Runkey Brothers Full Service. Experience the Runkey Brothers difference for all of your auto service and repair needs.
Erpelding and Boyd CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprise. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
All Sports Club members bringing you this broadcast.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Iowa did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
It is halftime right now between the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles, as right now it's the Golden Bears on top by a score of 30-26. Before we recap the boys' first half, we'll talk about the girls' game as senior Audie Crooks has joined me here at halftime. Audie, first of all, thank you for stopping by, and congratulations, a new school record of 50 points in a single game as you broke your own mark from earlier this season. How does it feel to have a big 50 next to your name?
Oh my gosh, it's literally insane, and I didn't even realize that I was anywhere close to that until, we started the fourth quarter and looked up at the board and I was like, holy cow, and I wasn't sure if we were going to get pulled out, like we have been doing. We've been letting the subs come in early and get some good reps, but he kept me in, and they were doing a really good job. My teammates were doing a really good job feeding me the ball tonight, so I'm thankful and grateful for them so that I was able to make that happen.
And Audie, you've come close to the 50-point mark a few times this season, and like you said, there have been some situations where the game's gotten out of hands and it was time for the bench to come in. And I know you're all about the team accomplishments, but did this individual accomplishment cross your mind at any point earlier in the season when you were close and didn't quite get there?
No, see, like the next day at school after I would have, 40 points, they'd say, oh, 50 piece. I'm like, yeah, okay, In my mind, I was never going out that night thinking, yes, 50 points, and I didn't do that tonight either, but things just really worked in my favor, and it feels good. Don't get me wrong, it feels good to have that accomplishment, but like I said, there's no 50 without, the other girls here on the bench and the other girls feeding me the ball.
And Audie, at what point during tonight's game did it start to dawn on you that this was a possibility?
Like I said, kind of that fourth quarter, I really wasn't paying too much attention to my own individual accolades. I knew I started getting going in the second quarter. I started really getting going, so then I started trying to distribute the ball more and make sure that my teammates got involved. I really wasn't looking out for myself, but they were looking out for me tonight, and it was going in, so they just kept feeding it in, and so during the fourth quarter, I was like, you know what? Let's get this.
100%. And Audie, you've talked about it all the time, just how good your teammates are at feeding you the ball. And of course, that includes Molly Joyce, but really the rest of the team as well. Just a lot of good passers around you. How do you develop that chemistry over the course of a season?
Molly and I have played for a long time, many, many years now through AAU and school ball. And, players like Abby and Zoe, we've had a couple years together. We practice that sort of thing. People don't come in to high school with that ability to pass into the paint. So we practice, and we have really good relationships off the court, and I think that really translates well onto the floor as well. And that just really helps drive that connection from the guard to the post.
And Audie, I'm going to do what these radio guys all love to do, and I'm going to look ahead to next week as you have one more conference game left against North Iowa on Monday, a big game against defending 2A champion Dyke New Hartford on Tuesday night. I know you like to take it one game at a time, but there's the possibility of just having that game Tuesday night against Dyke New Hartford, a really good team of your caliber as well, excite the team and really energize them here.
Well, absolutely, and we've had some good conference battles, but we're really looking forward to kind of getting out of our comfort zone, and we know that Dyke's a good team. They returned some good players, and we're looking forward to a challenge, and we love to be tested, right before postseason, getting into tournament time, expose some of our weaknesses, and, then we'll see what we really need to clean up. Super excited for that game, really pumped, and we're going to be practicing hard, getting ready for it.
All right, Audie, as we wrap up here for tonight, last season you also played Dyke New Hartford right before the playoffs. Obviously, both teams went on to win the state championship in their respective classes, so can you just speak a little bit on how a game like that really helps the team dial in for the playoffs?
Absolutely. Defensively, Dyke brings a little bit more height, and that helps them offensively as well. And for us, our guards aren't as lengthy as theirs, so we got to make crisper passes. We got to make sure we're really talking on defense, on screens, and just really be solid all around. You know, when you play a good team, there's no room for errors, there's no room for holes. And so, you know, maybe go into a conference game that's not as challenging to one of those. That's going to expose our weaknesses, expose what we need to work on defensively. You know, guarding up in man, we've really been working on man, and we've thrown in a little bit of zone here, but one-on-one, just being able to guard on the perimeter and communicate in the post off ball screens, that's really going to help us get ready and get tuned up for postseason.
Well, Audie, was another sensational performance tonight. Congratulations on the school record, and thank you for stopping by.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Tyler.
That is Audie Crooks, Bishop Garrigan senior, here at halftime, as we'll take a timeout. About 4 minutes to go until the second half of the boys' game here on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
More sports club members making these broadcasts possible on Hometown Home Country Radio.
Kasuth Regional Health Center. Make KRHC your home for healthcare.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country. Highway 18 West.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush always beats a full house.
Runkey Brothers Full Service. Experience the Runkey Brothers difference for all of your auto service and repair needs.
Erpelding and Boyd CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprise. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
All sports club members bringing you this broadcast.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Halftime at Bishop Garrigan High School as the Golden Bears lead the West Hancock Eagles 30-26 in the boys' game. A big thank you once again to Audie Crooks for stopping by and recapping the girls' game as Audie Crooks sets the school record of 50 points in a single game. And I'll tell you what, Beanie, these girls, they're each other's biggest cheerleaders. At halftime, they were honoring Molly Joyce for setting the all-time school assist record and the single-game school assist record. And I think the loudest cheer in the whole gym came from Audie Crooks. So you like to see that support, and even just Audie's own comments during that interview just really show the support among the team.
Yeah, when they announced Molly Joyce and the assist record, Audie started clapping so hard she about knocked me over, knocked me right out of the broadcast booth here. Yeah, she's, of course, like she said, they've been playing together for a long time, and they both feed off each other so well. And you know what? Tyler, you're too young. You don't have kids yet, and you don't know what it's like, the dynamics between kids and their friends. Things go up and down. It's a testament those two girls have stayed together for so long.
No doubt about it. We've actually got Coach Schwab stopping by here at halftime right now for a couple quick thoughts. Coach, first of all, historic night for Audie Crooks. Yeah. 50-point game. How do you put this game in perspective?
You know, we just did a good job of giving what the defense gave us. And, you know, when Audie's getting seals and that, we're getting ball reversal like we did tonight, we can get the ball to her against the zone. We see a zone every single night of the week. So, you know, as soon as we get quick ball reversal and stuff, we're able to get Audie the ball and on the backside, and that's what happened tonight.
And, Coach, we were talking a moment ago just about how the girls tend to be each other's own biggest cheerleaders. Yeah. How have they developed chemistry throughout the course of the season of a lot of new young players coming into the rotation?
Without a doubt. You know, I mean, our players are, we have a lot of good teammates on this team that trust each other. And, you know, when Audie has that night, everyone's as happy for Audie as her. So, I mean, it's a total team effort. You know, like Audie said in the locker room, you know, I don't get those buckets without you guys just looking for me and trusting me I'm going to make it. And our guards are really good of knowing where she's at.
Well, Coach, congratulations on the win tonight, and thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
That is Bishop Garrigan head coach Brandon Schwab here at halftime with a couple quick thoughts on Audie Crooks and the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears. And we are now about 30 seconds away from the start of the second half. West Hancock trailing Bishop Garrigan 30-26 in this ball game. Right now, Carter Schwab leading the way with 16 points for the Golden Bears on the West Hancock side of things. No one up in double digits yet as of this point, or actually, I take that back. One player is in double digits, and that is Rylan Barnes for West Hancock. He got right up to that 10-point mark, so he's the leading scorer at this time for West Hancock. So Halftime is wrapping up. Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles getting set to start the second half. As Beanie here in the second half, Golden Bears will try to keep that momentum going. Had a big first half from Carter Schwab, and they'll try to stay on the gas here in half number 2.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's going to come down to the end of that fourth quarter. Both teams are going to be fighting here. Ooh, Hancock comes out with a bit of a press.
And Grand Jeanette goes spilling to the deck, but also a foul on West Hancock 5 seconds into the third quarter, and that one is going to go against Faust.
Well, you come out of a timeout. I'm sorry, you come out of a halftime. You know Garrigan's got to play. They've got all set up. They want to execute, get a bucket. And West Hancock puts the trap on right away to try to disrupt that.
Golden Bears' first possession of the second half as they head from right to left on the radio dial. Schwab trying to step through trouble as he passes it right to Grand Jeanette. Grand Jeanette down to the post to Fogarty, getting in position, missed it short. Barnes stayed vertical as Schwab gets loose ball. Schwab fading for the jumper, missed it left. Hovey had his mitts on it, and it is out of bounds. Last touched by West Hancock.
Good battle on the boards by Hovey. Fogarty, Barnes is going up against Fogarty inside, and Fogarty is so good at maneuvering his body. I think there's going to be another foul on Barnes pretty quick here.
Hovey shovels it into play. He was trying to navigate the baseline, but threw it right to Barnes. Barnes on the push, deals it to Faust. Faust at the window, and he swirls it in. 2-point ball game off the assist by Rylan Barnes.
The Eagles showing that they can run the floor pretty well, too, as Jack Grand Jeanette has the ball, and they're extending their defense all the way out to half court. The Eagles are going to try to put pressure on Schwab and the other guards.
Golden Bears will have to take care of the basketball. Schwab finds Noonan. Now down into the post, Hovey. Center of the lane. It rolls off the cup, and Eisman has the loose ball. Eisman up the court quickly. Knocked away by Hovey out of bounds as he denied the ball from Harley.
Well, after West Hancock doesn't really want to get out and run the ball the first half, they're clearly coming out here in the second half and trying to push the tempo of this game, trying to turn the Garrigan defense over up top and get out and run.
West Hancock basketball. Eisman lobbing it into Barnes. Barnes floats it up and missed it. Got his own miss. Lays it up. And he missed it again right at point-blank range. And now Grand Jeanette has it. They tried to alley-oop it to him initially as Grand Jeanette drives in. And he took hard contact and a foul. And Barnes is clutching his hands. That is not on him, though. That is on Faust. Or excuse me, on Harley, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Barnes is just frustrated that he missed that layup down there on the other end and then the putback. But here we've got the excellent free throw shooting. Jack Grand Jeanette going to the line to extend his 80% shooting streak.
So Jack Grand Jeanette right now with 2 points for the Golden Bears, both of them coming at the charity stripe earlier tonight. As he missed on the first one, a rare miss by Grand Jeanette, and will stay at a 2-point game. Faust heading to the bench, and Hinders coming in.
That's my fault. I just mentioned how good he's been shooting free throws. That's the broadcaster's jinx. It's removed now.
We'll see how Grand Jeanette does on the second shot here if the curse lifted. 2-point Garrigan advantage right now as he got the second one. See, that's all it took.
There we go. I don't know why I ever said that. You can never say someone's shooting good free throws. They always miss their next one.
Smith underhands it to Barnes. Barnes spins and then comes back to the right. Has Eisman, now back to Barnes. Near the top of the key, passing left to Smith. Smith penetrating into the lane, stopping his dribble. He'll shoot the jumper and he'll knock it down.
Well, he really stuck that pivot foot well. You see Smith and Barnes both have good footwork inside. Can really stick those pivot feet. Now the Garrigan offense is going to work that perimeter. Not as much pressure now by West Hancock.
1-point game, 31-30, and now a 3-point game as Fogarty got loose inside for 2.
Nice look by Hovey. Senior to senior, Hovey to Fogarty, making an easy deuce.
Senior to senior on senior night here at the Garrigan Gym. Left angle three, Smith, and there's a swish. We are tied up at 33.
You know, after the first 2 3-point shots that West Hancock had in the first quarter, Garrigan did a great job of preventing any easy open threes until that one right there by Smith.
Everyone can step out for West Hancock as Hovey has it in the post. Hovey pumping, Hovey putting it up and putting it down. 35-33 Garrigan.
He sticks his pivot foot, does some good up, and ooh, another 3 by Smith.
Smith shoots another 3, and it rattles and drops in. 1-point West Hancock lead as Smith is heating it up.
I did not see that coming. Smith just buries 2, puts the 3 fingers up like he's been doing it forever.
Grand Jeanette up top, sidearms it over to Hovey with 5:32 in the clock. Pump fakes left. Oh, Schwab back cuts and he weighs it in. Great find by Hovey and the finish by Schwab.
Aiden Hovey playing the part of Molly Joyce. 2 assists in the last minute.
Schwab now with 18 points. Barnes, center of the paint, they swarm him. He'll fade away, passing it into the corner for an open Harley, and his three ball rattles in. West Hancock getting a friendly rubber ram on the right side of the gymnasium.
Well, the Eagles are hitting the three-pointers in the second half so far, and the Bears are finding open looks. This game has gotten real fun.
Harley is one of West Hancock's better three-point shooters at 35% this season. Now it's Noonan left of the lane. Noonan rising for a jumper, and he sticks it.
Offensive output of both these teams, both at 39 points, 39 to 39. I think we're both going over 60 tonight.
Now a near corner triple. Harley again left this one short, and Noonan skies for the rebound. Now Grandjeanette with a little pace. Grandjeanette charging in, hanging, and he missed it off the glass. Grandjeanette was trying to draw a foul. Schwab collects the basketball, and now a foul will go against Harley.
Oh, he's got going to be his fourth foul. And boy, the West Hancock crowd does not like that, and I don't blame them. Boy, West Hancock, after Jack Grandjeanette missed that shot, 4 Eagles tried to corral it, and they knocked it right in the hands of Schwab, the hottest shooter on the floor tonight. And he's taking the ball out of bounds.
Into Fogarty in the near corner, down to our left, and now it's Noonan. Back to Schwab. Schwab letting it fly, and he hits another three-pointer. Keep shooting at Carter Schwab, and Bishop Garrigan's up by 3.
Wow.
Now Barnes jumping into the lane, getting to the cup, drawing the foul from Hovey. Aggressive move by Rylan Barnes, and he'll shoot 2 free throws.
Yeah, Hovey's doing everything he can, playing great defense. But Barnes, 6'4", got a body. He can get to the hoop when he wants. Nice effort by both those 2 young men out there on that sequence. But wow, talk about some shooting, Tyler, this half. Both teams suddenly hitting everything, 3-pointers flying. I don't think Carter Schwab is. I'll have to ask him next Monday in class. Have you ever shot the ball that well in your life? He just, from anywhere, they're going in.
And he fully has the capability to be a good 3-point shooter, but this is at a whole new level as Barnes splits the pair at the foul line, and Bishop Garrigan's up 42-40. Barnes is taking over 5 free throws per game, one of the most, or second most in the top of Iowa West, I should say, as Hovey tries to pivot away from trouble. It rolls off the foot, and here comes Barnes. Barnes up the floor. Barnes attacks Grandjeanette in the foul. Barnes wanted to flush that one, and he will head to the line for 2 instead.
Yeah, boy, Jack Grandjeanette elevated against the much bigger player, made sure he got enough contact, knew he was going to get called for a foul, but he did not want to give up the dunk. Going to make Barnes earn it at the free throw line. And in this case, I think free throws, even though they're free, I think it is harder than a dunk.
I would agree with that, and certainly Barnes had a dunk earlier tonight that grabbed a lot of momentum from West Hancock as Barnes hits the foul shot, making it a 1-point game.
He turns around and gives a signal to his 4 teammates who are standing at the other end of the floor. They're not going to contest the rebound.
Yeah, that's a trend we've seen tonight from West Hancock, but I'll tell you what, these teams always seem to play close games as Barnes rattles in the foul shots, and Mahler comes in for Hovey for Bishop Garrigan.
You know, this quarter is moving by kind of slow. 4 minutes left to go in the quarter. Both coaches don't want to use any timeouts. They can feel that they're going to need them at the end of this game.
Well-played game so far. We're tied at 42. West Hancock's won 4 of their last 5. Bishop Garrigan trying to creep back above 500 as Noonan loses the ball out of bounds and turns it over.
He tried to split the defense, get to the hoop. He can score from a lot of different places, but that time just got a little pressure, lost it. Coach Hiscock's really pleading with his team to do something here on this offensive series.
3:43 on the clock. Eisman right of the lane, rises for the jumper, and he sticks it. 2-point lead for West Hancock. Now Garrigan back the other way. The teams have traded the lead a couple times here in the 3rd quarter. Grandjeanette fakes the 3, bounces it into Fogarty. Now back out to Grandjeanette. This time he lets it fly, and the rainbow 3 pops off. Barnes with a contested rebound, and Barnes appeared to be hit in the face. That'll be a foul on Garrigan.
Boy, they were daring Grandjeanette to hit that 3-pointer. He passed it up one time, went inside to Fogarty. Fogarty said, no, take the shot, threw it right back to Grandjeanette. If Grandjeanette hits that 3, Tyler, and ties this game up, no, they would have taken the lead by 1. You would have seen this crowd go crazy because they were tempting him to take it. He had to.
Now Logan Nemers comes in for Bishop Garrigan. Noonan heading to the bench. 3:22 on the clock. Eisman heads right around the Smith screen. Eisman right of the lane. Eisman banging it off the window and missing it. Nemers taps the rebound out, but it goes right to Smith. Smith left of the lane. Fakes inside, now kicks it out to Faust. Lets it fly for 3, and he rattles it in. Gunnar Faust hits just his 2nd 3 of the season, and West Hancock's up 47-42.
Now Faust wanted nothing around the 3-point line in the first half, but in this second half, everyone's hitting him. He wants a piece.
He was 1 of 6 coming into tonight on threes as they feed numbers inside. They'll wave everything off. There was a foul before the shot attempt, and this time it'll be Faust.
So they only gave Faust a 2 on that last one. Is that right?
No, I'm pretty sure that was a 3.
Okay, that
it was 44-42. Yeah, now it's 47-42.
All right. Well, yeah, that's that math. You're the math guy, Tyler.
There's never been a person besides you who said that to me in my entire life. As Mahler catches inside, misses right at the cup. Mahler follows, and there's a foul. Somewhere there is my 6th and 7th grade math teachers saying that couldn't be further from the truth. There's no way he's a math guy. How is this possible?
Tyler, people change. People can change. We call that learning. All right, Drew Muller misses the shot in the paint, but draws contact. He's going to the line for 2.
Mahler at the charity stripe, swishes the first foul shot. 47-43. As West Hancock has gotten a little gap between themselves and the Golden Bears here in the third quarter. They had been on a little quick 5-0 run as Mahler drains the foul shot. Back down to a one-possession game, 47-44. West Hancock on top of Bishop Garrigan. Eisman towards the right, Smith screens. Eisman passes it to Hinders. Hinders fumbled in the corner now. He bounces it into the lane to Barnes. Barnes to the cutting Faust. Missed right at the rim, but also a foul. Barnes has just a great vision on passing, and that was a great cut by Faust as well, as he'll shoot 2.
It was a nice designed play. You can see the Bears do that with Audie Crooks, and the Eagles are doing that with Ryland Barnes. When you know you're going to draw so much attention, it gives the opportunity for other players to cut to the basket.
At the charity stripe, missing to the right is Faust. Faust came into this evening 2 of 5 on free throws on the season.
Faust kind of gives a yikes face to his coach. He didn't think he'd miss it that badly. See how the second one goes.
Faust on the way, left it way short, and Schwab has the rebound with 2:35 on the clock. Carter Schwab flips it over to the right to Grangenet as we're down to 2.5 minutes in quarter number 3. Top of the key, Schwab, a deep 3, and he missed it right. The heat was not on, but Mahler got the rebound. It went off of Barnes' hands right to Mahler, and he laid it in to make it a 1-point game.
Johnny on the spot, Drew Mahler.
47-46, Barnes controlling the basketball as Fogarty has him on defense. Left to Faust, now down to the baseline, far side Smith. Back out to Barnes, and Coach Hiscox would like a timeout with 2:08 on the clock, and maybe an injury situation if Eisman.
Eisman has hurt his right shoulder. He is holding it and looking like he's in a lot of pain. Coach Hiscox gets the officials timeout. He wanted to make sure he wasn't going to get charged for that timeout because of the injured player. And Eisman is going to exit the gymnasium, and boy, that is a huge loss. The point guard, the guy that directs the offense, he's out there in pain. And that would be a monumental loss here because now Ryland Barnes is going to have to handle the ball at the top of the key.
Caden Harley replaces Eisman as Barnes wants to drive. Dishes to a cutting Faust. Faust off the window, and he missed it. And the rebound pinballs to Grangenet. Grangenet sprints into the front court. Grangenet sidesteps inside, puts it up, and it bounces off. No good. Smith snatching the rebound.
Oh, Jack always gets at least 6 points a game on those runouts like that. Either a steal for a layup or he just goes coast to coast. He's always good for about 6 points. He hasn't got those 6 points yet, so I got to think those are going to come.
Well, 47-46 West Hancock. Hovey comes in to replace Fogarty as Schwab knocked the last ball out of bounds. West Hancock will keep it. Hinders far side of the court, and he'll get it into play to Harley. Harley with 1:44 on the clock, hands it off to Barnes just inside of half court. Faust looking to set a screen against Hovey as Barnes heads right, fumbles the ball, but picks it back up. Barnes towards the baseline. Cross-court feed to Hinders, now down into the corner for a catch-and-fire for Harley, and there's a swish.
Wow, what a big shot by Harley. He's out there playing with 4 fouls, really rolling the dice with him on the floor.
50-46 West Hancock as Mahler has it just to the left of center, defended by Hinders. Mahler looks left and gets it to Schwab. Schwab flipping it to the foul line to Hovey, facing the bucket. Cross-court Grangenet in the corner, lets it fly, but it's way short. It's an air ball. Pinball's in the lane. Golden Bears try to save it, but they cannot as Hovey stepped out of bounds.
Both teams had a little bit of a case of the butterfingers on these rebounds. The ball just ping-balling around there. That time it hit about 4 different players. Hovey was the last one, but Nemmers and Hovey battling for those rebounds with Barnes and Smith.
Down to 1 minute in quarter number 3. West Hancock 50, Bishop Garrigan 46. They'll screen Hovey again. Hovey goes underneath it, trying to stick with Barnes. Barnes driving, Hovey blocking, but a foul on Hovey with 55 seconds left.
Yeah, they played that screen well. You could see that high screen coming from a mile away. Bears have had some trouble defending on that screen. This time Hovey slipped it, went to the basket, just got dinged with a foul, but pretty good defense there.
Foul number 3 against Hovey as Barnes will set up for 2 more free throws. Rylan Barnes right now in double digit scoring as he has 13 points, but he missed on the first foul shot.
You know, and this free throw is being shot right in front of the Bishop Garrigan student section. They're out in force tonight. It's always harder to shoot with the students right behind you, but West Hancock just hit that three a moment ago, and Barnes hits the free throw. That's the kind of thing I think you might get from playing in a couple football state championships and winning them, is how to play under pressure.
51-46, Barnes with 14 points. West Hancock with the lead right now. Hovey dishes outside to Grangenet, to the baseline, rising for a jumper, bounces off a little bit short, and the rebound, foul on the rebound, it'll go against Mahler for Bishop Garrigan, and that is foul number 1 on Mahler.
I think 2 officials saw that one coming a mile away. They saw Mahler and Barnes, and they're like, well, Barnes has position. As soon as Mahler pushes him, we're going to call that foul. Sometimes you can see it coming. Eisman is back in. A moment ago, it looked like his shoulder was going to have to get taped back onto his body. And now his right shoulder got dinged. He's back in there. Another tough kid.
So good news for West Hancock is right now the game clock and shot clock are separated by 1 second. Eisman with the ball, comes out to Smith. Smith underhands to Eisman of 21 seconds. Eisman has Grangenet in front of him, turns 360 and bounces to Barnes. Barnes bumping into Mahler. Barnes trying to create space, missed on the jumper as Mahler stayed strong in his position. Members had the rebound and got stripped away, but a foul on West Hancock. That'll be number 6 on them as a team.
So no free throws yet, but it looks like both these teams will be shooting one-on-ones for almost the entire fourth quarter or whenever that next foul happens.
11 seconds to go in the third quarter here on Hometown Radio, KLGA Algona. 6 seconds to go, Grangenet into the front court, and we have a whistle and a stoppage of 5.8 seconds. As it appears the Golden Bears want to take a timeout here at the end of the third quarter.
Well, they feel this is a big shot. They want to convert here. 30-second timeout. Both teams are going to be left with 3 timeouts apiece going into that fourth quarter. That's plenty, you would think. So Coach Meister wants to say, hey, we got 6 seconds. We got to get a bucket. Now, if that's a 3-point bucket, oh, that cuts this to 2. So this is a big turning point in the game here, one way or the other.
West Hancock has scored 9 of the last 13 points in this game. They had a big corner pocket free from Caden Harley. Bishop Garrigan got it back down to 47-46, but right now last 4 points by West Hancock. And this may be a good timeout here. This is one of those games where it feels like one bucket might honestly decide it. It could come down to it at the end of the fourth quarter. These teams always seem to play close games, and right now it's a 5-point ball game.
Yeah, if you're doing a risk assessment here, the Bears are in good shape. They're right in this game. West Hancock has one player in foul trouble. Barnes is not in foul trouble yet, but you're always kind of worried since he's such a crucial piece. So both these teams are in decent shape, setting up for a whale of a fourth quarter.
6 seconds to go. Mahler working the baseline against Barnes. His jumper is partially blocked into Hovey. Hovey tried to follow, hit it off the bottom of the rim. Hovey at the end of the quarter, he put it in, but did it count? Looks like they are going to count it.
They are going to count. Well, the Garrigan players are wanting to count it. The officials are going to talk about it.
It's going to be a discussion right now, and they are signaling that it counts. An unbelievable bucket by Aiden Hovey at the end of the third quarter, and that'll make it 51-48 as we head to the fourth on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingles Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingles Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingles Electric, shockingly good service.
Heading into the fourth quarter, it's West Hancock 51 and Bishop Garrigan 48. Beanie, an incredible bucket by Aiden Hovey right before the end of the quarter.
They drew up a play. They wanted to go to Drew Muller. I think they figured, okay, no one's really expecting Drew to take this shot. They got him an open look. He missed it, but Hovey with not just 1 rebound, but 2 rebounds. I don't know how that happened in just a few seconds, but the second one, Hovey has this knack for getting the bounce around the basket. Incredible shot by Hovey. It bounces in. Refs counted at the buzzer. That was exciting basketball. Now it's a 3-point game. Bears down by 3 going into this fourth quarter.
That was a high scoring third quarter as West Hancock had a 25-18 scoring edge in the period.
Now I'm still looking at that 60-point mark. First team to 60 wins.
All right, well, Beanie is calling it right now. West Hancock up 51-48. as West Hancock will start with the basketball in the fourth quarter. They'll screen, Eisman open, he'll shoot the jumper, and it'll rattle out. Had the good look coming off the screen, a fight for the rebound on a jump ball. Barnes and Hovey getting tangled up as the possession arrow is towards Garrigan.
Yeah, that was wild. So Hovey had inside position, Barnes behind him. There is no such thing as over the back in basketball. Technically, it's a push, but both players just went straight up in the air. They both grabbed the ball. So, I think good call by the official.
Schwab on the left wing finds Hovey at the elbow. Out to the right to Grangenet, 7:38 on the clock. Now back to the left to Hovey. Drives left of the lane. Hovey flips it up at a wide angle, missed it, got his own miss. Outside Grangenet again. Grangenet driving in, Grangenet floating. It bounces off, no good. All the way towards Grangenet in the corner, and he picked up his own miss. Here's the third opportunity. Poked away by Eisman. Rolls right to Hovey, and he lays it in. Eisman had the knockaway, but Hovey just had the ball land right in his lap, and he laid it in for two.
Yeah, there's Hovey making his presence felt. He is a rebounding machine right now. First to end that third quarter, and now he battles for the boards again, gets another two. Aiden Hovey getting the Bears right back within one with that rebounding effort. Jack Grangenet also had a pair of boards. Offensive rebounding for the Golden Bears.
Golden Bears have scored the last 4 points in this game, and now a foul. This one is going to go against Aiden Hovey, and it is going to be his fourth.
Now, Smith, who is all of a defensive end out there, came up to set a screen at about half court to get Barnes open. So you've got the two biggest guys on the floor, and then Hovey is in the middle of them. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be in that sandwich, but Hovey tried to muscle his way through. And when you get screened, you get screened. You can't just push your way through to what the refs said they did, but there's going to be a discussion out there right now.
Well, they have Smith at the line right now shooting a 1-and-1. As Hovey has his fourth foul. 7 on Bishop Garrigan, 6 on West Hancock. So the Golden Bears are right at the brink of 1-and-1s on their end of the floor. And Smith will set up here. Smith right now with 10 points this evening, looking to add to that.
No, this is some good sportsmanship. Hovey and Barnes, they had a tangle. Barnes kind of rolled his ankle, and Hovey hit the deck. And they did the best version of hugging it out at half court, just making sure each guy's okay.
52-50 as Smith is able to bury the first foul shot. Second one on the way, and that one misses. And the rebound is taken by Schwab as once again, Golden Bears will get an uncontested rebound on the free throw. West Hancock does not want to let the Golden Bears run as Grangenet deals far side of the court to Fogarty beyond the perimeter. Fogarty driving baseline, got past Barnes, flipped it up and missed it, and Barnes has the rebound, and here he comes. Bouncing it to Smith. Smith all the way across court to Hinders. Wide open for three, and he missed it off the front of the cup. Offensive rebound, Harley. Back out top, Eisman. Eisman underhanded to Barnes. Penetrating into the lane. Stopping for a jumper. Rattling it in.
Good decision. Some players would go in and draw and get a charge there, but Barnes realized just pull up for the jump shot. Don't risk getting that charge. Good sequence for both teams.
54-50 as Noonan drives in, and he's stuffed by Barnes. He came out of nowhere to block it. And now there's 6:24 on the clock. Smith, far side of the court, finds a cutting Eisman wide open, and he puts it in for two.
It's a game of runs. Hancock's going on a little bit of run here. Bears need to squelch it, keep this game close so we can have an exciting fourth quarter here.
56-50 West Hancock. Hovey looking and passing left, and he will find Barnes instead of his own man. Barnes runs behind the back pass. It's knocked away, but Eisman has it. Fades back for a tough jumper, and he left it short, and the rebound is grabbed by Hovey. Now Grangenet on the push. Underhands it to Schwab with 5:52 on the clock. Schwab in the far corner now back out to Grangenet. Cross court to Noonan. He'll hold the ball here as Hinders defends. Fogarty's at the elbow. To the right to Schwab. Corner pocket triple. And it rattles off. The follow by Fogarty, and he puts it in.
Oh, right there. That was almost like a pass to Fogarty off the rim. Perfect position by Fogarty. Gets the lay in.
No bodies on Fogarty as Fogarty now has 7 points. 56-52 West Hancock. 5:23 on the clock. It's Harley. Finds a cutting Barnes, edge of the lane, knocked away by Grangenet, but a foul. Foul number 8 on Bishop Garrigan, and number 2 on Grangenet.
Grangenet, he got all ball, he popped the ball out. The official was right there. He must have seen Jack come down and hit him after he knocked the ball out, but Grangenet is astounded there.
So heading to the barn, heading to the line is going to be Barnes. He'll shoot here with a couple free throws, trying to add on to the 14 points he has so far this evening. Well, West Hancock this season has played in 9 games decided by single digits. This very well may be another one as West Hancock 5-4 this season in games decided by 10 points or less.
Now West Hancock keeps varying their defense. Sometimes they come out in a little bit of soft press. That's what they're going to do now, kind of a soft 1-2-2. Looks like it's what they're, or maybe a 2-2-1 they're setting up for. Going to make the Garrigan ball handlers work their way up the floor.
57-52 as Barnes drains the first foul shot, and he's got the second one as well. 16 by Ryland Barnes and a 6-point West Hancock lead.
So in this press, they're not looking to trap hard. They're just trying to cause some havoc.
Grangenet up top to Schwab, and Coach Meister wants to take a timeout and adjust to the looks that West Hancock is throwing at the Golden Bears right now. Golden Bears will have 2 timeouts left after this. We will take a timeout ourselves on Hometown Radio, KLGA.
With today's technology, there's no reason to wait by the mailbox for bank statements. Just sign up for internet banking and e-statements. This is Sherry at Security State Bank. E-statements reduce the risks of mail fraud and identity theft. Internet banking allows you to check your balances, see checks and deposits that have cleared, transfer funds between accounts, make payments, and say goodbye to paper filing and shredding. Internet banking and e-statements from Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
West Hancock 58, Bishop Garrigan 52 with 5:07 left in the fourth quarter here from Bishop Garrigan High School. Golden Bears have the basketball coming out of their own timeout. It's Grangenet passing left to Schwab. A deep 3, and he left it short. Barnes has it in the lane. Barnes getting bumped from behind by Noonan as he passes it over to the right. And finding Smith, now back up top to Barnes. Under 5 minutes to go in this one. West Hancock holding a 6-point lead over Bishop Garrigan. Big possession here. Barnes at the elbow. Passing it to Faust. He lost it. Noonan trying to take it away, and that'll be a foul on Ryan Noonan.
Oh, that was a good battle for the bar. Fogarty putting pressure on Barnes all the way at half court. That's risky, you know. Barnes got that ability, but Fogarty puts the pressure, makes Barnes give it up to Faust, and Noonan almost had a steal there. He knocked the ball away, then I guess gets called for the push after the ball is loose.
And that foul shot is up and good by Faust. 59-52 West Hancock.
Now explain this to me, Tyler. The last time Faust was at the free throw line, they weren't anywhere close. This time, swishing them.
That is basketball. That's the only explanation as Faust rattles it in.
And he hits another one. Here comes Schwab, who had the blistering first half, scoring 18 points, running the offense from the point guard position off the Grangenet.
This is danger time for the Golden Bears, down by 8 with 4:30 left. They could use a bucket. Noonan baseline, dishing to Fogarty. Got a man to jump, and Fogarty was fouled. He will shoot 2 free throws as Faust jumped.
Yeah, Faust bonked Fogarty right on top of the head, and Fogarty still almost knocked it in. That would have been a good and one opportunity. Down 8 points, still plenty of time left in this game, 4 minutes and 24 seconds. And with both teams, they're going to be shooting a lot of free throws. So don't think this game's going to get over anytime soon if you're listening at home. If you're on the road, you still have time. I think you could probably drive from Fort Dodge to Algona and still catch this game the whole rest of the way.
That is very possible. As like you said, both teams are in the bonus, but West Hancock was able to milk the bonus longer than Bishop Garrigan. Fogarty misses both shots, trying to reach in and force a jump ball. And West Hancock took a timeout before Fogarty did. Wow, that's a smart timeout by Coach Hiscox.
I don't think that was Coach. That was Ryland Barnes. He thought Smith might travel, but then he looked at the position. They were going to give up a turnover one way or the other, so he calls for the timeout, although now they lose one. Now, I think this game's going to come down to the wire, and the Eagles will only have 2 timeouts. Bears only have 2 timeouts as well. So we got a bit of a chess match going on the rest of the way. I'm really curious to see how the Bear offense is going to respond to this wrinkle that the Eagles have thrown at them defensively. Bears are excellent at breaking the press for buckets if it's like a full court, hard man-to-man press, because Jack Grangenet and Carter Schwab and Fogarty are excellent at finding the open guys under the hoop and breaking that press. But this soft 2-2-1 press, the Bears have not seen before, and it's much different to try to score against.
So West Hancock will have the basketball coming out of the timeout. Like you said, both teams have 2 left, and West Hancock with an 8-point lead right now. Ryland Barnes of 18, Carter Schwab of 21, the 2 leading scorers in this game. Barnes has it, seeing a double team, trying to pass it away and gets it up the court to Eisman. Eisman in the corner to an open Hinders, but he'll hold the ball and let his teammates catch up, and they'll get it up top to Barnes and run the offense.
Well, Utah Hinders only shoots 3-pointers, and he has not shot one and made one yet.
A lob inside to Smith, missed right at the cup. Barnes found him underneath the basket, and Smith banged it too hard off the window. Hinders had a really good 3-point shooting game earlier this week against Belmont Clemmy, as he went 7 of 11 on threes against the Broncos in that West Hancock win. At the foul line, Mahler to the near side, Noonan, wide open for a triple, and he got it! Huge shot, Ryan Noonan, and it's a 5-point game. Now 3:37 left, Barnes. Barnes bouncing it over to Eisman. 60-55 West Hancock. Across the courts to Barnes. Barnes left of the lane, blocked by Fogarty, knocked it away. Grangenet punches it in the air and he has it. Big turnover forced by the Golden Bear defense, and now here comes the Bishop Garrigan senior Grangenet, finding Schwab, pulling for 3, left it short. Rebound is fought for, and we have a foul called from behind.
Oh, the foul comes from way back at half court. That's not going to make anyone happy, but that foul goes on Barnes. 5 bodies went up in the air, and one of them gets called for the foul. That's going to be 3 on Barnes, and that puts Fogarty at the free throw line.
1-and-1 coming for Fogarty as he got the first one. 60-56. 4 points in a row now from the Golden Bears, trying to make it 5 with Fogarty. Just 3:15 remaining on the clock. Some tense moments here in the Bishop Garrigan Gymnasium. Fogarty again, it pops out of the drain, and Barnes sailing in for another rebound. Barnes will tell his teammates to back off. He wants to take it himself. Bounces it ahead to Smith. Now down into the corner to Hinders. Golden Bears close quickly on him, and now out to Smith up top.
This Garrigan Bear press has really disrupted the Hancock Eagles a little bit, though. Interesting strategy going by both teams.
Eisman dishing into the corner, has an open Harley, lets it fly, and it pops out. Oh, he had a great look there, but he couldn't connect. And now the 4-point game, Garrigan has the basketball.
Now Garrigan's on a little run of their own, a much-needed one, down 4, 2:40 to go.
Grangenet finds Noonan in the corner. Noonan from the baseline, hangs and scores. 2-point game.
Ryan Noonan can be instant offense. He can score in all kinds of ways. And now the press continues to disrupt.
Up ahead to Smith, in the corner, Hinders, lets it fly, he got it! Huge shot, Evan Hinders, and he did not pass that one up. 63-58 West Hancock.
Oh, that was a gutsy shot, because if he misses that, it's a 2-point game, and the Bears are in good shape.
Schwab has it near side, guarded by Eisman. Schwab across the lane, Schwab gets stopped. Sidearm to Fogarty, Fogarty for 3, and it rattles in! The friendly bounce for Drew Fogarty, and he answers right back. 2 minutes left, 11 points by Fogarty. Now West Hancock with Barnes. Center of the lane gets turned back outside. Almost threw it behind Eisman. And a foul. A foul on the Golden Bears, as that one will go against Grangenet. And that is number 10 on Bishop Garrigan.
You know, Barnes got into the lane. He usually never hesitates for pulling up for the jump shot, but he hesitated a little bit. That's what having those fouls will do for you. And he kicked it out and nearly threw the ball away. But now Ison goes to the free throw line after Grangenet fouls him and bricks the first one off the back iron.
Well, that is a big miss. It stays at a 2-point game, and Garrigan will still be in 1 possession range after this shot, regardless of if it goes in or not. And he got it. A split of the pair. It's a 3-point game. Golden Bears been shooting the 3 ball well tonight, but can that continue? You don't need one yet. You need a good possession here as Schwab has it up top. Schwab holding it, has Smith in his face. Schwab driving, Schwab crashing inside, shot got blocked. Garrigan got it back. The follow on the foul on the rebound against West Hancock. Multiple Eagles players are holding their heads, and they are pointing towards Barnes. Or check that, they're pointing towards Eisman, who was in the area. Barnes and Eisman are both right there, and it's 1-and-1 for Schwab.
Yeah, and that is not going to make anyone in the West Hancock Eagle crowd happy, because again, that foul comes from half court with the action under the hoop. Now there is an official under the hoop, and that just drives coaches crazy, and fans alike. But, you know, foul's a foul. That's why we have 3 officials at all these different angles, so you can see those angles as Schwab knocks down the first free throw. 2-point game.
Carter Schwab has stepped up big as of late. And another big foul shot coming up, 2-point game, and he missed it. Off the heel and a foul on the rebound. And this time, it is going to be against Bishop Garrigan. So West Hancock will march down to the other side of the court and shoot 2 as the foul goes against Drew Mahler.
Drew Mahler doesn't say a word and goes to the other side that time. Barnes had inside position. He goes up, snares the rebound, And Muller didn't really, he was just kind of standing behind him. But, you know, I think there's going to be a lot of fouls called in this last minute and a half, I think.
Both teams are just scrapping so hard for the rebounds right now as Barnes sinks the foul shot. And you weren't kidding when you said this fourth quarter would take a long time. We're going to be trudging up and down the court, back and forth here if these fouls keep occurring on the rebound.
Well, these are young men, and when they are battling for a win, the easiest thing to do is push and shove and fight for rebounds.
West Hancock has Faustin in there trying to fight for the rebound, but Fogarty boxes him out off the miss, and it stays a three-point game, 65-62. Barnes with 19, West Hancock with the lead, and 90 seconds left in this ball game. Schwab towards the baseline.
Well, Schwab's got a mismatch. They're guarding Schwab with a much smaller Hinders.
Yeah, Hinders in his face. Now Noonan has a shot blocked. Barnes rejected it as Noonan tried to attack into the paint and got turned back by Barnes. Now 1:13 left. Smith has it. And West Hancock will be patient on this possession. They'll wait for a good shot. Eisman to the right. Eisman turns towards the lane. Eisman center of the paint. They swarm him. Bounces it to the cutting Hinders. Got Schwab to jump by him. Ball got knocked away. It's out of bounds.
They lost it.
It was touched by West Hancock, and that'll turn it over.
They were being patient to the point of fault here. They passed up a couple looks, but they wanted to run a little more clock. End up losing the ball out of bounds. Hinders could have had a layup, but as you said, he only shoots three-pointers. And pass that up, try to look for a teammate. Now the Bears have a three-point deficit with just under a minute to go.
Sweaty palms time once again for Bishop Garrigan. They have played all kinds of close games the past 2 weeks. Noonan bouncing it into Mahler in the post. Center of the lane, wide open Fogarty off the window, and he scores it. 1 point game, a tremendous find by Mahler.
What an assist by Mahler, right over the shoulder. Wide open Fogarty. 1 point game. They can't work it down to the last shot.
Mahler drew everyone in, and now 30 seconds on the game clock. About a 3-second difference between game and shot right now. Garrigan will play defense down by 1. Eisman has it up top against Grand Jeanette, trying to shake loose with 19 seconds, and he'll hand it off to Smith. Grand Jeanette went for the steal. Smith spun away, and a timeout is called by West Hancock. Coach Hiscox takes a full timeout, as we'll keep it right here. 16.4 seconds left. The Eagles now with 1 timeout remaining.
Well, there's only one thing the Eagles are going to try to do here. They've got 13 seconds on the shot clock. They're going to work it down to as long as they can, and they don't want that ball in the hands of anyone except Ryland Barnes. The Bears are going to either have to foul him and put him on the line or take their chances defensively. Now, if you're the Bears, you try to lock out that defense. Make this inbound pass as hard as you can. Bears are good at that. They're pretty good at denying the inbounds pass. So they could get a steal for a layup, and that changes everything. So, Tyler, what do you do if you're the West Hancock team right now, knowing that the Bears are going to come out and do everything they can to steal that inbounds pass?
Boy, I mean, you've got to take up your best inbounds play, obviously. And, I mean, Barnes is going to be blanketed so much. I almost wonder if you can kind of sneak one into Smith and maybe get him an easy layup, because Garrigan will send 2 players at Barnes probably. Maybe you can kind of sneak Smith through the back door and give him an easy 2 and put yourself up by 3.
Right, just like the Bears did at the end of the half, where they went to Drew Muller because no one expected it. The Eagles could do something like that, but they're going to set up on a stack. Last time they did this, they tried to get the alley-oop to Barnes. That's a high-risk play.
Eisman will be inbounding it off the stack. And they'll get it into Smith with 15 seconds now, handing it off to Eisman of 14. Eisman in the corner. Garrigan can't trap him. And now Grand Jeanette bumps him and fouls him with 11 seconds to go. Eisman, the 65.8% free throw shooter, will shoot 2 here with the double bonus.
Yeah, no problem with Grand Jeanette risking that steal. If the foul doesn't get called, then he gets the tap away for a layup. That's huge. Bears go up by 1 and get in victory formation. But an Eisman, 65% three-point shooter, pressure situation, misses the first one. Tough to shoot in front of that student section.
And the 2-point ball is back on the table for Bishop Garrigan in their possession of 11 seconds left. Golden Bears have 2 timeouts in their pocket. I would have to think they'll probably use one after this free throw. Eisman missed it. Fogarty has the rebound of 10 seconds. Schwab up ahead. Schwab calling for the timeout. West Hancock wanted to travel, but the timeout was called before Schwab traveled, as he was trying to call a timeout as he was coming to a stop.
Yeah, well, Schwab was trying to call a timeout. He probably just should have stopped and picked up the ball, because all the coaches are screaming timeout. You know, high school basketball, you can call a timeout as a player, but it's typically the coaches start screaming timeout and get the attention of the official. So, boy, West Hancock crowd is upset, because you're right, Tyler, he clearly traveled, but the refs are saying that, the Garrigan coaches got the timeout called before the travel. Carter Schwab was trying to get across half court first so they can inbound the ball. And 3 officials, I guess it depends on which official granted the timeout, the one closest to Coach Meister, the one that was granted to Carter Schwab. Yeah, that's a messy one.
7.8 seconds will be left in the fourth quarter. Both teams now have 1 timeout. Again, you do not want to foul, obviously. Both teams are in the bonus. West Hancock has committed 19 fouls, Bishop Garrigan committing 10. But it is a 1-point game right now, 65-64, as Garrigan has Fogarty, Grangenet, Noonan, Nemers, and Schwab, with Fogarty running an inbounds pass.
Well, completely table-turning situation here. Now the Bears are going to have to try to get the ball in bounds against the West Hancock team, doing everything they can to stop it. And now Coach Hiscox wants another timeout once he sees how the Bears are setting up. They were set up in a little box formation. He wants to say, all right, clearly someone's going to pop up high. How are we going to defend that?
Well, how about this game? 65-64, West Hancock leading Bishop Garrigan. Both teams exceeding the 60-point mark tonight. As you predicted earlier in this ball game, some good offensive play here down the stretch.
I can't remember who was the first to 60. Irrelevant at this point. Probably next bucket wins at this point, unless, and I won't complain about this, maybe we go to the free throw line, hit 1, and we go to overtime. This has been a fun game. Why not see a 5th quarter?
Well, if you remember against Garner, Hayfield, Ventura, Bishop Garrigan was in a similar situation, down by 1 of the ball. They got to the free throw line. They could not convert at the end of that game, so it's possible the same kind of situation happens and a chance for Garrigan to redeem themselves. But I'm sure they would just take the field goal here any way they could get it and come home with a win.
Yes, you can hopes and prayers, but I hope this doesn't end with a foul. Those are like it did the other day. Let's see a good play execution. Let's have one of these two teams win it out right here on this last possession. Bears have a chance. They're down 1, 7.8 seconds left. Now they're setting up at a stack at the free throw line.
Fogarty will inbound it. 7.8 seconds left. They get it into Grangenet up top. Grangenet's driving in. Grangenet hanging. Shot is blocked and a foul. A foul with 4.4 seconds left. West Hancock can't believe it. And the best free throw shooter for Bishop Garrigan is going to the line. Mitchell Smith committed the foul as he holds his head in disgust.
Wow. This just got real intense in here. And I see some Bishop Garrigan fans are being real quiet right now, and some West Hancock fans are very upset at that call. That is what I see in the gym.
4.4 seconds left. Grangenet missed the first one.
Are we going to overtime, Tyler?
We're about to find out. Well, don't forget, 4.4 seconds. That is a decent amount of time to get it up here. West Hancock does not have any timeouts left.
Yeah, well, West Hancock has to get the rebound if he misses it, and if he makes it, they got to go the length of the floor. And we got Nemers and Fogarty in there against Barnes and Smith.
Deep breath for Grangenet. The crowd will tell you if he made it or not. He got it. We're tied at 65.
No timeouts left for West Hancock.
They'll lob it into Eisman. Knocked away by Hovey at 3 seconds. Hovey has it. Call a timeout, Bishop Garrigan. Call a timeout. They had a timeout left, and with 1 second left, I think they got the timeout off. The referee is coming towards midcourt. Hovey stole the inbounds pass, and Bishop Garrigan will have a chance to win this one in regulation as they got the timeout off.
Wow, West Hancock tried to throw a 3-quarter pass. Hovey went up for it. Both players kind of knocked it around. Hovey comes down with it. What a sequence there. And Garrigan coaches immediately start screaming timeout. And the referees grant it, and Coach Hiscox wants to know, how did they get the timeout? Now, where did they get the ball at? What a topsy-turvy end of this game. Wild. Now the Bears have a chance to win it with a second left. What are you drawing up now if you're Coach Freilich and you have the ball at half court? Coach Meister, Coach Freilich are down there drawing stuff up frantically.
Well, they put a few seconds, or a little bit over a second, I should say, back on the clock. 2.7 seconds will be what Garrigan has, and now both teams have 10 fouls. I don't know if you can go back to the well here and hope to draw another foul, but you might try to force the ball inside and just see if you can force the contact because they called it tight.
They've got Nemers in there. He can clear some space out in the lane. You might just try to lob that thing right under the basket and try to get a tip. Maybe you get a foul call. Maybe you get a lucky tip and it goes in and you win the game. But you might as well throw it as close to the basket as possible.
I would be on board with that if you're Bishop Garrigan. Right now they'll have Fogarty as well as Hovey, Grangenet, Schwab, and Noonan. 2.7 seconds left as Nemers heads to the bench.
Wow,
And
there's
here
going
we
to be
go. Fogarty from half court with 2.7 seconds left. Fogarty's looking. Grangenet comes to get it. Grangenet rises for a three-pointer at the horn, and it's off the glass. We are heading to overtime, 65-65. And Bishop Garrigan continues to play sweaty palms type of games, and they'll be heading to overtime. Wow, what a finish to regulation.
Oh, I love it when I see a fifth quarter on the board on a Friday night. If this was Tuesday night, I might need to get home and get some rest to teach tomorrow. But hey, Friday night, fifth quarters, what fun is that? So we've got 4 minutes on the clock. I believe each team gets one timeout. I think they're going to put one timeout each for each team back on the board because both coaches have used all their timeouts in regulation. Now, there is some foul trouble on the Eagles. Amazingly, Harley has played the whole fourth quarter with 4 fouls. Incredible job by that guy to keep himself in the game. And he's hit a couple big threes. Now, Garrigan, they have 4 fouls. A couple guys with 4
Grangenet
four
and
fouls.
Hovey both with 4 for Bishop Garrigan.
Yeah, so kind of a war of attrition sometimes happens in overtime. I hope all these young men can stay in this game. It's getting pretty fun here.
Well, it'll be tied at 65. They will put 4 minutes on the clock as we'll head to the fourth quarter, and the teams will flip around the sides here. Foul trouble all around as it tends to be when you get to this point in the ball game. West Hancock coming out as they will have Smith as well as Barnes. They'll bring Harley onto the floor, Eisman. And the fifth player will be Hinders, Bishop Garrigan of Fogarty, Noonan, Schwab, Hovey, and Grangenet at midcourt. For the second time tonight, it will be Fogarty and Barnes. 65-65, it's tapped, and Barnes wins the tip. Eisman in the lane, had it knocked away by Noonan, but Noonan reached in for the foul.
The Bears didn't learn their lesson from the opening tip. Barnes, very good at timing the tip. He actually taps it forward towards his offensive hoop, straight to Eisman. They clearly work on that. They did at the beginning of the game. And positive for the Eagles there, gets Eisman right to the line. Now, he had a chance probably to win the game with 2 free throws. He missed them both. This one, without as much pressure, he knocks right in.
So 66-65, West Hancock over Bishop Garrigan. Well, flashback to one moment early in this game that was key. Remember when Hovey got a bucket right before the end of the quarter as the shot is missed and rebounded by Fogarty? Those are a precious 2 points, it turns out, as Grangenet has it far side of the court, guarded by Eisman. Finds Schwab. Schwab of 22 tonight. Bodies crash to the floor, and that'll be a foul against West Hancock as Grangenet claps his hands, and that'll go against Hinders.
Yeah, boy. These officials are very good at pointing their finger exactly to make sure they have the right guy with the foul. And at first they pointed at Grangenet, and that would have been his 5th foul. But you're right, Tyler. Goes to Hinders, who hit another huge bucket. That 3-point shot he hit in the fourth quarter was big as Grangenet returns to the free throw line.
Grangenet went 1 of 2 at the end of regulation as he drains this one, and we're back to tied 66 apiece.
Now Smith has to box out Schwab over there. Schwab's pretty crafty. Barnes is boxing out Fogarty.
And the second one swirls out. Barnes grabs the rebound on the near side of the court. And with 3:42 left, we stay tied at 66.
I think it's as if both these teams want to keep it as close as possible.
Well, we could be heading to a dramatic overtime finish as well as Hinders flips it up top to Smith. Hovey gives him a little space. Smith to the right, hands it off to Barnes. Barnes passing left, finding Harley. Harley down the lane, lost the ball. It's out of bounds, last touched by Bishop Garrigan.
So this thing, Jack Grangenet shoots wonderful free throws. He's missed 3 tonight. Eisman has a chance to ice the game. He misses his free throws. They just want to keep battling.
Eisman from the baseline with 3:22 on the clock, bouncing it in to Barnes. Catches, fires, airball the 3, but it's right into Harley's pocket for the offensive rebound. Out to Smith, will hand it off to Barnes. Tries again from 3. This time he got it.
Well,
69-66.
What kind of guts is that? He just airballs a 3-pointer, gets it right back and swishes it.
Now Fogarty working against Barnes, lost the ball, got it out to Noonan. Fogarty on the wing with 3 minutes on the clock. Drives in, got past Barnes, flips it up, he put it down, he got the foul. Drew Fogarty with a chance to tie the game at the free throw line.
Oh, Fogarty with the and-1 situation. Also picking up a 4th foul on Ryland Barnes with 3 minutes left to go in the game.
Fogarty now with 15 points and a big free throw coming here for Fogarty, who shot 50% from the line on the season. And missed it off the back of the cup. Barnes sails in and he has the board. West Hancock will maintain a 1-point lead of 2:51 on the clock, and the handoff to Eisman up top. Eisman to the right, Smith screens, Grand Jeanette stays with it. Eisman towards the near corner, bouncing it towards Barnes, catches it at the foul line, faces the bucket, flips it into the corner. Harley launches the three, missed it short, and stealing it for the rebound is Hinders. Big rebound for West Hancock. Top of the key, Barnes fakes the three, wants to drive. Barnes fighting his way inside, he put it down, he got fouled. Rylan Barnes with a chance to make it a 4-point game.
Oh, the senior for the Eagles stepping up. He hits the three a second ago. I thought he was going to take another 3-point shot there. Instead, he takes the risk to go to the lane. The Bears didn't have anyone there to draw the charge. I thought someone might try to slide in there, but Barnes gets all the way to the hoop, uncontested until it's too late, and picks up a foul with a chance to convert a 3-point play here. Coach Hiscox wants to talk to his 4 guys going back on defense, let them know what the plan is.
And a missed free throw, it'll stay a 3-point game. These two teams have missed some big free throws on both sides down the stretch. Grand Jeanette at the foul line, flipping it left to Hovey. Hovey dribbles towards the right, he's at the foul line. Down low to Fogarty, knocked away by Barnes, and it's taken by Eisman. Great hands by Rylan Barnes.
Well, overtime always feels so helter-skelter, but there's still 2 minutes left to go in this ball game.
2:07 left, West Hancock up by 3. And the biggest possession of the game up to this point. Barnes driving in, stopping, hanging for the jumper. He knocks it down. 73-68. 24 points by Rylan Barnes. And now Schwab driving, dealing to Hovey. Hovey pumps, puts it up. Barnes has the back off, and Hovey lays it in.
That's right. Nice job by Hovey. He's got good footwork, goes up strong to the hoop. Barnes can't contest for the block, can't risk going out of the game. He's the instant offense for the Eagles right now.
Barnes running point as he passes right to Smith with 1:33 on the clock. 73-70, West Hancock leading Bishop Garrigan. Fogarty guarding Barnes, and he trips him up. That'll be the foul number 3 on Fogarty, and Barnes is heading to the charity stripe for 2.
Yeah, they're choosing to guard Barnes all the way out up top to make sure he doesn't get a 3-point. So Fogarty's going to pick up that foul a long ways from the basket.
Boy, that's a tough one. If I'm Garrigan, I almost don't mind Barnes trying a 3. I mean, he's so dynamic at getting to the bucket, and he shoots so well from the mid-range. 3 almost seems like the smallest dose of poison.
Yes, I agree. Let him have that deep shot. He airballed one a second ago. Now he missed a free throw. His second free throw goes.
74-70, West Hancock. 25 from Rylan Barnes. Jack Grand Jeanette has the basketball for the Golden Bears. Actually make that 27 for Rylan Barnes. Down into the post to Fogarty. Fogarty working, trying to reverse. He reverses and he puts it in. 2-point game.
Great inside presence by Fogarty. Gets it deep in the paint. Converts a huge bucket. 2-point game. Keep going back to that Fogarty well. He's big in these moments.
1 minute left. Barnes working the baseline. Barnes bouncing it into the lane. Finds the cutting man and laying it in as Faust. Off the five from Barnes and he got fouled. 4-point game and a chance for a 3-point play by Gunnar Faust. Rylan Barnes making it happen at the passing game as well. And this is a huge play with 53 seconds left as that is foul number 5 on Hovey.
Oh, these teams are loving it. Both teams up over the 70-point total, approaching 80. Too bad to see Hovey have to exit the game. I was hoping everyone could stay in the game, but when you play fifth quarters in a physical game, it's hard to keep everybody in there. But Garrigan's got a deep bench. Muller comes in.
Faust hits it. 77-72, West Hancock. Bishop Garrigan will roll it in and save a couple seconds, and now Schwab has it up top. 50 seconds on the game clock. Schwab towards the right. Schwab stepping back, 3 on the way, and it bounces off short. Rebound is loose. Grand Jeanette chases it down for the offensive board with 41 seconds left. Grand Jeanette driving in. Grand Jeanette hangs for a jumper. It bounces off the rim and it knuckles in. 3-point game. And timeout is taken by Bishop Garrigan with 34 seconds left. We'll keep it right here on the Algona Radio YouTube stream at Hometown Radio KLGA. A classic between the Golden Bears and the West Hancock Eagles, 77-74. Both teams have thrown everything into this ball game. We've seen big runs on both sides, and now it comes down to the final 34 seconds.
Yeah, it seems like you're going to have at least a 7-point lead for anything in this game to matter. One team makes a run, the other team makes a run, comes right back in it, and now even with under a minute to go in the game, 3 points seems like nothing. It seems like either of these teams can rattle off some points and tie this up again. I wouldn't be shocked if we end up going double overtime here tonight in the Bishop Garrigan Gymnasium. But as it is, Jack Grand Jeanette just hit a big pull-up jumper into the lane. Good decision not to go out of the hoop. He knocks it down. gets the Bears right back in it now. I think they're probably going to come out and put some pressure. They're going to put some full court pressure on the West Hancock Eagles. It worked earlier in this game in the top of the fourth quarter. They had some struggles against the Bishop Garrigan press. At the very least, you can make them use up some of that clock. If you don't get the turnover, get yourself back on defense. And of course, if you can, try not to let Ryland Barnes have the ball.
Barnes will be the inbounder here. Garrigan will not guard Barnes inbounding. We'll try to double team elsewhere as Barnes looks with 34 seconds left, and he'll throw it behind the line. Eisman stays out of bounds, and he'll bounce it into Barnes. They got it to Barnes. Noonan has him on defense with 31 seconds left. Barnes up ahead to Smith into the front court. Down low, it's behind Faust. He shovels it back into play. Ball's loose and picked up by Barnes. They save the possession and a timeout by Coach Hiscox. That ball was heading out of bounds, and Faust made a saving play, reaching out of bounds, keeping his foot in play, and shoveling it back into Barnes.
Faust may have just saved the game. I don't know who the passer was, but he got so excited. He had two open Eagles underneath the hoop, and he thought, we're going to get an easy layup, and he was so excited to throw it. He made an errant pass. Faust may have just saved his team there from a major, major turnover. Everyone in the West Hancock Eagle crowd just had a heart attack, and the Bears had their heart attack a while ago. Whoever's over there still breathing over there. I got to go check on my father, make sure his heart's okay. But, man, what a wild, wild game this has turned out to be.
77-74 in overtime as West Hancock maintained possession of the ball, and Golden Bears will have to play the foul game here with the final seconds of overtime and hope West Hancock misses a few free throws and you can get some shots on your end if you're the Golden Bears, but time is of the essence at this point.
Yeah, 3 points is one shot, so as long as you can prevent a West Hancock score here, you're right in this game. And here they're going to take it out with Ryland Barnes is going to inbound the ball again. And they can't pass off behind the line. He's going to be locked in place. So once he gets rid of that ball, don't let him get it back.
Three players are stacked up. Fogarty guarding the inbounds pass. They'll throw it into the backcourt to Smith. Schwab will chase him down, and Schwab will foul. Schwab did not have any fouls on him, so that's a good person to take the foul with 21 seconds left in overtime.
Now, Tyler, with all the stats in front of you, would you like to tell our listening audience what kind of shooter Michael Smith is?
Well, Smith is 65% from the charity stripe this season, as he has 11 points so far tonight. So this is a pretty good player to have at the line if you're West Hancock.
I'm sorry, Mitchell Smith. Let me correct myself.
Smith's first on the way, missed off the back of the cup, and it stays a three-point game.
Neither of these teams can hit the biggest free throws. They can hit the necessary ones, but the biggest ones just don't go through the net for either of these Bears or Eagles.
Justin Bauer was in briefly. Now Jack Rangenet replaces him. 74-77, and here's the all-important second one. It's short. It's short. It's a three-point game. Fogarty has the rebound, and now it's Schwab. Golden Bears can tie it with a three-pointer. Schwab to Fogarty. Fogarty wants to drive in, wraps it into Mahler. Mahler through contact. It's blocked. Right back into Mahler's hand of 9 seconds. Out to Noonan. Noonan hangs for a jumper, missed it short. It's kicked out of bounds, and that was kicked by Noonan. With 5 seconds left, West Hancock will get it back.
Well, the Bears had 2 looks at the basket. They got 2 shots off. Neither of them went. Now they have 5 seconds to make some magic happen.
Smith in the backcourt to 5 with 4, and they'll foul him with 4 seconds left. Smith will head back to the line, and it'll be tough to hope for 2 misses again from Smith with just 4 seconds left.
That last offensive series, the Bears got a shot off. It didn't go. Well, it got blocked, I should say. Good play by the Eagles, but they get the ball back. Noonan has it up high, got the shot off, and then the ball ricocheted out on the rebound. Just a bad bounce, and that's sports. Sometimes the ball bounces your way, sometimes it doesn't.
And Smith missed it!
Whoa! Mitchell.
3 misses in a row by Smith.
Mitchell Smith does not usually miss those 3 in a row, at least by percentage that we're looking at the stats. So the Bears still have a puncher's chance here.
He missed it again. Bears are out of timeouts with 4 seconds. With 3, it's Fogarty. Fogarty at half court with 1. He shoots at the buzzer, and he bangs it in! Drew Fogarty at the buzzer. He ties the game in overtime. An unbelievable shot. He got it off before the horn.
Double overtime. We're going to have a 6th quarter. The pandemonium ensues. The Bishop Garrigan crowd was silent because they thought it was about over. The door was open when Mitchell Smith missed those free throws, and Drew Fogarty slammed a 3-point shot through that door at the buzzer.
Drew Fogarty got West Hancock again for a miraculous shot back in 2021. Bishop Garrigan got the ball into Angelo Winkle in the lane, down by 1 at the end of the game. It hit off of Winkle's leg, it rolled out to Fogarty, and he hit the game-winning 3. Tonight, Fogarty hits the tying 3 from half court. An unbelievable shot. Knew exactly how much time he had. He used all that time, but he hit it flush off the square and banked it in.
Well, I guess he paid the price so many times through the season. We tease him about some of these close shots he misses. He makes this impossible shot at the end of the overtime to send it into double overtime. Now you got to think, boy, the Eagles really had a great overtime offensively. They made a lot of offense happen. The Bears come up with these miraculous shots to stay in the game. Do the Eagles have the gas left to go another overtime? Ryland Barnes is out there getting ready for the tip, smiling and with the referee. They're talking and joking, and Eisman's getting ready. Now, here's a third tip of the game. The first 2, Barnes tipped it straight to Eisman on the offensive side of the court. Is it going to happen again? Fogarty and Barnes are having quite a chuckle. I think Fogarty's saying, yeah, I meant to make that. And they did it again.
They tipped to Eisman, got knocked away briefly by Nemers, but Eisman got it back. Now it's stolen by Grand Jeanette. A fresh 4 minutes on the clock, and here we go in overtime. Schwab goes to Grand Jeanette. Back to the left to Mahler. It is Mahler, Grand Jeanette, Schwab, Fogarty, and Nemers right now for Bishop Garrigan. Hinders guards against Grand Jeanette. Grand Jeanette trying to hang for a jumper. It bounces off the rim, no good, and Barnes sails in for a rebound. Now here's Smith up the near side. Smith with a couple free throw misses down the stretch. Top of the key, Eisman. Eisman driving in, he floats, missed off the cup, and Nemers grabs a big rebound. Schwab at the court, Grand Jeanette behind the defense, lays it up, and it sits on the rim and drops in.
Running the floor, Jack Grand Jeanette's always good for 6 points. That way, getting some run-out layups. Nice find by the Bears. Easy 2.
That was a dime by Carter Schwab. Now Smith driving, finger rolling and scoring, and we are tied at 77. They got tied at 79. So many points, I'm losing track of the score.
Well, just keep resetting the scores tied. These teams are just not going to give up the ghost.
Into Nemers, turns for a jumper, rattles out, rebound tipped by Fogarty, but it's secured by Harley for West Hancock.
Oh, Grand Jeanette's shot catches the rim. Nemers' shot looked like it was in for sure. It was halfway down the cylinder, and it popped back out.
West Hancock now, Harley penetrating into lane, missing it right. Offensive foul, drawn by Jack Grand Jeanette, and Harley is done.
Yes.
One of them is going to pick up their 5th foul, and it's Harley.
Yep, Harley is out on the charge call. Grand Jeanette did an excellent job, hit the deck. Harley was going in hard, and that's going to sit him to the bench. So now Hovey is out for the Bears. Harley is out for the Eagles. Both players are down a guy, and Harley was a crucial piece, as was Hovey.
Harley hits a big 3 balls early in this game as Schwab heads to the left around the Mahler screen. 2:34 on the clock. Schwab gets turned around. Schwab turns 360 several times, finds Grand Jeanette at the foul line. He'll rise for a jumper, and he'll miss it left. And the rebound is secured by Smith as Bishop Garrigan will back off.
Well, Schwab and Grand Jeanette, the freshman and the senior, have played all season together, are really starting to know where each other on the floor very well. You know, these Bears, as we get to the postseason, those 2 guards are really going to make this team tough in the postseason.
79-77, Barnes into the lane, throws it to nobody in the corner. It's out of bounds as Faust was cutting baseline and the ball was heading into the corner.
Good defense by the Bears. They kept Barnes from getting good position on that drive. They bodied him up real tight, and he had to kick it out, and nobody was there.
And we have the 2-minute warning again. 79-79 as we're now under 2 minutes. Schwab to the left wing to Nemers, now back out top to Schwab. Mahler on the left wing as Schwab has it up top. Corner pocket, Grand Jeanette. Driving baseline, Grand Jeanette inside. Shot is rejected by Faust. Right into Nemers' hands. He misses the follow. Rebound is tipped. Fogarty scrapping for it. And last touch by Drew Fogarty out of bounds.
Oh, Nemers had a good look at the basket. It didn't go. Barnes wisely backed off and did not go for the block. Both teams playing pretty smart here down the stretch.
There's a cup on the basket right now in this second overtime period. Both teams are just 2 points apiece here in the second overtime as Barnes sidesteps, bangs into Nemers, and it'll be a foul on Logan Nemers. He couldn't hold his feet that time against Barnes. That was too hard of a fake, and Barnes will shoot 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty skillful move by Barnes. He stuck that left pivot foot once again, held his ground. Nemers was straight up, but Barnes very skillfully draws the contact. And we're actually kind of fortunate that wasn't an and one situation since the bucket didn't go in. But as it is, he hits the first free throw of his 2-shot foul. Now, Tyler, I think this minute and a half is going to take a while. Both these coaches are saving up a timeout to use here.
Members Grand Jeanette and Fogarty all have 4 fouls for Bishop Garrigan as Barnes perfect at the charity stripe. 81-79 in favor of West Hancock. 1:25 left. Mahler near side of the court, hands it off to Fogarty. Mahler in the post, back outside Fogarty. Cross court to Grand Jeanette. Jumps and catches. Lob into Nemmers. Nemmers against Barnes. Barnes stuffed it off the glass. Fogarty picks up the loose ball underneath the bucket. Kicks it out to Schwab. Lets the free fly. The bottom! Carter Schwab gives Bishop Garrigan a 1-point lead.
The heat is back. Schwab was feeling it first half, and he's feeling it in quarter number 6, double overtime. Barnes with the ball. It's on.
Barnes driving in, stuffed. Oh, a rejection by Schwab. West Hancock gets it back off the loose balls. It's underhanded to Barnes. 49 seconds left. Garrigan up by 1. 15 on the shot clock. Barnes drifting right. Barnes underhanded to Faust. Lets the free rip, and he drains it. Faust gives West Hancock a 2-point lead right back.
Wow, such confidence by both these teams down the stretch of double overtime, taking huge shots.
Grand Jeanette into Fogarty, working against Barnes. Banks it off the glass and ties the game.
You bet. Fogarty, you knew after he saved the first overtime with that banked-in half-court shot, he was feeling it. Keep going to number 24. He's got the magic riding right now.
Shot clock is off, 13 on the game clock. We're tied at 84, and a whistle and a timeout by Coach Hiscox and the West Hancock Eagles with just under 11 seconds remaining in the ball game.
All right, Tyler, I gotta say, I don't like that timeout by Coach Hiscox. Let's let this game is too exciting. Let's not slow it down with a timeout, Coach. That was going to be an exciting 12 seconds. You were ready to make the call. Barnes had the ball at the top of the key. Something big was going to happen, and now we have to wait another 30 seconds.
Well, he wants to talk things over for his team. I can't blame him too much there, even though it slices through the drama here for a moment. But boy, this game has had a little bit of everything tonight. And now the timeout. What are you looking for here? I mean, I would imagine Barnes will probably have a touch at some point along the way.
I think they had what they wanted. Barnes had the ball near the top of the key. I think that's what they're going to try to do when they inbound the ball. But they want to talk it over. Maybe they're going to look for a different option. But it's a tie game. And if you go back to the first overtime, this isn't the Bears have them right where they want them. The Eagles have not been able to do much at the end of these periods when they have to set up a play and get something going. That's where the Bears have been able to wreak havoc and get the ball back. So they're not going to have Barnes inbound the ball. They're going to have Smith inbound the ball. And they've got Iceman and Grand Jeanette. Now that's dangerous for both guys. Iceman is dangerous in the open floor, and Grand Jeanette as well.
Is a third overtime in the cards. 84-84, 8 seconds left. It's Eisman against Grand Jeanette with 5 seconds. Hands it off to Smith with 4 seconds. With 3, with 2. Smith sidestepping, shooting the 3, and the foul! A foul at the buzzer by Schwab. Schwab did not let Smith land. He got in his landing area, and Mitchell Smith is heading to the free throw line for 3 shots. We'll see if they put any time back on the clock.
No, Mitchell Smith is the guy that opened the door for Fogarty to hit that by missing 4 free throws, I believe, at the end, 2 at the end of regulation, a couple in overtime. And now here he's right back at the free throw line again under a huge pressure situation. Has to knock down free throws here. With Smith, we'll have to watch the YouTube live stream replay later on. I think Smith did a shot fake, and he kind of got Schwab to leave his feet, and then Schwab didn't give him room to come down. That's an unfortunate way for this game to end. But maybe it won't end.
It looks like they're going to put a little time back on the clock, and they will. It'll be 1 second. So whatever Smith does, Garrigan is not going to have a lot of time here. But Smith is set up now.
He still has to make these high pressure free throws, which he has struggled with at the end of regulation and overtime.
One of these has to drop, right? And it does. 85-84. Smith pumps his fist. That is a sigh of relief for number 2.
Well, the streak of misses ended. Now the Bears better get ready. Coach Meister is going to get a timeout right now to talk about it.
Smith got the second one, 86-84. I think they'll let them shoot the third one here, and then it'll be a quick timeout by Coach Meister as Smith now has 15 points. Smith again. Got it again. 3 for 3. Mitchell Smith is able to shake off those earlier misses and give West Hancock an 87-84 lead. Well, Beanie, there's not a lot of plays in the playbook for 1 second left and you're down by 3.
No, there is not, but there is still the three-point shot in basketball, and it works to get us to double overtime. Drew Fogarty hit a half-court bank three-pointer to even get us to this opportunity to get to double overtime. So let's do it again. We set up 4 guys on the far free throw line. You set a gate for Drew Fogarty to run through. Hopefully he can catch the ball, turn and shoot, and bank in another one, and we can go triple overtime.
Is it in the cards again for Drew Fogarty? We'll see what Bishop Garrigan draws up. Again, 1 second left. You really don't have time for much. You almost can't even really put the ball on the floor. Maybe one dribble at the max. But Golden Bears are down 87-84, trying to snap their 3-game losing streak against West Hancock. They had a miracle earlier, Fogarty hitting a half-court shot to send it to this point. But do they have another miracle inside of them? We are about to find out.
Well, the hardest thing to do is get that long pass, get the ball as close as you can, increases your likelihood. But if you don't, you can always come to the ball, run the length of the court, and just shoot a longer shot. I mean, it's a tough shot already as it is.
Bishop Garrigan has 3 players set up at half court. Fogarty can run the baseline if he wants. He'll have 5 seconds to get it in. Fogarty for the baseball pass. Down the floor looking for Mahler. He overshot him. Barnes tiptoes, and that's the end of the game. West Hancock survives on the road by a final score tonight of 87-84, and the Golden Bears did not get the shot they wanted off at the end of the ball game. What an incredible double overtime matchup between these two teams. Once again, evenly matched, but Bishop Garrigan's misery against the Eagles continues tonight as West Hancock has their 4th straight win over Bishop Garrigan. We will take a timeout and wrap this one up next on Hometown Radio KLGA and the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Brought to you by these sports club members.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be a part of our community for over 125 years with offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oak Crest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Frame and Auto Body, collision specialist, a total commitment to excellence.
Water Connection, from softeners to bottled water and service, call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch, there's so much to love.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Iowa did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
With over a decade of experience, Jake Ingalls Electric is here to handle any electrical job you could possibly have. From anything agricultural related to complex commercial wiring to something simple like installing a new outlet in your home, Jake Ingalls Electric does it all. Have your wiring done right and call Jake at 515-320-4286. Jake Ingalls Electric, shockingly good service.
We are back to wrap it up on Hometown Radio KLGA and the Algona Radio YouTube live stream. I'm Tyler Lance alongside Beanie Bodie as the Golden Bears lose an absolutely wild game tonight, 87-84 in double overtime. We could probably take 2 hours to recap this one, but we'll try to give you the quick Cliff Notes version of this one. I mean, Beanie, as you come onto your screen here on the YouTube stream, both teams really had their big runs at it throughout the course of the game. Really, at this point, I don't think either team ever had a double-digit lead in this game. Probably 10-plus lead changes. Drew Fogarty hits a miraculous buzzer beater in the first overtime to send it to the second overtime. And for West Hancock, Gunnar Faust, who had only hit 1 3-pointer the whole season, had 15 points tonight. Hit some of the biggest threes of his life after some key players for West Hancock had fouled out, and they found a way to close close it at the end.
Yeah, what a fun basketball game. Friday night high school basketball, just fantastic entertainment here in the Bishop Garrigan Gymnasium. I think both crowds are certainly going to leave highly entertained, but only one team gets to go home happy with the victory. But what a whale of a game. Boy, I love what you said about Faust. I mean, in the first half, he wouldn't take a three-point shot. He had open look after open look. He didn't shoot his free throws really well at the beginning, and then in the second half, that guy comes out and plays a whale of a game. And then, of course, Hovey came on, had a couple huge buckets. He got that one at the end of the halftime. That was a huge basket. He made it right at the buzzer. The Bears had 2 buzzer beaters in the 6 quarters of basketball that we played. Couldn't get a third one.
They could not get a third one at the end. That very final possession, they lobbed it up the length of the court, but even if that ball had been caught cleanly at the very end of the second overtime, they were inside the three-point line anyways, and they were down by 3 at that point. But, boy, what an incredible game tonight. West Hancock, they improved to 11-8. Bishop Garrigan dropping to 9-10. Looking at a couple scoring numbers for this game, Carter Schwab led the Golden Bears of 25 points. And, boy, he just continues to come into his own right now. Arguably, and I would say maybe not arguably, the best game of his young career so far for the Golden Bears as he had 25. Fogarty of 22, Mahler and Hovey both with 8, Noonan of 10, Grandin of 9, spreading it around for the Golden Bears. On the West Hancock side, Ryland Barnes had 28 points, Mitchell Smith 16, and Rhett Eisenman had 8, and that the aforementioned Faust had 15 points as well. So really everyone had a role to play tonight. We had a couple players foul out. We saw foul outs on both sides of the game. Boy, yeah, I'm still catching my breath after that last one. I mean, Garrigan, I cannot believe how many close games they have played as of late that have gone either way.
Yeah, and so both teams got to be happy about this experience. Very tournament-like atmosphere because of the honoring of the 93 class of Bishop Garrigan that qualified for the state tournament. This gym was packed with people. There was a co-ed dance thing that brought a lot of people to the gym. West Hancock's right down the road, so they brought a huge crowd. Just such a great atmosphere here, very tournament-like, and both these teams can't be happier about sharpening themselves before they go into that tournament. But yet another close game by the Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears. Yeah, they've had a lot of them this year and played really, really tough against this West Hancock team. They varied their defenses sometimes. They came out with that soft press, tried on that. They keep on finding things that work and things that don't work. But every player on the Bears stepped up at a different time there and made a big play happen. You had Hovey, you had Fogarty, Nemers off the bench. Jack Granchinet gets that big steal to start overtime and gets those buckets. So just a whale of a game. And what makes me happy is this, they start the second overtime. It's intense in here. It's exciting. The players are out there smiling, laughing at each other about that banked shot by Fogarty that sent it to double overtime. I like to see kids having fun once in a while. It's not just all about the winning and the competitiveness.
Well, it was a tough loss for Bishop Garrigan, but there are some good things to come out of this game as the Golden Bears, as you mentioned. One thing, they looked a lot more cohesive on offense tonight than they've looked, in a couple of weeks here. So very cohesive on offense. It seemed like everyone was, more in tune with their role, very confident in taking the shots. Schwab didn't hesitate to pull a couple big threes. Jack Granchinet had some big drives and hanging for some tough jumpers at the end. And it really seemed like everyone kind of knew their role in the offense. There was really no hesitation tonight and a lot more cohesion than maybe the past couple of games.
Yeah, cohesion's a good word for it. Every shot's a big shot in a close game. And one play that exemplifies what you said, Fogarty gets the ball in the paint, feels pressure, draws a double team, and finds a Drew Moeller underneath the basket. Later in the game, the exact same thing happened with the player roles reverse. Drew Moeller gets double teamed, does a little hook pass over his shoulder, finds Fogarty wide open for the basket. That cohesiveness is big, and keeps coming along. It's a long, long season. You just got to keep that energy up, and the energy was there tonight for both teams.
Yeah, and on the West Hancock side of things, how about Mitchell Smith? He missed 4 free throws in a row towards the end of the first overtime period, and really you were wondering if he was going to hit those big ones at the end when he got fouled on a three-pointer, and boy, he buried all 3 of those shots. Garrigan had to get a three-pointer after that, so that was huge from Smith. And then Barnes played a substantial period of overtime with 4 fouls.
Yes.
He was inside. Garrigan was attacking him defensively. They were saying, we want Ryland Barnes out of the game, but he's such a veteran player. He knew not to pick up those fouls while still playing good defense.
Yeah,
so this is a smart West Hancock team.
He's very smooth and he's very smart. There were 2 plays in the overtimes. He got 2 blocks in the overtimes where they were risky, but he knew he had to do it because it would have been and he got him. He had those 2 nice blocks in overtime. And then the other times he made the decision, I can't get this block for sure, so he backed off. So smart by him to stay in the game. He did a whale of a job, and we see him down on the floor right now taking pictures with his parents, and it's good to see these teams playing. They've been rivals over the past, but they're neighbors down the road. Carter Schwab, they farm over in that area. These kids know each other. This is the era of social media. They all know who's who, and so it was just fun seeing a good competitive basketball game in the Garrigan gym tonight.
Well, no doubt about it. As we'll wrap up this broadcast for tonight, one quick final thank you to our video streaming sponsors, including Algona State Farm Insured's agent Billy Offerman, Algona Municipal Utilities, High Endeavors, and Chemna Auto Center, as Bishop Garrigan drops this one 87-84 against West Hancock. The Golden Bears will play on Monday night against North Iowa inside of this gymnasium, as we will have the call on that one on our sister station, Home Country 98.5 FM and AM 1600. As we wrap it up for tonight, for my partner Beatty Bodie, I'm Tyler Lances. This has been a Hometown Radio KLGA sports production. Again, Bishop Garrigan falling in double overtime of tonight's game, 87-84 against the West Hancock Eagles.